The main character threw himself into building houses and hauling life into the vegetable beds, using his own hands to craft every wall and row, turning empty space into warm, cozy places, one grueling day of labor and care for the land at a time. But fate ripped him away from death and handed him a brand new life. Only this time, he wasn't just a builder anymore. He woke up draped in a knight's shining armor, a warrior of the new world, and now he's standing ready for the trials that are about to break him or forge him. Their clothes changed the moment he got shoved into another world, where the rules and traditions don't match anything back home, and every stitch of that new outfit screams the power he's been handed, and the responsibility he can't ignore. Once he wrapped up everything on his plate, the hero got slapped with a brand new mission, another gut check from fate, and from that moment on, life turned into one non-stop gauntlet of trials and chances, leaving him not a single quiet minute. Now he's working at a home center out in the countryside, where everything feels peaceful and quiet, until the next unexpected job hits, and new faces pull him into the mix. Because every single day turns into something fresh and exciting. Right beside a bustling retail store, it's surrounded by the mouth-watering smell of fresh produce and sweet, delicious treats. Besides his main job, the hero dashes through the countryside delivering goods, knowing every road and every house where his parcels are waiting with hope, day after day, and that's how he becomes woven into village life. Besides deliveries, he's stuck handling every order too, so he becomes the go-to helper for the residents, always ready for calls and never dodging responsibility. The hero fixes equipment, tends the garden, and keeps the whole farm running, hands flying with skilled precision, bringing broken things back to life. With his schedule packed to the teeth, the hero can barely steal a single breath. All day long, one task crashes into the next, and it feels like time is vanishing in catastrophe. Yet he never once complains. His heart swells with joy because every second is useful. Smiling faces line up to greet him and send him off, thanking him with pure gratitude, and their happy grins hit him harder than any treasure. Proof that he mattered, that he was needed, and that he had to keep moving forward. Even with his exhaustion weighing him down, he insists life isn't as bleak as it looks. Every single day, he hunts for little sparks of joy that light up his heart and warm his soul. One day, the hero stumbled out of work after a whole night without sleep, dead tired, wrecked by his grind, eyes glued shut with fatigue, thoughts jumbled in a dizzy storm of memories, and even when his body begged for rest, his mind stayed on high alert. Everything blurred in front of his eyes, and the world around him turned hazy like it was slipping away. He teetered on the edge of falling, but sheer grit kept him standing, and you could feel the next wave of chaos about to hit. Suddenly, teleportation tore him away, hurling him into the unknown, where reality's walls crumbled, and he felt himself sliding along the tangled strings of space and time, clueless about where that road would spit him out. The protagonist couldn't make sense of what just happened. Everything felt like a dream or wild fantasy, and his inner world buckled as it tried desperately to understand this impossible new situation. His clothes hung off him like he'd already left an older world behind, and people were congratulating him for getting picked for a whole new world, where legends and big, brutal deeds were waiting just for him. His pants tore instantly, and the hero still forced a grin like he could outsmile this shock, turning that awkward moment into the loud heartbeat of a world flipping from normal to strange, from known to unknown, because now he's ready to face whatever fate throws at him. The floating girl drifted through the air like an angel, glowing with light and warmth, and in the middle of everything changing, she somehow steadied your heart, like a guide leading you straight into a brand new world. Victinius, the goddess, swept him into Alstasia's breathtaking world and flung open doors to brand new horizons, and her words snapped his new role and purpose into focus, like the first spark of an epic that was about to change everything. He jolted awake to the truth, reborn, whole, and brand new, feeling his mind and body shift like something alive snapped into place, and he stood right on the edge of destiny, ready to bite into whatever fate threw at him. It felt like he was trapped in a dream, until a hand gently pulled him out of it, and reality started creeping back in through thick fog, while everything around him blurred into something unreal. His eyes snapped to those wild rabbit ears poking out from under the hair, and they were moving like they were alive, like they belonged to a brand new body. The hero couldn't even process what he was seeing. Suddenly, he shot upright, and there he was, trapped in the thick heart of a roaring forest, where fresh air filled his lungs, branches clattered overhead, and every rustle screamed, "You don't belong here." He slid his hand over his brand new ears, gently testing whether they were real, and the soft, real-world feel in his fingertips told him it wasn't a dream. This new reality was finally opening its arms to him. Not far away, he spotted a girl rocking the exact same bunny ears, an emissary of the rabbit race, her eyes shining with warmth, yet totally confused. He suddenly understood. He'd been reborn, wiped clean from his old life, and as his mind and body reshaped together, reality cracked open into something brand new, leaving him with a storm of mixed emotions. And just like that, he landed in Alstasia, a whole new world packed with mind-blowing wonders and deadly danger lurking around every corner. As it all finally clicked in his mind, he realized every moment before him was already behind. Now fresh trials waited, and his chest filled with pure anxiety and burning anticipation. The protagonist froze at the thought of wiping his slate clean and starting over with zero memories and zero experience, like a crushing weight on his chest. But there was no escape, so he clutched his resolve and gathered every last ounce of strength. The rabbit girl's departure had finally arrived. Her own road was waiting out there, calling her forward. She met his eyes with a soft, bittersweet sadness, like she understood exactly what goodbye meant. The moment to part was closing in fast. He didn't want to face the world alone, so he kept pushing, begging to go with her, his voice shaking with hope and the terror of being left behind, like his heart just needed someone close. The girl grabbed his attention and warned him, "If they find out you're human, everyone will snap. This world doesn't play nice with outsiders." The hero finally got hit with the brutal truth of this new world. Everyone was treated like a scoundrel, like an enemy, and that realization forced him to stare down what he really was. Turns out humans run the show, ruling other races, sometimes with brutal cruelty, and that spark turned society into a battlefield, with the hero getting tossed right into the middle of all that messy, dangerous web. The protagonist begged the girl to speak up for him, but then, crunch! Something rustled in the bushes, and his whole body snapped tight. Nobody was supposed to be here, and the air turned thick with menace. A goblin burst out from the bushes like a nightmare, and pure danger oozed off it. Then the girl jolted back, terrified, because that moment was the first real sign this new world could kill. The girl screamed at the hero to sprint, because the goblin was closing in, and she couldn't afford to think for even a second. The hero prepared to pull the goblin's eyes away, giving the girl her only shot to bolt, his heart hammering with raw fear and iron determination, because every second felt like a head-on fight for survival. When he finally clocked how dangerous he was to the goblin, the hero dragged him away from the village and from the girl's family. Fear and the urge to protect warred inside him like a storm, tearing at his chest. He didn't even know what he was doing, he just moved on instinct. The girl slipped free, and suddenly he was stuck facing the danger alone. Fate wasn't done with him yet. The goblin snaps in with a brutal strike, and sharp pain lances through the hero, then time seems to crawl. The air turns deadly tense, and the hero braces, fighting for survival. The protagonist snaps into action and hurls bottles at the enemy, smashing whatever he can grab into makeshift weapons. Each throw is a shot at survival, and the battle turns ruthless, desperate, and totally unforgiving. It felt like the hero's strength was slipping away, like his own life was ready to say goodbye. Darkness creeping up on his mind, but that inner fire still burning, and the chance at salvation not completely gone yet. Right when nobody expects it, the goblin slips on a bottle and tumbles out of balance, and that's when fate finally hands the hero the one last chance to save himself. The goblin crashes down, smacks his head on the rocks, and dies on the spot, knocked out of the fight for good. Then, boom! Silence drops in like a hammer, cutting through all that chaos. The hero exhales, feeling relief and exhaustion hit him at the same time. Right then, the hero gets a sudden little slap right on the back of his head, unexpected and way too annoying. He whips around, stunned that it happened at all. He whips around, and there she is, Lady Victinius, standing like a legend in front of him. Her stare crackles with power and mystery, and suddenly he understands she's not just important, she's everything. The lady tells him she's handed over special skills for his next journey and every brutal trial ahead, like a sudden calling, the spark that flips the page into a whole new chapter, and he can already feel himself changing. The moment they join hands, they're whisked straight into the goddess's room, a bright, peaceful space built for the answers everyone's been dying to get, and the hero's already bracing to hear every explanation and instruction. Victinius blurts out that he wants to lay every detail bare so the hero fully understands his role and purpose. Then her voice turns razor sharp, like she's about to unveil the real secret behind it all. She drops the bombshell. The hero's new personality is only 20 years old, right in the prime, where power explodes and endless possibilities open up. The hero tries to crack the truth, dream or reality, while uncertainty and anxiety gnaw at him, desperately searching for something solid to cling to in his own feelings. A goddess blesses him with divine protection and unwavering support from higher powers. So it's a clear sign he's not walking this road alone, and help is waiting for him ahead. The hero also gets 3 tickets to unlock brand new skills, along with crucial keys for growth and survival. An incredible gift, but one he has to earn and carry with pride. Victinius is so sure the hero is about to figure out exactly which skills he needs, because Victinius truly believes in his strength and his judgment. Right when things get tense, another girl snatches the goddess by the shoulder and blurts out that 8 tickets are actually required. Then total confusion erupts out of nowhere. Mrs. Hera catches the girl slipping in a lie, forces their tense conversation into the open, and once the truth finally hits, it flips everything and changes how the whole story plays out. 2 goddesses slip away to talk in secret, and the hero just stands there, brewing thoughts and sharpening anticipation, because things are getting messier by the second. Hara throws herself at the moment, begging forgiveness for the Victinias, trying to squash the conflict and bring the world back into balance. And that's pure wisdom and generosity in action. The hero leans in, hanging on every word, and suddenly it hits him. His destiny is tangled up with divine plans and hidden secrets, and new worlds of truth burst open in front of him. He dives into Greek mythology and learns Hera, the goddess, exists, and she drops a bombshell. An ancient pact between the gods that decides destinies and keeps the world's power in check. And once he hears it, his view of everything explodes into brand new horizons. Then she launches into the wild adventure of the goddess Victinius, packed with brutal confrontations that prove she dared to defy the rules everyone swore had to stand. Turns out the goddess was clutching the skill tickets for herself, and that selfish move sparked a full-blown war among the gods, because everyone wanted to keep their power. Victinius breaks down in tears, every salty drop screaming bitter regret as she realizes what she's done. This is the moment you see her truly human. Right then, a skill machine snaps into place in front of them, an eerie contraption that unlocks brand new powers. To make up for the hassle, the gods hand the hero extra tickets, 10 of them, right now. It's their way of compensating him and showing they trust him, plus it massively boosts his chance to grow stronger. Victinius starts firing off sharp sarcasm, spilling out pure resentment. No way does she try to hide how furious she is about what's happening. The hero grins and whirls the skill machine's wheel, heart pounding with hope. Every single spin screams, "New powers are coming!" And the whole moment crackles with pure, breathless anticipation. The protagonist unlocks the skill of evaluation, and suddenly, he can feel the real worth of anything. Every object, every situation, like the truth is flashing in his head, blasting open a whole new way to see the world. He also masters stoneworking and the art of dismantling, skills every true craftsman and survivor needs, and that power cements his place in this new world. Behind him, the deities murmur and debate his every move, tossing doubt and sharp criticism his way, like the divine ranks are a maze with rules no mortal ever sees. They're embarrassed by the hero's low skill rank, convinced he's falling short of expectations. But deep down, they can see he still has room to grow and burst into something great. The hero already snagged a toolbox of carpenter skills, and that hard-earned foundation is setting him up to start building and creating on his own. The gods are gearing up to drop the hero into the lower world for trials, and this is the make-or-break stage where he'll smash new challenges, seize fresh opportunities, and finally start becoming what he's meant to be. Mrs. Victinius begs the hero, "Don't you dare die!" and even apologizes for losing the tickets, serious fear in her voice. with just a wink of humor as she worries about his fate. The hero lays it out. He had no choice. He had to fight for his life. Then he declares his grit and why fighting was the only move, so the gods can't question what he did. He's been handed instructions and advice that basically lights the way through every test. Those words fuel his mind with wisdom and power. And now he's finally ready to crush whatever comes next. The hero slays a goblin, his very first enemy in this new world, and the kill hits like a victory blast, sparking a rush of confidence and raw power in his chest. The protagonist yanks open the status window, a whole hub for skills and condition, and suddenly he can track his growth in real time, so he can fine-tune his abilities and watch himself level up. Rumi decides to hang back and wait for the girl, his new companion, because he can feel it. She could be the ally he needs to survive this wild new world and build a real connection. The hero leans in and says the girl isn't human at all. She's a representative of the rabbit race, and in that moment, his eyes finally open, reshaping how he sees the world and forcing him to accept the wild diversity around him. Standing behind Lady Victinius is the goddess Hera, pure power and sharp wisdom, towering over everything, demanding respect as she watches every move and steers the whole situation. They tell the hero he can finally live his life on his own terms. No more chains, no more duties, because this freedom comes with responsibility, and from this moment, his destiny rides on nothing but his own choices. The rabbit girl and the archers rush up to the hero, thanking him and backing him with all their hearts, like the world just opened its arms, proving he's made new friends and finally isn't alone anymore. She clutches the hero in a trembling embrace, crying like her whole heart just found a home. Pure gratitude, burning warmth, and it hits him right in the chest, forging an even stronger bond between them. The archers are stunned by the goblin's murder, and their hearts are torn between horror and fury. This ugly crack in the peace has them realizing, fast, just how deadly serious everything really is. Narumi lays out the whole story, spilling the details and exposing every move. His words make it impossible not to understand exactly what happened. The protagonist begs to stay in the village. He's craving a real home and a place to settle down step by step, so he can truly join the world and become part of the community. The archers wave him in, pitch in to hash out every detail as they go, and their kindness turns the whole trip into something deeper, because that talk forges their bond. They agree to haul him straight to the village chief, give him proper recognition and respect, like he's earned it. And the hero's heart soars with that steady support and trust. The rabbits guide him straight to the head, the heart of power and wisdom, and in this jaw-dropping moment, his life tips into a whole new stage. He has to earn their trust. The hero grabs the girl's hands and thanks her for everything, and his heartfelt gratitude sparks something even stronger between them. May swings the door open and says her name, and suddenly everything clicks. Words start flowing, hearts start understanding, and that name turns into the spark of a whole new beginning. The name hits the hero like a wave of old memories, and suddenly his curiosity ignites, like it's pointing to something huge, just beyond his reach. The hero steps up, introduces himself, and reaches out. Right there, trust sparks, and a brand new friendship kicks off. They clasp hands in full view, sealing friendship and agreement to charge ahead side by side, like a vow that says, I've got your back, and you've got theirs too. Nader Dumi Masaru is gearing up to rip open a brand new life, heart blazing with hope and grit, because an adventure packed with brutal trials is waiting for him just ahead. The hero spilled his life story from before his rebirth, packed with raw memories and heavy regrets, and as he talked, those once bright moments from the past felt miles away, like they were never real. He still remembered the day a lady's voice, like destiny ringing through the air, called out to him, and that one moment flipped his whole life, giving him a fresh shot and a brand new future. That call was the spark that launched an unforgettable adventure filled with trials. The lady shoved him into the mysterious world of Alstetia, a place packed with hidden secrets and endless possibilities. Then the air itself crawled into his bones, firing up his energy while anxiety hit just as hard. He fumed because he couldn't find an offensive skill to save him in the fight, and without it, he felt exposed, shaky, and drowning in his own doubts. A goblin, one tied to the hero's most unforgettable memories, flashed through his mind, and it instantly sparked a wild storm of fear and curiosity, leaving him desperate to figure out what role this thing truly played in his fate. Then, out of nowhere, he ended up in a rabbit village, wrapped in simple smiles and honest kindness, and it felt like he could finally start over. Even if everyone welcomed him, he still couldn't shake the feeling that he was the outsider. Masaru burst with relief the second he was rescued and finally given shelter. And that warm wave of gratitude lit a spark of hope in his chest, then fueled him to push forward. To him, the village felt huge and alive, a patchwork of different people and places buzzing with energy. And yet it somehow looked simple at first glance. Then you realized it was layered with hidden depth. Every building, every street corner held its own story. The other residents watched the hero like he might crack the whole world open, their eyes sharp with caution and curious intrigue, so he could feel every doubt and expectation burning on him. May told me the village only has about 100 people, and everyone comes from totally different walks of life. But it's a tight little community, stitched together by real bonds and people who genuinely look out for each other. Now the hero had to step in and fight for the residents, like their lives and worries were his business, and they needed him in it. He finally understood that help wasn't optional anymore. Action was demanded, and that new role lit a fierce sense of purpose in his chest, along with real, weighty responsibility. The hero stared at the village's buildings and ruins, then mapped them to the Earth's long history, hunting for echoes of his own past, every clue sharpening his instincts so he could finally move through this wild new world. He chose to meet the elder first, reaching out to the community's true leader and laying the groundwork for trust. Because for the hero, getting answers and earning cooperation through real dialogue mattered more than anything. Inside the tent, the young hare, this village elder, was already waiting, eyes locked on the guest as he listened. The air felt quiet, yet every second screamed, "This matters." Because this right here was his first real sit-down with the local authorities. Masaru blinked at how old the headman was, and the headman in shock realized the hero was no myth. He was really human, and that shared awe snapped the tension and drew them close as their understanding finally clicked. They traded thanks with real respect, and that simple moment sparked the start of their teamwork and friendship, proving that good manners built the perfect foundation for everything that followed. The headman let the hero stay in the village and handed him the keys to a brand new house, like, "You're one of us." And in that moment, the hero finally felt he wasn't alone anymore. He belonged to something way bigger. He even pushed the hero to move into a tent with May so he could help her and her mother. They'd just lost their father, and their whole world needed help more than ever. So the hero seized the moment and threw himself into usefulness. Heat burned his face with embarrassment, and he couldn't stop thinking that May might not approve of how close they'd gotten. Then his mind spiraled about what she truly felt, and whether he'd been a burden. But that worry only proved how kind and considerate his heart really was. May didn't fight back at all. She accepted it with a calm, open heart. And that yes hit like a wave of relief and joy in the hero, forging an even stronger bond of trust between them. The hero leaned in, thanked May from the heart for her trust and support, and told her how much her kindness and willingness to help meant to him, because it forged them even closer and lit a surge of confidence in him. The elder called it right there, cutting the conversation short and setting their plans for tomorrow. Then the meeting wrapped up. The moment to move was here, and the hero was already itching for the next fight. The hero was handed a mission to do whatever it took to save the village. Everyone trusted him, betting on his talent, and suddenly it wasn't just work anymore. It was his shot to prove he truly had what it takes. The hero threw himself into the question, what powers could he actually tap in this world? He tested every limit, pushing past what felt possible, because figuring it out wasn't just curiosity, it was his own decision, locked in. Then it hit him. His power was already inside, roaring with potential. And that one moment lit a fire in his chest, giving him the grit to move forward, knowing he could truly help. With his powers, he could change everything for the village, transforming his skills into a shield and a spark for growth, while pure determination drove him to act. Masaru stepped up and asked for permission to put his plan into motion for the village's sake, bowing to their traditions and listening to the village chief's call, one bold move that opened the door to brand new opportunities. His plan was simple: upgrade the village and make life better for everyone. Daydreaming of real prosperity and comfort for all, his unstoppable passion lit a fire in the people around him. They stared at his raw enthusiasm and blazing energy for the changes, and they didn't see that kind of passion coming from a newcomer. It lit a spark of respect in them and filled their hearts with hope for what could be a better future. The elder narrows his eyes at everything the hero does, because any shift in the village could unleash chaos no one can predict. So he tracks every move closely, weighing each initiative without jumping to conclusions. The headman's convinced that two sudden, unfair moves could set the rabbits into a full-blown panic, because once fear and chaos hit, everything in the community's routine and relationships starts to unravel. The protagonist instantly feels the village on edge, like a silent fear is hanging in the air, and he watches the villagers tiptoe around anything new, acting cautious so they don't draw even a single unwanted glance. But Masari vows to finally do in this life what he never had time for before: protect the village and keep everyone safe, no matter what it takes. He's set on turning the inhabitants' fate around, smashing through every fear and doubt. The hero swears he'll throw everything he's got into protecting the village, and you can feel his real confidence in every word, like he's ready to bet his life on the cause. And somehow, everyone else starts believing too. Masaru steps up and begun for official permission to help make village life better, promising he won't clash with the local traditions, but will move with them in perfect harmony. The village elder leans in, hungry for the hero's plan to upgrade the village, because every big change can spark blessings or disaster. He studies each proposal closely, weighing every point like it could make or break the whole place. Eventually, the elder finally gives Masar the green light, though he warns him to move carefully, because he knows this new approach could save the community if they pull it off, and that choice is exactly what swings the door wide open to real change. The hero's already got a plan. He's decided how to kick off the work and what to fix first. Then he studies the village's resources and his own skills, mapping out his very first moves as his mind races full throttle. The hero storms into the forest to test his powers and find the perfect way to wield them. And before he knows it, the woods turn into his quiet battleground, solitude, deep thought, and non-stop experiments where he learns what he's truly capable of. The hero stares hard at the talent window, like it's the key to his next jump into power. With a knife in his hands, he tears into the details of his skills, hunting for how they're controlled so he can spot his real options and map out exactly where to grow next. Now Masaru doesn't have to grind for training or skills from his past life. Those powers just awaken on their own, and he can dive straight into the work without wasting a second. The hero tackles cutting wood with nothing but his own grit, pushing his limits and training on the spot. Then he locks in, focuses hard, and feels that raw energy sink into his hands until the first real results finally start to show. The tree got sliced so cleanly, it's almost invisible to the naked eye, and it screams one thing: this hero has insane control over his powers, so yeah, he celebrates like he just proved he's unstoppable. Right then, a massive tree crashes down at his feet like it's reacting to Masaru's brand new powers. He jolts with a cold shudder, but it also fires him up, like nature itself is shouting that this moment matters. He refuses to stop there. He's obsessed with leveling up this power, pushing it farther, bigger and sharper. So he sets hard goals to train, grind, and improve, and that raw determination keeps him moving no matter what. And the hero decides he'll dive into construction, because he knows rebuilding and fixing buildings is the real key to making the village's life better. And with each new direction, the whole world suddenly feels bigger. He cradles a stone in his hands and tries to carve it into a perfect cube, no tools at all, pushing his control and precision to the edge, because he needs to know exactly where his powers break, and then he watches the outcome like it's everything. That ordinary stone suddenly reshaped itself into a perfect cube, proof he'd mastered the new skills, and now the door swings wide for making building materials. Next, our hero grinds into the next phase, scraping and drying wood while he hunts for new ways to use his gift, testing technique after technique, studying every angle, like the training is pointing him straight toward his next breakthrough. Since their skill levels match, the hero stacks their abilities together to hit maximum impact, then masters how to shape energy with total control, step by step. The protagonist tests a bunch of ways to dry the wood, weighing how fast each one works and whether it's actually safe, until he hunts down the best option that saves both time and resources. One of the picks is the drying method construction crews rely on in their tech, so the hero studies it inch by inch, trying to steal the idea, adapt it, and make it his own power. Masaru can't stop thinking about instant wood drawing. If he cracks it, work would fly, and he dreams of mastering it so the whole village can live easier. The hero dives into his powers to master instant drying, tests wild new techniques, and crashes through trial after trial. No fear, just grit, because he's dead set on getting the result. Mei showed up in Masaru's life, right there in the forest, and dragged him into lunch, then made it crystal clear he needed rest and real communication. When the pressure spikes and the moments turn tense, her presence becomes his safety net, and the hero can feel how much care and attention she's giving him. She spotted the hero knocked out cold. Panic hit her like a wave, and she sprinted to him, shaking him back to his senses, fear and compassion crashing in at once, because her care turned out to be the difference between saving him and losing him. Relief hits him hard. He's finally saved, back on his feet, and ready to push through the mess so he can keep his business alive. Strength surges in his chest like a spark, and this feels like the start of his brand new road. Masaru felt magical exhaustion slam into him because his powers drained energy like crazy. The test was brutal, but he refused to quit, and sheer willpower and stubborn tenacity carried him past his weakness. Still, he somehow got the wood fully dry, and that simple result became the proof everyone needed that his skills actually worked. Then that tiny win lit a fire under the hero, boosting his confidence hard. The drying works, and he and Mei finally head home together, exhaling relief like they just survived something huge. Quiet talks flowing non-stop as they map out the future, and when they step inside, everything feels warm, calm, and right. Mama Mei steps in, studies the new guest with sharp interest, and checks on his well-being like she genuinely cares, turning the whole meeting into a warm, friendly bubble, so the first impression feels easy, soft, and welcoming. They swapped exchange names and traded a few words about life in the village, and that small meetup became the first spark towards something closer, because once they started talking, trust followed. Mei leaned in and told her mother how the hero rescued everyone and how much help he'd already thrown their way. Lulu's eyes lit up with real respect and deep gratitude, and Mei walked away feeling her faith in the hero grow stronger. Lulu offered up everything she had for their new family friend, pouring out pure generosity, ready to shoulder their worries, and in that choice, she made it crystal clear. Acceptance was real, and friendship had officially begun. They all dropped into their seats at that warm, welcoming table, and as the food hit, talk about the future and big plans took over. This meal became the spark that kicked off a whole new chapter in the hero's life. The hero pictured a fresh start in this world, brimming with chances, bright hopes, and a mission. So he threw himself forward, determined to be useful and make everything better. He hunted for the best ways to help the residents by reading what they truly needed and what they could realistically do, aiming for maximum impact with real, hands-on solutions and steady community support. So he commits to rebuilding the village, pouring all his energy and know-how into its growth, plans already in motion, determination blazing as he pushes them through, turning this into his brand new mission and non-stop goal. The very next day, the rabbits swarmed to the fence, jawing non-stop about the fortification they were about to build, because everyone knew the village had to be protected at all costs. And right there in front of them, the heroes stood ready, waiting for the moment to start. Masaru sized up his strength and defense, ready to shield the settlement from any attack. Then he poured his heart into forging a wall that couldn't fail, and his grit lit a fire in everyone else. The guards were buzzing over the main character's plans, but they had no clue what was coming next, because every new idea stirred up mixed feelings, especially when it tangled with security, and their tired caution made perfect sense. The hero's choice to start with the fence left everyone baffled, until Masaru said the fence had to be strengthened first to safeguard every single resident. And just like that, the crowd was sold. So he hauled together a stone defense from raw, natural materials and his own powers, forging it into a brutal wall meant to slam back the enemy. And Masaru poured every ounce of focus into making that structure rock solid. The cliff was stacked with stealable stones, and the heroes scouted it early, mapping out exactly how to snag the materials they needed, so everything moved fast. But some rabbits flinched at the thought of tackling something so brutal. They doubted their own strength and worried they'd fail. And Masaru saw it all, then stepped in to steady them. Even with fear clawing at him, the protagonist still grabbed some stones and kicked off the build. His courage lit a spark in everyone else, and every single step pushed them closer to the finish line. Masaru dug a whole pile of stones out of his inventory, and the amount shocked even the villagers. Suddenly, they weren't just impressed, they felt unstoppable, because the hero was truly ready for anything. The hares geared up to raise the wall, splitting duties, hauling tools, and sparking pure teamwork energy, because everyone knew they had to do this together. Everyone snapped into action, tackling their assigned jobs in perfect sync, and soon the whole village rang with the hammering of construction, like renewal itself was being built from the ground up, while Masaru steered it all with unshakable confidence. Masaru feared those stones could tumble and smash the wall he'd built, so he double-checked every single one, grinding his nerves into a structure that wouldn't budge. His caution became a shining example for everyone watching. Then the hero came up with a fresh way to lay the stones, and suddenly everything stood rock solid, so the residents perked up, backed him with full heart, and their confidence and their success surged higher than ever. Now that wall refused every attack, brushed off the wind like it meant nothing, and didn't flinch at the enemy's presence. Its stone defense was built to last for the village, and Masaru couldn't help but beam at the outcome. He laid out to everyone why those stones were set that way, so the whole structure could take a hit without crumbling. And when the residents finally understood, their trust snapped into place. The hero stared at the fence and the ideas hit like lightning: how to upgrade it, stretch it farther, and make the protection tough and beautiful, because his mind was already racing toward huge plans. The debate sparked as everyone argued that pebbles and solid construction could plug every crack in that wall. And the residents leaned in, tossed out ideas, and somehow turned the whole conversation into something that actually helped. Masaru stepped up for his fiery speech, and the rabbits suddenly locked in together. His words hit their hearts like a spark, filling them with courage and stubborn determination, urging them to stop fearing change and move as one. The protagonist swore, again, that he was ready to help every citizen, just like he promised, and his real desire to serve the people lit up the whole town's courage. He admitted he wasn't even that great at teaching, begged everyone for patience, and that raw confession instantly drew people in, because they loved his honesty and down-to-earth humility. Mei's mom couldn't help wondering how many wild thoughts and ideas were bursting inside Masaru's head. Then she grinned at that unstoppable energy of his. The question was basically a joke, but it still screamed how much she cared about the hero. The hero also said he wanted to jump in with the cooking, so he set his sights on building a stove that'd make life easier and comfier for everyone. And just like that, his next mission was born. He planned to forge a stove that would stand the test of time and make life easier for everyone. And he'd already dug into the right materials and tech, because nailing the details was the make-or-break step. The women bark orders for him to build that oven fast, and their hype lights a fire under Masaru. He grabs the work like it's his duty and presses forward, knowing he can be trusted with it. The young man snapped to attention, accepted the order without hesitation, and swore he'd carry it out no matter what. His sheer determination left zero room for doubt, and that promise instantly earned him even more trust and respect. Their faces lit up the second they realized their request hadn't been ignored. Grateful sparkle blazing in their eyes, full of faith that success was finally coming. Out on the field, Masaru dove into building the stove, nailing every step with total focus, his hands steady and exact. Then the whole job sped forward fast. He gets help from the women to speed everything up and make sure it's done right. Then their teamwork pays off, and it's those results that bring the whole neighborhood closer together. The female rabbits were already gearing up to help him. The hero started rattling off every material they'd need for the build, then hammered home why each one mattered for forging a rock-solid mixture. And when it came to technology, he made it clear they'd better follow every rule. Clay, grass, and sand are the real backbone of a strong, long-lasting oven. Every bit matters, and the hero broke it down step by step so the women finally understood how the whole process worked. Everything was crafted to forge a rock-solid blend that would keep the stove stable and dependable. Down to every detail, he watched the quality like a hawk, and the results didn't take long to show up. May grabbed the lead and rallied a crew to hunt down the exact materials, sending everyone to the right spots like it was mission time. Then suddenly, the whole logistics mess got way easier. The hero was a total magnet. Women kept sliding up to him, firing questions and handing him requests. And his advice hit so hard it actually helped them, until everyone in the community saw him as someone you couldn't ignore. One of the women grabbed Masaru's attention and asked for forks and spoons, like small comforts could change the whole day. And the hero immediately started plotting the fastest way to make that request happen. The protagonist started figuring out exactly how much mana he'd need to craft those crucial items, knowing energy doesn't stretch forever. So he planned every move with razor-sharp care. He asked for a few days to knock out every planned task the right way. No rushing, no slip-ups. Because in his mind, patience was the whole difference between done and done right. Everyone leaned in, dying to hear what he'd done before. Every skill, every bit of experience he was bringing into the village. The questions felt real, not rehearsed. Masaru agreed to talk, but he kept it honest, no exaggerate. He said his old life was totally ordinary, like he'd been hiding his real powers. So the villagers read him as just a humble, down-to-earth guy. Masaru snapped back into his daily grind and lit a fire under the men, pushing them to go all out for the common good, backing every step of their work, cheering them on, and dropping sharp advice when they needed it, until the whole community grew stronger day by day. Hard work raged on, and the residents never once complained. They knew deep down they were doing the right thing, pouring heart and muscle into every single minute, driven by one shared goal. Buildings shot up, and dishes got churned out non-stop, and the whole village transformed. Life got easier, smoother, and way more comfortable, until everyone felt the spark to chase even bigger achievements. The village girl noticed the hero eating with chopsticks. No one else did. And her curiosity kicked into overdrive as she stared, trying to copy his moves, and somehow that simple obsession turned into real, friendly conversation. The very next day, construction roared back to life with fresh fuel. The residents threw themselves into the work with wild new zeal, and the village slowly started to reshape into something far bigger than it used to be. The elder eyed the fired-up villagers with a sly grin, silently judging every move they made, his gaze sharp with secrets as he figured out what to do next. The elder's face was pure cunning, like he was hiding a scheme, weaving plans in his mind with every twist and turn, and that made everything happening feel way more dangerous. He snapped the final fence post into place, letting pride flood his chest as he stared at what he'd built, because he knew new challenges were waiting just around the corner. When the upgraded fence was finally up, the whole village erupted in relief, happy faces everywhere, the streets suddenly safer, and that shining moment felt like the very first real win. To mark the occasion, the whole village threw open its doors. Every single resident packed in, and laughter and excitement filled the air, locking the community together tighter than ever. And that night sparked the start of a brand new era. The women threw sincere thanks at the hero for the stoves he built, and their lives changed for the better, right down to their day-to-day comfort. Their gratitude hit Masaru like warmth in the chest, and for the first time, he felt like he truly belonged to their world. Masaru spotted that villagers were finally using chopsticks, and it lit up his heart, because that small shift was proof his ideas were taking hold, and tiny upgrades were changing everything. The headman showed up at the celebration himself, marching in to personally congratulate everyone on their wins, turning the whole event into something official and unforgettable, and making it clear he genuinely appreciated every bit of effort they'd put in. His hair seemed to bow in respect, praising the hero for saving the village and helping it grow, while his words rang sincere and from the heart, like a moment that officially sealed his earned recognition. The chief slapped Masaru on the back and praised every ounce of his effort, making it crystal clear how crucial he'd been. Then he pinned his belief in trust and hope for what comes next, and those words lit a fire under the hero. "Run over there and hug the hero for me!" The whole village erupted in cheers and threw gratitude at the hero, calling him their real protector and closest friend, and that bond only made them stronger and more fearless about what came next, because this time, it wasn't just a win, it was a shared victory. Hidden goddesses watched every move no human could ever see, their eyes burning with fascination and approval, tugging at fate as the story unfolded. Victinia declared, loud and proud, that she was never wrong, and that her skill judgment always hit the mark, her voice bristling with authority as she backed every decision with total certainty. Hera snapped that nobody should be able to master so many skills at once. It broke the world's rules, and you could hear her doubt and anxiety shaking through every word as the goddesses' fight tightened to a deadly, tense standoff. They said that at the very start, you should master just 1 or 2 skills, so your growth stays smooth and balanced, and that this rule is what keeps the world in harmony, because breaking it can unleash pure chaos. Victini engineered all of this to push the world forward, giving it the spark it needs to grow. Every move was packed with meaning, and she never stopped chasing progress. To let this world move forward, they need Masaru, a game-changing player who can flip the whole course of events, because his role is huge, fateful, and the goddess can already see hope in him. Back in the village, the hero and the elder sit down again, hashing out fresh plans and what comes next for the village's future. And their calm, trusting talk clicks, turning cooperation into something stronger than ever. They traded compliments, clocking each other's strengths, and forging a partnership on the spot. Mutual respect turning the whole vibe warm and friendly, like the perfect start to something bigger. Masaru marches up to the village chief and lays out his plans to level up the village, firing off bold ideas and honest suggestions. Then the chief leans in, listening like every word matters. The protagonist can't stop wondering about this world. He's hungry to uncover the local spots and meet the people here. And that drive helps him read the environment fast, pushing his adaptation forward. He's obsessed with slugs, these weird creatures he keeps hearing about in passing, and he's determined to figure out what they actually do in the ecosystem. But the biggest answers are still hanging in the air. They tell him slugs exist, and that they're hiding behind a cliff in places nobody can reach, and that alone turns the whole thing into a mystery. The hero stores that clue and plans around it. Masaru is fired up to teach the residents about hygiene and why clean habits keep everyone healthy. And now, he's scrambling to figure out how to deliver that lesson to the rabbits. This could be the biggest next step the whole community has taken so far. He's already brainstorming new ideas and upgrades to make life easier for the village, thinking years ahead for the bigger good. Masaru is bursting with plans. The protagonist can't stop wondering, does this world even have an ocean? So he can finally measure the region's scale and climate? Knowing that will help him map out his next moves. And yeah, the answer matters for everything he's trying to understand. Suddenly, the whole village went dead quiet as everyone weighed his question, because this moment was the one that could flip everything. May said the ocean was right here, and the heartbreaking tale had the villagers on edge. The ocean stays completely deserted, and not a single soul dares to go back. Like something terrifying vanished into the waves, leaving mystery behind for the hero to crack. The elder leaned in and told the hero about the ocean, weaving ancient legends with crucial secrets of what waits past the horizon, and his voice carried pure respect and eerie mystery, like he was handing down sacred knowledge meant for only one chosen heart. Back then, rabbits nested near the ocean, savoring salty sea air, gorging on nature's bounty, and soaking up that peaceful, rain-soft calm that ruled these lands. Then fresh newcomers stormed in, unyielding, ruthless, and seized the land, blasting the rabbit community away and stripping them of every familiar home. The shock carved brutal, soul-deep scars. The hero finally got just how brutal and bitter the feud between rabbits and humans really was, and it hit him hard. The full weight of the conflict, and the injustice his new friends were forced to swallow. Even with old grudges still hanging in the air, the villagers let him stay in the village, clearly seeing his strength, trusting his wisdom, and valuing the real way he's trying to help. Masaru decided his mission was simple: restore peace, safety, and hope for his new neighbors, starting right now. He was dead set on acting on his own, refusing to drag anyone into his plans or even ask for help. He chose to hit the ocean alone, refusing to drag anyone else into danger, because he needed the freedom to think up brand new solutions. The next morning, he was fully locked in. He grabbed everything he needed, double-checked his gear, and steeled himself for the long, rough journey ahead. But May couldn't stand to leave her friend hanging, so she followed him right there, showing real concern and ready to back him up when things got brutal. The hero pushed back, panicking over her safety as he realized just how deadly this journey could get for a young girl. Masara tried to talk May out of it, but it didn't work. May dug her heels in, stubborn as ever, refusing to abandon her friend on a journey this important and this dangerous. Right then, the headman caught up with them and handed over everything they'd need for the journey ahead, backing them with real care. He swore it was his duty to hand the hero a bag packed with life-saving gear, because he knew those supplies could mean the difference between surviving and losing everything out there. The bag is stacked with heavy-duty armor, solid, dependable protection, built to take the punches and keep you standing through the trials ahead. The protagonist finally said his farewell, heartfelt words thanking everyone for their support, their kindness, and the faith they'd placed in him. With a heavy heart and iron resolve, he tore himself away from his home village and charged into the unknown. The young man yanked a map from his bag, gripping it tight so he wouldn't get lost and could chart the unknown paths with precision. With Masaru's sharp focus and the map lighting his way, he finally crashed through every roadblock and made it to the ocean, even with all those brutal obstacles waiting for him. On his way to his goal, the hero got slammed by ferocious monsters, vicious, life-threatening creatures that pushed him to use every ounce of his skill in a brutal fight. And on top of everything, bandits swooped in, pounced on his weakened state, and tried to steal the moment by attacking him. The bandits demanded help hauling the cart, banking on it to yank Masaru's attention aside so they could spring the ambush and grab an easy target. Thanks to his sharp skills, lightning-fast reactions, and rock-solid nerve, the hero took down the attackers, shut down the chaos completely, and kept moving like nothing ever happened. After the fight, Musuru slammed healing magic into the ground, lifting the fallen bandits back to their feet, and even with everything they'd tried, he still chose mercy. He couldn't bring himself to end another life. He swore everyone deserved a second chance, even the people who hated him most. But he snatched some of the bandits' loot, stuff he could use to power his next leg of the journey. For Masaru, it was pure give and take. He traded his life for the resources he needed to survive, level up, and crush his ultimate goal. Out of nowhere, a signal lit up on his map, straight up pointing to a critical location that demanded his focus. When Masaru finally reached the lake, the town of May looked totally abandoned and lifeless, so uneasy it crawled up his spine. The observation tower sat completely empty, and that sudden quiet screamed danger. Turns out the city had fallen. Goblins swarmed in and seized the territory, and they had zero interest in living side by side peacefully. The hero got jumped by vicious goblins, who fought tooth and nail to guard their brand new loot, and they weren't about to let some stranger step onto their land. Masaru's first crushing punch slammed into the closest goblin, dropped him hard to the ground, and sent the rest immediately on guard. In the middle of the fight, his fencing kept surging higher, his skills sharpened with every clash until he looked calm, confident, and unmistakably dangerous. His fighting style hit like kendo, the sword training he'd drilled as a kid, and now that same precision was cutting through real battle. Right away, a goblin rider slammed into him, way tougher than the usual foes, and armed with speed and strength that completely blew ordinary enemies out of the water. Masaru locked in on the boss problem, picking his tactics one by one and mapping every next move like a battle plan to secure the win. Masaru took a deep breath, locked in his focus, and started hunting for the perfect strike, reading every move the enemy made, searching for the one weak point that would let him win. The hero finally cracked the trick to stop that massive boar, the goblin rider's deadliest weapon, because it was the one thing in the battle that could have turned everything around. He yanked a heavy log from his inventory in a flash, then decided to swing it like a brutal improvised weapon to land a crushing hit. With the help of the log, Masaru drove in the decisive strike. Slam! The enemy hit the ground! Then he cut the goblin down, and just like that, the whole battle flipped. Now he had to smash the last goblin still lurking and drive every invader out of the city. Right at the most brutal moment, the captain of the goblin army burst in from behind him, a battle-hardened monster of a warrior ready to smash into the fight. Before the hero stood, knights stood in shining armor, staring at him with serious, wary eyes. General Cook stormed into the area with one mission: wipe out every goblin, no mercy, no escape. The protagonist leaned in and laid out every detail for the knights and the general, why he'd come, and exactly how the whole sequence of events sparked the clash with the goblins. As the Saru spilled his story, the knights went pale. Most of what they heard felt impossible. like it didn't belong in anyone's world. General Cook started grilling the chief goblin, trying to figure out what kind of danger he really was and how to take him down. Then they hauled the main character in for questioning. He fought through the pressure and laid out exactly what he did, why he did it, and what drove him. After that talk, the hero got swept up in an invitation to join the Knights' ranks, promises of real support and official recognition on the spot. Masaru shot down the offer, chose his own path, and refused to get tangled up in all that formal nonsense. Even when he refused, the general didn't get angry. He actually honored the hero's choice, recognizing that everyone has their own way of being. Masaru's top demand was simple: help bury the fallen goblins' corpses so they could finally clean the whole area. Because the stench of rotting corpses could lure in wild animals, Masaru knew he had to haul those goblin bodies away fast. The hero scanned the area like a hunter, hunting for a safe, convenient spot to bury the corpses without putting anyone else in danger. Right then, strange shifts rolled through him, like space and time started warping, bending out of shape. Meanwhile, the goddesses huddled and debated whether they could rewind time to fix the disaster that derailed everything. With the evidence we had, the hero never stood a chance against the goblins. Logic and probability screamed it was impossible, yet somehow, he still won. The girls clocked it right away. Masaru's body had changed, and that had to be why his strength skyrocketed and the fight ended so wild. Hera finally grasped the whole catastrophe. If she didn't change something right now, the fallout would get brutally destructive. She knew right then that if she let everything stay the way it was, disaster would come crashing down. Everything's on the brink, events have shifted, and now the world is one step away from getting wiped out. In the end, the knights swarmed the hero and shouted thanks for saving them, praising every last bit of his greatness. General Cook made it crystal clear the hero was the one who saved everyone, and now he's become a major force in this whole mess. They didn't even bother with a fancy agreement. They just stepped up and paid for the help they'd gotten. Turns out the knights were totally broke, and they couldn't pay a single coin for the young man's services. But Masaru didn't hesitate. He jumped at any help they offered and threw his full support behind the residents. To pull off the next move, he needed bottles and boxes, everything he'd need to get started. He broke down, right to the point, why he absolutely needed each of these items and how they'd power his work like a cheat code. They marched the question about supplies straight to the village chief Gavra, and he had to give the final yes himself. He promised to bring what they needed, but he made it clear those bottles weren't just for him. The residents needed them too. The hero didn't buy the elder's scheme for a second. He studied every word and watched his moves like a hawk. Deep in their village sat a well, the lifeline for water, and they kept it secret, hiding it from everyone else. The headman gets hauled into custody, trapped for deception, keeping residents and guests in the dark with critical information he refused to reveal. The villagers were furious at the hero. Everything that had gone wrong, plus him butting into their business, had lit their anger into a full-on blaze. The locals surged in and attacked the protagonist, glaring with pure distrust and seething irritation. The hero moved like a blur and bound every attacker in seconds. Masaru told the general the truth. Those villagers snapped first, and all because the tension in their town had finally boiled over. The general clocked why the residents were acting the way they were, and he met the chaos with calm, steady patience. They kicked off the headman's interrogation, drilling into what he'd done and how he'd hidden that well. The village elder got hit with brutal accusations. He'd been hiding the well and tricking the whole community. The interrogation left the headman and the residents reeling. Once the truth spilled out, it sparked a full-blown clash. The headman and all the residents threw themselves at mercy because they could feel how deadly this could get. The hero stepped forward with a daring offer, hunting for the perfect middle ground to keep the peace from shattering. He demanded the truth about the rabbits' fate, what happened to them, and why. The headman tried to dodge the truth, skirting every uncomfortable question like it was a trap. But the head of Gavra's village refused to stay in hiding, stepped up, and laid out the truth, straight, honest, and wide open. The knights leaned in, baffled, wondering why Lahar was suddenly so locked on the rabbit's fate. Masaru adored rabbits with all his heart, and he genuinely cared what happened to them. People swallowed their shame over every mistake and painful moment, then clamped down on their words, refusing to talk about any of it. One of the knights leaned in and praised Masaru to his face, calling out his raw courage and his unbreakable, uncorrupted heart. Gover ripped into a tale from 5 years back, when the enemies stormed the village and seized everything. Then the rabbits got shoved into a frantic escape, bolting from the invaders and the cruelty closing in on them. When he heard how innocent beings were suffering, fury erupted in him. Masaru grabbed for answers, trying to understand what in the world happened to the rabbits they'd managed to catch. He ordered the captured rabbits to be freed at once, roaring for justice with every word. The general snapped back that he couldn't let them go. Military rules wouldn't allow it. The hero boldly said he wanted to become a leader of soldiers, so he could steer the decisions and turn the whole situation around. Masaru roared at the knights, rage blazing in his chest, and demanded respect like it was owed to him. He begged them not to see him as a fool. He demanded they take him seriously. Then the hero strode away, urging everyone to think hard about every word and every move he made. He got yanked through a teleport straight to the goddesses, where they grilled him for answers and laid out exactly what he had to do next. There he got dragged into a furious scolding, and then they even cracked him in the face for acting out and disobeying. The goddess leaned in and interrogated Masaru, why he'd sparked a war with the people, and why he kept acting so insolent. He leaned in and reminded her, loud and clear. He was taken without his consent, and he never once gave permission for it. Masaru couldn't shake the fear that he'd never be able to stand against the army by himself, and that doubt hit the goddess like a gut punch. Victini kept crucial intel from the hero, hiding it so the truth wouldn't spook him before the moment was right. But she finally let him in on one secret, one that could flip his entire world upside down. The secret was wild. The hero could wipe out an entire army by himself if he unleashed his powers the right way. The hero's chest tightened as those words hit him. He snapped to a stop, eyes locked on the girl, stunned like his brain couldn't decide whether to believe it. He took a breath, asked her point blank what she meant, and she started spilling the details, exposing the hidden parts of his power. She finally confessed they'd slipped him something way beyond what he was meant to get. The power to restore the spirit class, an outrageously rare, one-of-a-kind gift. He rubbed his head, completely baffled, and admitted straight up that he'd never heard of anything like this before, because he honestly couldn't even picture it being real. The girl kept going, saying this power lets his body and magic stay locked in perfect balance, so his physical strength blows past anything a normal human could ever do. Masaru leaned in, listened closely, and told him straight up that through all his adventures, he'd never once seen anything in himself that felt this weird, or this superhuman. He stayed silent for what felt like forever, replaying every word in his head, while the girl kept pushing the point that he was still stuck at the low level. Yet she promised that once his experience and strength kept growing, his abilities would rise even higher. He rubbed his head again, eyes wide with raw confusion and a hint of worry, like everything in front of him had suddenly turned too tangled to even understand. The girl bowed her head and apologized for how harsh and sudden her words were, realizing they could have left him confused and rattled. She met his gaze with calm, warm eyes, like she was quietly bracing him, pushing Masaru to accept this new truth. The hero hit a wall of shock when the words sank in. He was still trying to wrap his head around it when the girl vanished out of nowhere, leaving him stranded with a mind full of new, terrifying thoughts. Right then, Captain Cook yanked his attention. The commander's voice sliced through the silence, snapping Masaru back into the moment and firing his mind back on the latest events. The captain kicked off his explanation of the chaos and the fresh threats, then laid out the exact missions they'd have to tackle side by side. The hero cut him off mid-sentence and snapped that it was time to drop dreams of big cities and deal with the real, right-now problems, then demanded, "So what's happening with the Beastmen?" The captain broke the news that he had intel on the Beastmen roaming the different cities, and somehow Masaru looked completely calm and unshaken. He broke into a smile, lit up with relief that the talks finally worked, and that everything was still firmly under control. He said he expected the sentences to drag on, and that he might have to step in himself, but right then, his words got cut off as knights burst onto the scene nearby. The captain snapped that the meeting was set up to dodge pointless fights, then waved the hero over and told him to hop into the cart to roll onward. He said their target was the City of Knights, where they'd hash out the next moves and win the support they needed. Masaru and his crew piled into the cart, and they jolted off along the shattered road straight toward the city. The Night City was called Patarium, massive, majestic, and ringed by towering walls and razor-sharp defensive towers. On the road, the hero couldn't stop staring at the city's architecture. Those fortress walls of dark stone rose like a threat, commanding awe while daring him to fear how unreachable they were. While driving, the hero stared at the streaking scenery and realized, no matter how stunning or powerful Paterium was, he couldn't stay. He had to keep moving. The hero snapped into action with a crafty plan. Turning the chaos to his advantage, Captain Cook ordered everyone to check Masaru at the entrance and demanded he prove himself by flashing his guild card. They were already waiting at the checkpoint when chaos hit. Turns out the hero didn't have his guild card on him, and the paper was just nowhere to be found. Turns out it wasn't nearly as grim as it looked at first. The knight stepped in and offered to place the hero's hand on the magical instrument to identify it. Masaru obediently pressed his hand to the device, and boom, it instantly forged his very own guild card, totally unique and made just for him. They told him the card would flash his name, his guild, and whether he had a criminal record. Said it was only for identification and security. After that, the hero admitted this was nothing like him, but the moment he got the card, joy hit hard, and the tension finally melted away. He leaned in over his brand new card, dragging his fingertips across the surface as he hunted every tiny detail and imagined what it could do. He just leveled up, and when it lit up on the map and flashed through his skills, it hit the other heroes like a punch, leaving them staring in shock. They stared, stunned, and asked how he could pack so many skills into one guy. Masaru hadn't even seen that question coming. Rattled by his rush, he left the skills panel on the map open, then confessed he'd made a tiny mistake, but they didn't buy it. The heroes huddled up and started whispering to each other, stunned and skeptical at just how ridiculously stacked that hero's skill set was. They stared at the map in dead silence for a moment. Then they got yanked into a meeting, promised they'd pick the discussion back up later. Meanwhile, the employees were already packed into the meeting room, itching to talk things out and crush the problems. The heroes felt heavy with dread and tight nerves, yet that upcoming meeting sparked a fierce, serious kind of excitement. Inside, they spotted a huge table packed with people sitting stiffly, serious faces, with a little sadness hanging in the air. The man sitting in the mill leaned forward and introduced himself. Lancelot, head of the city, and the one calling the meeting. The protagonist stared him down and realized Lancelot's aura wasn't like the rest. It hit harder, ran deeper, and felt unmistakably more powerful. The young man tried to kick things off with a thankful nod and a chance to talk about real issues. Then the knight cut him off the instant he started. He shrugged off the small talk, went straight for the jugular, and told everyone he already knew the hero was trying to negotiate the Beastman's release. He said the young man had come to trade for the Beastman's freedom, but when it came time to hand things over, he'd got nothing worth even a second look. The mayor leaned in, itching to find out exactly what the young man could bring to the table in return. The hero weighed his thoughts, refused to mislead Lancelot, and tried to figure out what he could honestly bring to the table. Suddenly, he blared, "I can give you the knowledge!" He said that with his knowledge, he could slash mortality rates and even tackle the other problems nobody else could touch. People didn't get him at first, so he jumped in with examples, like how to upgrade horse-drawn carriages. He broke down, step by step, exactly how he planned to upgrade those carts. As he listened to these explanations, he couldn't stop his mind from racing. He told him he got the young man's point and backed it fully, but he still slammed the brakes. There wasn't any proof. The mayor said the deal sounded too good to ignore, then ordered the young man to stick around until they decided, and the young man immediately asked if the hero wanted him to join the knights. Lancelot barked a reminder that the young man had already turned them down once, but they weren't about to let go of a fighter like that. So he ordered the beastmen to be locked under guard until everyone could finally see what the youth's work had produced. Those words hit the hero like a lightning strike. Lancelot told the young man that this boy could give more than his wisdom. He could hand over his very destiny, too, and that thought hit him like a shock. He nodded in agreement, and everyone in the room instantly froze in shock. The knight promised that the moment he saw those results, he'd throw the beastmen's fate onto the young man's shoulders. The hero pushed for a talk with the secretary, clocking the young man's confusion. Then the guy admitted, eyes wide, that the conditions were seriously too good. Lancelot clocked it instantly. This invasion had him boiling inside. So yeah, they called it war for a reason. Still, the young man ended up thinking the knight's leader wasn't half bad. The man warned that if Beastmen haters got in the way, the Beastmen's release plans could get slammed to a halt, and Musatru was absolutely stunned. The hero stepped up with a wild, original plan to settle the duel and crush the whole conflict. He swore he'd take on anyone who stood against the Beastmen's liberation, and he made it sound like the only truth was whose side was right. Lance absolutely loved the plan, calling it a brilliant move and an instant win. He added, "If your opponent is the strongest man in the whole city, then nobody's going to argue." Then the hero yanked his sword free and held it out, challenging Masaru to a fight. The young man caught the way the other man's eyes flared like fire. This dude lived for fighting. So he stepped in fast, trying to talk the hero out of that duel and save him from what was about to go horribly wrong. The hero leaned in and demanded to know if the kid doubted his win, then told him to double-check the training ground schedule, basically daring him to bring on whatever challenge was next. Then the hero stepped forward and declared he was ready to run a lecture on personal hygiene. Right before training ever entered the conversation, he seized the moment and delivered a lecture to everyone in the room. He told them, "Get to training first, then I'll give you private lessons later." And when the commander-in-chief tried to slip away, Masaru yanked him back and demanded he stay. The hero kept talking, breaking down the basics of personal hygiene to the knights, hammering home every detail and why this mattered so much. He laid out the formal outline of Japan's compulsory education curriculum, and it hit the knights like a brutal, impossible weight. The commander-in-chief stared in shock at the young man's mind-blowing knowledge, and Masaru fired back that it wasn't just impressive, it was the kind of power they desperately needed. He blurted out, "Who the heck is Masaru, and why does he have all this priceless knowledge?" The commander-in-chief said that intel would be priceless, but they can't afford it, even if they wanted to. Lancelot flat out said he wouldn't stay in that hero's debt, and Masaru instantly knew this wasn't the moment for any polite formalities. He slammed his announcement down that the workday was over and told them, "All right, grab the forge." The hero blurted that he wanted to upgrade the carts and get the people's okay. Then he said a forge would be handed to him. Lancelot snapped that the best craftsmen always chase the big cities, which means this place is short on skilled blacksmiths. The young man was dragged into the forge, and he just stood there, stunned by everything he laid eyes on. The hero spotted a wild mix of materials, and the second he turned his head, those surprised eyes said everything. Masaru barked an order and demanded every worker be gathered right there. He blared out that he needed every single piece of material loaded and ready for today's job. He went on to say the forge needed a full, deep cleaning. One of the knights snapped, "Why do we need such careful tracking of the materials?" And that question lit the young man's fury on fire. Masaru slid on his gloves and promised, "I'm about to show you the ultimate storage system. Everything stays right where it belongs." The hero snapped into action, wiping out chaos in the forge. He hauled everything into place, lined the tools up tight, cleared the trash away, and turned the whole workspace into a smooth, comfortable set. He was genuinely thrilled as everything got cleaned up. The room lit up bright, and that neat, organized space looked even more beautiful than before. Masaru then struck up a talk with a worker, who admitted that they used to just stash the XSOR away with zero system or order. The man also said the city finally locked in a long-term ore supply contract, and that deal is set to run for at least another year, so the material keeps flowing non-stop. Masaru pitched the idea of turning the ore into tiny ingots, since they'd be way easier to handle, and maybe they could even forge a brand new alloy. The worker perked up and demanded to know what an alloy actually was. The hero launched into the alloy lesson, saying you can forge a tough metal only if iron and chromium are mixed just right. But the other guy just couldn't wrap his head around all those technical details yet. Masaru then decided to break it down in plain, easy words. No confusion, just a clear way to get the heart of the technology. After checking that his workplace was finally ready, the hero grinned and put his blacksmithing skills to the test, then started hammering away to practice. When he finally realized he couldn't forge a sword out of sheer desire alone, his surprise hit like a punch because it demanded careful precision and tons of patience. Masaru steadied himself and got to work with fierce focus, rebuilding the sword's intended design piece by piece, chasing every tiny detail until it matched the vision perfectly. He wielded iron ingots with razor-sharp skill, bending them into the exact shape and structure he wanted using magic. Slowly, the hero snapped into confidence, and he started pumping out new creations, one after another, then even more. After hours of grueling work, he finally stopped, and there, waiting for him, was a knife he'd forged with ruthless precision. The hero set that razor-sharp, carefully forged knife on the workbench, then dove into intricate, hands-on work, twisting tools and materials like every move was part of the plan. He stared at the people around him and reminded himself, with his blacksmithing skill, he could forge, tweak, and upgrade whatever he needed all by himself. Masaru kicked off his grind, testing new work techniques, messing with metal and its shapes, all to squeeze out the absolute best result. Deep down, he was forging something real within himself, and the process was already in motion. He knew exactly what he was doing, and that confidence was roaring. With non-stop focus, he toiled at the forge, and every passerby slowed down, craning to watch his work in awe. Just then, Lancelot burst into the forge and froze when he saw the hero had hammered a massive sword with his own hand. Yeah, if Masaru really forged that sword with his own hands, the hero confirmed it, then immediately said he'd make the weapon even better before anything else. Then Lancelot demanded his own blade get reforged, trusting the talent of the young blacksmith to make it legendary again. The man snapped with worry, staring at the workbench like something was about to go wrong. Parts and unassembled components were scattered all across the table. Masaru told everyone these weren't anything special, just spare parts. But with them, they'd reshape the city and crank it up to a whole new level. He broke down exactly how those materials could be turned into brand new mechanisms and upgrades. But Lancelot just couldn't wrap his head around how to use it all, at least not right away. The hero promised, "Tomorrow, I'm bringing my ideas and new developments straight to the residents and the authorities." So Lancelot had to clamp down, stay sharp, and be ready to meet anyone who wanted to talk innovations. The commander couldn't wait to find out what Masaru was about to do and exactly how he'd perform. Masaru burned the midnight oil, grinding over his products and plotting the presentation to make it absolutely unforgettable. He probably went a little overboard, burning too much time and effort into the work, but he loved every second of it, because the whole process filled him with pure joy. His mind fired up with a vivid picture of him dazzling the world with his wins, bragging about what his inventions could do and all the doors they'd open. He even remembered this grim little truth. Someday, he'd have to give a lecture on personal hygiene, or else he couldn't keep helping the knights and the townspeople. The very next morning, a girl showed up and found him like she'd been sent. She slipped in quietly, stood her ground with fearless confidence, and acted like she was delivering a message that could flip everything. He spun toward the liaison, and she told him the knights were packed with training. Her voice sounded tired, but her resolve burned on, matching the pressure in the air. The girl leaned in and told him that in just 3 days, Lancelot's duel was coming. And those words hung there like a warning, screaming that the next trial would slam into everyone's fate. She read him the official announcement, and the words hit like a verdict, strict, crystal clear, and leaving zero doubt about how deadly serious this upcoming event is. The girl admitted she could relate to young men, and her eyes lit up with real, heartfelt concern. Because that test wasn't just hard, it was dangerous. He shot back that there was no way serious injuries would happen. He'd be careful, and his calm, solid words made it clear he was running on pure grit and iron resolve. After a while, Lancelot finally arrived, and the forge practically erupted with energy and respect, because this wasn't just any man. He was the stuff legends are made of, a living symbol of raw strength and spotless honor. The hero demanded where Masaru was. Then his eyes lit up the second he spotted the young man, because he'd just found the person fate was about to slam into his life. The young man stepped up to the crowd and launched into his inventions, his voice blazing with pride and hope as he fought to prove he was worth everything he could do. The hero dragged the commoner over and demanded she test his invention. Curiosity sparked in her eyes. A little doubt lingered, but she still nodded and agreed to try it. The girl tested the invention, her hands trembling as she touched the device, and the moment it worked, surprise hit her like a shockwave. Everyone stared in shock as water blasted out of the device, and they whispered it must be magic, because miracles like that never happen in their world. The hero dived into upgrading the carts, locked in on one goal: make them faster, sturdier, and dependable. so the residents' lives got easier. For real. He stared down the device, hunting the exact problem. Then he studied every detail like it was a crime scene, searching for its weak spots so he could wipe them out. He kicked off explaining exactly what everyone had to do, and then threw himself into the grind too. The fire in his voice spread like lightning, and his listeners scrambled to help roll out the plans right away. He took his wild invention straight to Lancelot, and the cart tore forward so fast, it shocked everyone. Proof the idea was real, with serious potential. The heroes beam and agree. It really was amazing, sharing approving looks that lock in trust and make them understand each other even better. Even the knights couldn't help themselves. They shoved forward, desperate to grab a ride on that carriage, and pure excitement poured through the air like hope waiting to burst. Lancelot shadowed the young man after he climbed down from the cart, unable to look away, not just from the inventions, but from the plans brewing in the young man's head. They launched into a hype-fueled debate about how this young man was about to flip the city's everyday life on its head, and the whole talk crackled with inspiration and raw ambition. My young man started pushing hard for a non-aggression pact between humans and beastmen, and the moment he spoke, you could feel his resolve. He truly believed this was the road to peace and harmony. They stared each other down, and the commander blurted shocked, "Is that really all?" The hero didn't hesitate. "Yeah, that's it." And just like that, their sincerity and unshakable drive hit you like a punch. They struck the deal, and just like that, a brand new era kicked off, one that could flip the balance of power and twist everyone's relationships for good. The commander swore he'd stake his life for the city, not for the whole country, then leaned in and told the young man to be careful, because every word he spoke came with weight and a clear warning. Then the commanders snapped out a sudden call, right in the middle of the talk, shattering the moment and dropping brand new chaos into everyday life. The hero shot him a grateful look, and you could hear the real sincerity in his voice. "Thanks for the support and the understanding." Lancelot leaned in and told the young man to pour everything he had into the duel, because this was his final word before the trial ahead. The hero told himself he was still grateful to Lancelot, but today hit him like a truck. Pure fatigue crashed into his gratitude and tangled both in his head. The young man shoved the other man to a halt and snapped that the heroes still had one more lecture to deliver. Hygiene, no excuses. And it hit like a reminder that duty and responsibility to others never stop. Masaru realized his strength was gone. Right after the lecture, he'd burned every last ounce, and now his body demanded rest as fatigue crashed down on him like a heavy wave. He collapsed onto his bed, and the suffocating quiet wrapped around him, giving his mind a moment to finally slip away. Then, out of nowhere, he spotted a Victini at the window. Her sudden appearance hit like a puzzle, cloaked in mystery. He leaned in and started talking to her, and their conversation turned real, deep, honest, and full of understanding. Suddenly, the talk snapped straight to the young man's true love, when the girl leaned in, gently but eagerly pressing him with questions. He went up to the roof and started talking to her, praising how petite and pretty the girl was, like he'd hit love at first sight, his voice trembling with warmth and nostalgia. He suddenly clocked that the rabbit girl shared my exact name, and it hit him like lightning. He was stunned out of his mind, swore he'd only remembered his love because of that wild twist, and even said God had apologized to him, and all that surprise flooded him with pure wonder. He figured the goddess was genuinely shaken when their talk ended, because she usually has the power to twist everyone around her, and that realization suddenly made him see the real depth of who she was. He slid into the seat beside her and poured out his dream, everything he could do for the rabbit people, because that's what he lived for, and his words came out dead sincere, locked in and unshakably determined. So yeah, he's grateful to the goddess, and when she hears his words, respect lights up in her chest. She waved it off like it was nothing, telling him she didn't have to worry about that stuff at all, her voice steady, light, and calm. She fixed her hair in place and flashed a smile, instantly radiating warmth like she'd known you forever. She demanded to know what was wrong, and he snapped back that she was a lousy god, his words dripping with sharp, bitter irony. Rage flared in her, and when he bragged that he'd already told her thanks before, a playful squabble instantly erupted between them. She burst into laughter, and he lit up with a smile. Right then, it was clear they truly understood each other. They shared one last goodbye, and the hero charged straight for the forge, Time to drop the goodbyes and get back to building the future. The goddess stood on the roof, staring out into the far distance, her expression sharp with mystery, like she was quietly hinting at something big about to happen. 3 days have already crashed by since Victinius showed up, and the hero sprinted from place to place, dropping his hard-earned knowledge wherever people needed help and backing them up without holding back. When he had a moment to breathe, he threw himself into brutal training for the fight ahead, sharpening every move and forging his will like steel. Finally, the day of the duel crashed onto the calendar, and the hero was ready, burning with impatient drive and ironclad determination. The hero burst into the waiting room, barking complaints at everyone in sight. Lancelot snapped his head to Masaru, fury roaring in his voice. He couldn't figure out where his sword was, the one he needed for the fight that was coming. The protagonist stayed cool and said he'd deal with the sword later, refusing to let his opponent's rage shake his focus. He yanked his sword free, and the two of them started trading sharp insults like it was a game, until the real test finally. They bantered and joked, trying to melt the tension and keep their nerves steady before the fight erupted. The young man leaned in and asked how many times the man had been beaten. Then the man grinned and proudly said, "None." The man demanded the young man unleash every ounce of strength, and the two tore toward the arena, itching to fight. When the crowd roared, the young man stared in shock, and that's when he spotted a messenger sitting among the spectators. She flashed him a warm, welcoming gesture, straight up fueling Masaru with confidence and steel. The host blared that the battle was about to ignite, and the crowd went wild. Then the heroes snapped into action and charged straight into the fight. The messenger sitting nearby snapped to attention when someone called her Malady, and the name instantly made irritation simmer under her skin. She leaned in, eyes locked on the fight, craving to know just how fast it would slam shut. Masaru surged into close combat, determined to read his opponent up close and decode every move they were planning. At one point, Lance slammed the young man hard and threw him back, like the force itself was fighting for him. The hero snapped into evasive motion, weaving past each strike and biding his time for the perfect opening. The knight sneered at him as strange, because he couldn't even set his stance the way the rules of combat demanded. The blade battle kept raging, and both of them threw everything they had into every swing, because this wasn't just a fight, it was a brutal test. The young man clung to the goddess's words. He could take on an entire army alone, and he decided to prove it for real. He snapped on his inventory skill, and suddenly logs plummeted from the sky, smashing into the battlefield and turning everything into total chaos around his opponent. Lancelot dodged the falling log in a flash, and you could practically feel his victory before it even landed. This young man kept unlocking fresh skills one after another, and the pressure kept cranking higher and higher. Soon, logs came crashing in from every direction, trapping Lancelot with the force of a full-on siege. He finally snapped to the truth. This wasn't a scare, it was a real siege, and he started hunting for a way out, fast. He figured the only way out was to dodge every weapon by locking in on every single move. In that exact moment, the girl held her breath and watched every single thing unfold around bated breath. The messenger sprang to his feet and started yelling at Lancelot, and Lancelot froze, then snapped his head around in shock. The young man unleashed every siege weapon he had, and even hauled out a monstrous ballista to flip the whole battle around. The knight lunged to dodge that brutal weapon, whipping his sword up to shove the chaos back and keep everything off it. The crowd stared in shock, stunned by how huge and fresh those techniques were, like they'd just seen something they never thought possible. At the clutch moment, the protagonist hurled his sword upward, ready to unleash the final blow. He charged straight into the enemy with pure audacity and unshakable confidence. He ducked and dodged like crazy, all while his mind raced for the next move, anything to keep the upper hand. Out of nowhere, he swung his sword and froze, stunned by what he saw. His weapons snapped cleanly into two pieces, and the whole crowd went wide-eyed in shock. People couldn't believe it. This sudden twist blew their minds and lit up the crowd with pure excitement and joy. Masaru cut down the knight and rose as the battle's living legend of pure strength and skill. Lancelot studied the young man, flashed a small smile, and said he got the whole scheme, because that kind of daring brilliance always works, and in the chaos of battle, no matter how many tricks you pack in, surprises still sneak through. The hero admitted that at first, he actually trusted his plan, until the sword's blade looked like it was seconds away from snapping. Then he hit him with the reminder. Lancelot himself had handed him that sword and watched him slice it down before the test, just to see if the kid could handle it in that state. And that turned the whole thing into a whole new level of danger and tension. Masaru pointed out that the sword he'd been handed was forged from a totally different material than what fighters were using out there. So in the young man's eyes, this plan didn't feel like war at all. It felt like an adventure, like fate and skill were turning the whole thing into a game. The knight took it in with sharp disappointment, like he'd just realized he'd overplayed his hand and never expected this level of cleverness from his opponent. Because deep down, he knew the fight hadn't gone even close to his script. The kid bragged that the giant bow was a ballista made to smash fortresses, but he never saw Lancelot slice the arrow out of the air. This mattered to him most of all, because the arrow strike was what shattered the opponent's sword, cracking the blade and leaving it wide open. Then he hauled his own sword up close, ready to prove just how razor-sharp and perfectly made it was. Nothing like that battered thing his opponent was swinging. Masaru handed Lancelot the sword as a gratitude gift, praising him for that honest, honorable fight and showing he truly respected his opponent. He swung the brand-new sword with pure excitement, loving every ounce of weight and perfect balance in his grip, because holding a weapon this refined felt like a dream come true. Lancelot straight up confessed he lives for fighting, and he doesn't care what weapon anyone brings. What thrills him is the fight itself, and using every clash to sharpen his skills. He told him that every battle for him turns you into something better, sharper, stronger, smarter, because fight after fight, you gain experience and new knowledge. That night felt like a memory. He'd always had comrades at his side, fighting with him. But then he turned one day and found nothing but empty space. No one close enough to reach him. He realized that the stronger he got, the nastier the battles turned, each one demanding more effort than the last. Later, he finally understood the truth. He had to take charge of his power and his place, and this mess was born from his own weak will, because he never let himself lean on anyone else. With a grin blazing in his eyes, he admitted today's fight was wildly interesting, and somehow taught him more than he expected, leaving him with brand new ideas to chew on. Lance's words hit hard. Fighting builds self-improvement, and Masaru, hearing that, cracked a smile, stepped back, and shut the fight down, because he knew he'd finally hit his limit. As the knight crowned his opponent the winner, the whole crowd erupted in thunderous applause, cheering that young hero like a champion. The messenger stared at the scene and grinned, pride and hope lighting up his face, and the character swore the beastman would finally break free and claim justice. At that moment, the tavern erupted in lively chatter. Everyone was trading stories about what just happened and arguing like crazy about what the future would bring. Out of nowhere, a stranger slid up to the two men, and that sudden interruption snapped their focus straight to him, instantly making them nervous. When they spun around, Lancelot stood there, and a jolt of terror and respect hit them all at once. The men started to shake with nerves and doubt, but the knight pressed down on their fear, urging them to breathe, stand tall, and show off real confidence and power. He'd said Lancelot wasn't here to fight. He'd come to talk about Masaru, demanding he spill every secret they'd been hiding. He dug into everything he'd gathered on the young hero, tearing through the details like a hawk. And then he spotted something off-pattern, a clue that could reveal the young man's fate. The man felt something was off because that boy's power was way lower than the hero's, yet the way he moved and what he'd accomplished didn't look normal at all. The man turned to everyone there and demanded, "Who's stepping up to take care of the young man under the agreed rules of cooperation?" Right then, a girl slipped into the tavern with effortless ease, beaming like nothing could touch her, and she called Lancelot grandfather, and suddenly the whole place lit up with shocked gasps and grins. A few days later, a bunch of people packed up at the main entrance of the hall, all on edge, waiting for something huge to happen, or for the kind of news that changes everything. The young hero said, "If everything clicks into place, then yeah, maybe it's time. I'm ready to start my journey." The hero spotted blue marks crawling over the man's face and blurted, "What happened to you?" But the man dodged every question, refusing to spill the truth. With a grin, he bragged that a wild horse slammed into him. Right then, a kick from behind jolted him hard. At that exact moment, the hero spotted the girl and couldn't believe his eyes. Turns out the messenger wasn't some random stranger. It was Lancelot's niece, Adelina. She stepped in, bowed, introduced herself, and thanked the young man for his performance, grinning that she loved it, then declared that starting right then and there, she was going to be under his care. The young man blinked in shock and demanded the hero break it down. He said Adelina wasn't just talking. She wanted to spread her wings, chase fresh experiences, and see what else life had to offer. The young man started to realize he desperately needed help, and that this girl could become the rock he counts on for everything he'll do next. Adelina stepped closer to the young man, and her words lit him up as someone worth trusting, someone people respected. The hero flashed a grin and said he could spot the same fire in her that Lancelot had, same drive, same spirit. He told her that if she wanted to tag along and help him out, he wouldn't fight it. He'd gladly take her support. The girl lit up with genuine joy, and it felt like she'd finally found her people, an ally and a true friend. A young man slung his things on his back and declared he'd dreamed of turning the village into a city, so beastmen could finally live safe and in peace. Lance barked sternly at the girl. "Don't you dare try to stop Masaru, or the ties that bind them will snap and their relationship will crash." He flashed a smile, soaking in every kind word and thanking them for their hospitality, feeling the love and respect of everyone standing beside him. The protagonist and Adelina started walking out, trading goodbyes with everyone nearby, and you could feel the excitement crackling about what came next in their journey. The young man clocked it. His journey was going to take way longer than he ever planned, but he didn't flinch. He was ready to take the hit and keep moving. On his way, he steamrolled a bunch of beastmen problems and scooped up tons of useful materials he'd need for his next moves. When he finally made it back to the rabbits, they lit up with joy, warm smiles, open arms, and the unmistakable comfort of his people behind him. He kicked off the explanation, then turned and introduced Adelina, his assistant and trusted ally, ready to dive straight into the important stuff. A rabbit girl barreled up to him, sobbing tears of pure joy, and the hero's heart instantly broke with sympathy. He suddenly knew he had to savor this moment completely, drinking in every second as the goddess watched him from afar. He pulled the bunny girl into a tight hug, and pure happiness hit him, proof that all his hard work finally paid off. The girl tells him, "I thought the hero was just going to scavenge resources, but I had no clue everything would spiral this hard." And then she adds, "And Masaru still shocked everyone again, so my uncle should learn from him." The man declares he finally gets what the Pontarium is really after, and if they're planning to break ranks with their own country and team up with them, then they'll swallow their resentment, drop the grudge, and gladly accept their help. But even so, doubts gnaw at him, especially about the tech Masaru taught them, and whether it'll help them level up faster, or spark a new round of fighting again. He shoots back, "Don't worry, I already talked straight to your commander and hammered out a peace treaty, so the heroes can drop this and focus on something else for now. Namely, I've got to get ready to welcome those beastmen the moment they're freed, and that means we must expand the village fast." He steps up and proposes building a whole city ruled by beastmen. The next morning, she nudged the girls wake Masaru up, then told him straight up that he'd said they needed to gather everyone for a talk, and the rabbit immediately nodded in agreement. The girls take off first, and the hero snaps open his status page to check every skill he's got, looking for the ones that can save him. He spots an owl delivering a message, freezes in surprise, then taps the link anyway. After Victorana's younger sister, the goddess of magic Erosaphira, receives the news about the development, she reports that the gods of Listeria will back it, because as a reward, they're going to push Masaru to level up his skills, and they offer to talk with him. He's completely stunned when God hands him an award, and it clicks. There isn't just one god in this whole world. He cheers over the goddess's younger sister, Ira Sapphira, praising her like a real goddess, common sense and all. Masaru figures, if I get rewarded for building it up once, keep going, and they'll reach out to me again. When he scans the skills, he tells himself this: if the village's growth can't push his abilities higher, then he won't have to worry about losing his motivation. The same girls blast his name shouting, "Masaru!" at the top of their lungs. The hero shows up at the residence, begs forgiveness for the delay, and tells them he pulled everyone together for one mission, to talk about what's coming next for the village. He tells everyone that a bunch of the residents might have already heard this from the chief, and that the beastmen humans had beaten down were finally freed. But oh no! They've got a massive problem coming next. Around 200 people are finally free, and if all of them flood into the village, the population explodes overnight. So they've got to level up their food supply and their defenses fast. So Masaru pushes for something bold, building the city somewhere completely separate. He's about to march up to the boss and spill that a whole district sits nearby. Then the residents burst in and cut him off. They lean in and demand, "Can a real city actually be built from scratch?" And then grill the hero on what kind of city he's planning to create. He shoots back that he'll throw himself into it and do everything he can to back everyone up. And about the city, he's like, "Trust me, this place will keep you safe, cover everything, and it'll be bursting with smiles from the beastmen." The whole neighborhood cheers at the news, swears they'll do their part, and praises Masaru as the kind of reliable guy you can count on. He couldn't believe it. These beastmen trusted him, and the relief hit like pure victory. The hero admits he hasn't really opened up to everyone who trusted him, until now, and he insists that's the honest truth, so he wants to finally talk about himself. One villager admits he doesn't really know Masaru at all, except that the kid wandered in after getting lost on the roadside, and with all his troubles, nobody ever bothered to ask questions. Masaru finally blurts out the full truth. He really got whisked away by the gods from another world, and it completely stuns everyone. Silence crashes down, and the hero worries no one's going to believe a word he's about to say. Everyone circles him, staring in awe, demanding, "What are you talking about? Another world!" They press him on how Masaru's knowledge comes from a whole other civilization that God brought to him, and whether he's ever actually met them. His partner finally figures out why he always felt so uneasy. Narome is completely stunned. Right after he speaks, the residents trust him instantly. The village chief demands, "Did the gods do this?" And the girl snaps back that if the creators of their world pulled the same move, then everything finally makes sense. Musori snaps to the fact that he's stepped into a world where God is just assumed, and his grandfather immediately hits him with, "It's a bit late for this, kid. You've got to earn our trust now." Whoever stands guard for them as a comrade isn't just an ally. They live, work, and basically get folded into the family, and nobody there would even think to get suspicious of someone like that. The hero lights up at those words, and then, boom! The kids start peppering him with questions. Where Masaru is from, how the tech works, and what the gods even look like. Panic hits, and Narami blurts that at dinner he'll spill more about himself. Then he'll craft a bronze statue like a god and unveil it next time. The rabbit blurts out that the biggest thing is kicking off plans to expand the village. Then the hero snaps back, "Just follow the chief's orders. We'll deal with the wood later." The guy whips around to his partners and offers them work. Then after this crushing silence, he finally says they'll help him get slaked lime ready. The rabbit can't even wrap its head around what's happening. Masaru tells them they'll unleash it when they build the city, calling it their secret weapon, and hands the whole job over to the girls. The girl asks, "Is it tough?" And the guy groans that it's pretty exhausting, then tells her, "Come on, follow me." He hustles them to the kiln to forge slaked lime. He tells you they've got to drop the shells into the pot first, then feed wood and fuel into the bottom, fire up the stove, and the next step? That part is insanely important. The box beside him was a Metzi. He yanked and pressed the handle, blasting air from the hole non-stop because they had to keep the fire roaring. The rabbit leans in and asks, "So what happens next after this video?" Masar snaps back that the air will shoot through a pipe straight into the oven, so the heat can blast past 1,000 degrees. His partner leans in and demands, "Okay, but how do you measure it all exactly?" Masaru shoots back, "I don't even know myself," then admits that when it comes to knowledge, understanding it and explaining the theory, that's all great. But the real deal? Safety, every time, and using it the right way. The girl tells him she understands safety, then fires back, "So what do you mean by proper use?" He says correct means you can bring every idea you picture in theory to life, for real. And the right way to use it swings wildly depending on the tech you're dealing with. The hero warns that depending on how people use technology, it can unleash either incredible blessings or brutal disasters. And that's why every bit of power comes with responsibility. In May, he turns to Adeline and tells them to sit with this question. How do you judge technology? When it delivers miracles, and when it crashes? The rabbit shoots, "Is it really okay to fail?" Masaru plants his hands on their heads and tells them, Forget learning by never messing up. Give yourselves room to reflect on what's right and relive the past. Like a reset button for their minds. The girl flashed him a smile, and he fired off the idea to warm up the oven first. The hero's like, "We've got each other now. Everything's going to be fine from here on out with my partners." And the boss told him, "You've got your own job to do. Start building that city here." So he had to begin by leveling the area little by little. But the moment he gets there and lays eyes on that perfectly clean patch of land, he feels weird and blurts out that the slot machine skills are straight up cheat level. So scary it makes his skin crawl. Even if he'd boosted his level and skills since his last visit, this time was different. Something felt brutal, like a huge battle had ripped through the place, flattening everything until it was nothing but the ground. The chief pushed for that spot, mostly flat, high up in the sky, and it sounded perfect, until they stepped onto the rock-strewn ground. Masaru can't just lean on the rabbit people for help with something this complex, and judging by how long this is taking, only his own processing skills can pull it off. He's not sure he'll make it, but as soon as he doesn't try, it's over. So he fires up his magic and goes for it. And in the end, he carved out a 100-square-meter patch of safety, and using everything he learned in Putarium, he figured it would still take him around 6 grueling hours to fully refill his magic, even if he played it smart and rebuilt it little by little. Now that I see it clearly, the land clearing problem is basically already solved. Narami can knock it out in just a few days. But he has no clue what to do. If he keeps going like this, he'll be stuck working for 2 full days, and the project still won't be finished. He's stuck in his head, wondering what on earth he's supposed to do next. The hero finally clocks what's lurking behind the rocks to his north, and a rush of old adventures crashes back into his mind. He sprints toward the one thing he's craved and needed ever since the moment he was born. He makes it his top priority, rockets to the edge of the cliff, and spots it. Beneath that rock, tons of slugs are squirming away. The village chief beams at Masaru and tells him they're so grateful he's been helping every day and even lifting the whole village up. The chief's face twists into awkward disbelief, and he admits that even now, the hero is still helping build the city, so he has no choice but to trust him. Staring at the slug in the box, he blurts out, "What is this?" And Nairami answers, "It's a slug." He adds that he raised him in the village for a while, so he's hoping they'll get along. Then he drags him around the streets, and the whole village erupts in panic. The chief snaps at Masaru and roars that slugs are magical beasts, and Masaru fires back with a happy, knowing response. The hero tells everyone, "Someday I'm using these for trash removal and pickup," because this whole time his slug's been chilling instead of attacking anyone, and he's determined to dig deeper with more research. Narame tells them that back when he was in the Putarium, he devoured tons of books and learned this crazy truth. There are magical beasts out there that aren't hostile to people at all. They live side by side with humans, and you can even use them like resources, just like wood or stone. The chief leans in and asks if the hero wants to take a look. When the hero says yes, Masaru instantly clocks the real deal. The chief is just trying to get him to see his toilet. Grandpa insists he never in a million years imagined magical beasts could be turned into resources. He says the hero once hinted he wanted to try something, then presses him. Was he talking about an experiment with a slug to use for waste disposal? Masaru nods with a grin and says he wants to figure out what that slug can actually digest, plus its weak spots, so he can control it later. The hero declares he wants to catch and raise monitor lizards from right here, and if they get a farm going, the whole food problem solves itself too. He says this is the first step toward breeding slugs, and then fires off a question. What does the village chief think about it? The chief says he'll head out and warn every villager, and Narami quickly thanks him. Masaru's journal lays out his slug studies. He hammers up a stone barricade around it, then notes the beast's size. A 60-centimeter monster shaped like a mongoose and somehow translucent and greenish, like it's glowing from within. A slug can't climb past its own height. If the support it pulls on takes up less than 2/3 of the area of the ground it's climbing from, it slips and rolls right back down. For the test, the hero shoved him garbage, leaves, and scraps of wood, just to see what he'd do. The slug gulped it all with its body, chewed through the food bit by bit, then swallowed what was left. Turns out it doesn't care much for leaves or wood, but give it a couple of days and it'll digest everything down to nothing. Masaru's convinced waste recycling will run smooth, clinging to that hope from days ago, until one resident steps up, says something to the hero, and an ugly incident sparks. He sprinted toward the slug, only to find it already lifeless and gone. He cradles the animal in his hands, totally stunned. How did it get this small? And how did this even happen? The hero thinks the slug's totally dried up, then quickly figures it just needed water. Masaru clocks it. This slime can't stand dehydration, so he keeps testing that new slime, and then boom! He discovers its real weak spots are fire and water. Keeping the slugs under control got way easier thanks to volunteers who stepped in to help raise them. Thinking about what slugs can do, the guy cooked up a wild hypothesis. Slugs can actually be one of the key parts of this world's self-cleaning system. He came up with his hypothesis when he tried this. Plop a slug into polluted water, and it gulps down all the grime, leaving the water crystal clean. This world is packed with mysteries he can't even name yet, and Masaru finally faced that chilling truth after his experiments. And honestly, it's awesome how the villagers don't freak out about the slugs anymore. Mei leans in and asks the hero, "Can we turn slugs into pets?" Magical beasts are blowing up in popularity, and more people are jumping on the bandwagon, because trying to warn everyone that slugs are still dangerous would be a total nightmare. He snaps at the rabbit with a hard no, insisting slugs are monsters, not pets. Masaru confronts the class leader, asking why his question makes him sigh like that, and the grandfather shoots back that the hero is only bringing it up now, when everyone's already swamped, so he's just shocked it took this long. The chief snaps, "Why are you hauling off again, just to grab materials?" Adelina tells the village chief that Narami's actions may look weird, but she's certain he's got a reason, and they'll uncover it later. Masari flat out says they've got nowhere near enough materials, and when he thinks about how the city will be run down the road, he pushes to protect as much of the land around it as he possibly can. The headman claims he didn't even hesitate, then slapped every last bit of work onto the hero's shoulders. He insists that the residents will go all out to help the boy. Narami says he's got a new plan. He needs a collection team, and he's asking them to help him gather tree seeds and saplings. Adelina demands to know what he'll do with them, and the hero snaps back that he's throwing them straight into jail. He says trees can take months or even years to grow, but you can fell them in minutes. So if you plant seedlings now, you'll set yourself up for what's coming later. So once they turn those mountains and forests green again, they'll rake in the exact wood they need, without wrecking all that lush vegetation. Masaru picked up that knowledge while working at the home center too, just not because he's some expert in growing seedlings or mastering fertilizers. On the very first day hunting Naurami, Mei and Adelina scale up to a towering spot in the forest. Adelina snaps that they're just here to grab wood, and the hero fires back, "Yeah, but we also need to haul boulders." He'd been talking landscaping with the village chief so they could grab seeds and seedlings of edible and medicinal plants while they were there. Mei promises that those trees will grow huge and bring them a positive answer. Then the guy snaps that they're finally in the forest, so they've got to watch every wild plant and animal, because symbiosis is the whole key. Adelina's totally lost, because that word hits like a brick, too tough for her to even grasp. Masaru says that in the world he lived in, humans built an insanely advanced civilization, and that unstoppable power wiped out countless species, leaving the whole planet reeling. So he's pushing for everyone in the new world to get along, because every creature there is basically a beloved child of the gods. Adelina swears that if some guy who met God is saying it, then you can take it as truth. The girls urge them to get started right now, praying that a bunch of wild, fascinating surprises are waiting for them. The hero bursts with joy and pushes to begin right there, starting with the area all around them. Adelina piled up a mountain of massive logs and immediately asked, "Did I do a good job?" She calls out to Mei, asking where Masaru is, because it's time to tally up every last collected material. The rabbit says that guy vanished ages ago, and she spent that time gathering a ton of plants, so now she's hunting down the hero. She hears sword clashes in the distance, and Adelina's jaw drops. Those rabbit folk ears are crazy useful. Then it hits her. Narami might be in a fight right now. They head straight for the noise, and the girl can't hold it in. She's desperate to ask if Masaru's okay. The girls spot him slicing someone with a sword, and one blade rockets straight for Adelina. Then the guy shouts for her to catch it. The beast's head plops into her hands, and terror explodes. She panics and shrieks, yelling that he forced her to grab it. Narmi shoots off an apology, insisting he thought she could dodge it. Then she snaps back that next time, he won't wiggle out of it so easily. He tells me there were magical beasts that looked downright deadly, and he tried to scare them off. Then they struck first, and that's when May noticed something. She stares at a monstrous worm's body sprawled right in front of her. The rabbit blurts out that those creatures dwell underground and snack on insects and more, and the hero suddenly gets it, knowing that's why plants thrive there. He tells you, back in my world, the same thing happened. Worms burrow into the soil and make it richer, so the plants explode with growth. But May can't spot the holes the worm dug, and she doesn't see a single opening where it could burst out or slip back into the ground. Adelina blurts out that worms are masters of earth magic. They twist and shift the ground around them, slip through the soil, and somehow never leave a single hole behind. May says she heard a wild trick. Worms can be turned into a real archery bow. She says you can cash in on worms in the Paterium for serious money, and then drops the real secret. Most top-tier bows are built using worm material. Masaru leans in and demands to know how they're using the worm. Adelina grins and explains that the worm's muscle is stretchy and tough, perfect for bowstrings, leather armor, and a bunch of other uses too. The hero blurts out, "This stuff is way more useful than I ever expected." Then he nods like he understands exactly who's out there hunting these animals. The partner shrugs and says, there are only a handful of people in the world who could actually take down that worm. May praises Masaru for taking down the beast, and he admits it'd be awesome to go hunting magical creatures, the kind you can use for valuable materials. The rabbit claims they hunt monitor lizards and guinea fowl every time they're hungry. The hero practically swoons, says the bird's song sounds delicious, then decides he might just go hunting for a mate on his own. She snaps her attention forward, listening hard, and tells everyone these creatures make special sounds, so she can hunt them down right now. A rabbit hears this bone-chilling sound and instantly panics, clutching the sushi so hard her teammates start to worry about her for real. She trembles and sobs in pure terror, and when Narami sees her like that, it hits her. Her face looks exactly the way it did the first time they ever met. The hero's instincts kick in, and he starts to fear the goblin is close by. May beg him to stay, right even after realizing that guy is insanely strong. She sobs at the top of her lungs, screaming that Masaru will die, because this time, he just can't fight. He's stunned. Then he leans in close, swearing to her he won't do it. And he warns, the same monster's zone is pure danger. First, they've got to figure out exactly what they're up against. The rabbit blurts, "Will you come right back?" And Masaru shoots back, "Yeah," then immediately fires, "So, where's the monster?" May thrusts his finger into the shadowy depths of the forest. The hero sprints to the spot and ducks behind a tree, vanishing from sight. He spots a bear viciously tearing into the neck of another animal. Naromi is absolutely terrified of that huge animal, and it's getting to her fast. The hero trembles at the bear's fury and bolts behind a nearby tree. The animal bolts away, and Masaru finally exhales. He's been saved. He can't believe his eyes. He's never seen bears like this before, and just one glance tells him the beast is about 4 meters tall, with 4 powerful limbs. He figures the bear and the horse are going at it for territory, then he spots the horse too. Massive, towering, and freakishly huge with 6 legs. The hero is itching to test that skill. He wants to find out what secrets it can unlock, and whether it can uncover anything at all. He spots the animal's status. It's a savanna-storming horse, a twisted mutation that shows up when magic in the body goes way off the charts, with horns tougher than copper and iron built for smashing attacks. Masaru has no clue that this world is packed with particles that feed magic like fuel. But the real question is this. What kind of massive bear-like monster did it kill that huge horse? And why would that animal bolt out of nowhere, right when a single drop suddenly lands on the guy's nose? Rain started pounding down, and Narami snapped to attention. He had to finish his search fast, race back to May and Adelina, and tell the headman exactly what went down. Back in the village, the hero lays out what happened, and the chief snaps that it wasn't just an animal, it was a demon bear. He adds that the giant horse is twisted by magic too, mutated in the worst way. Grandfather swore that back when they lived in a coastal town, these creatures only surfaced once every few years, and no one could stop them. Plus, he claimed magical beasts were powerful enough to trigger full-on natural disasters. Masaru insists he did the right thing after hearing Mei out, and the class president chimes in that they only got away with it because they were lucky this time. The hero demands answers, and the chief snaps back that the beast's hunger should have been fed already. Then the demon bear backs away the second it senses the rain coming. Grandfather swears this time the partners are brimming with luck. The rain that's falling right now is basically the world opening the door to the rainy season ahead. He tells me that right around this time of year, the rains hammer down for 2 solid weeks, and out on the plains the water climbs from ankle-deep to knee-high, until the forests and fields drown out and turn into one giant lake. And even a demon bear can't move freely in this kind of chaos, so if the residents use this time to prepare properly, they'll be fine. Masaru knew the village chief wasn't really calm. He'd seen what was coming. And if they had this much time, they'd turn it into defense, set up tents, and get ready. And again, he repeats the chief's words, how the forests and fields are turning into one giant lake. He whips around to the headman and makes it clear. Animal habitats are different too. The grandfather nods, saying especially aquatic creatures will be everywhere, but Masaru is already storming off to somewhere else. The hero shoots out an apology, admits he knows the bear thing matters, but he's reached his limit, and the elder's face tightens as he panics. Are you really about to face that beast alone? Narami fires back that the village only serves meat, and he's craving something else, because eating this is basically torture for Japanese taste buds. He begs for just one day, and Adelina just shrugs like she's seen this kind of stunt from the guy before, while the headman clocks his speed in real time. The hero spots these huge puddles and grins like, "Yes, there's water here, and it's mine to use!" He's trying to catch the person, then boom, his balance snaps, and he stares at the puddle like it betrayed him, clueless as to why. All at once, he feels something seize his leg. Suddenly, a massive crab bursts out of the water to slam Masaru, then he whips his hand out and snatches it tight by the claw. He yanks a rope from his inventory, swings it around the crab, and ties the thing up tight. He's grinning at his prize, then checks the status like it's a treasure map. This forest catch has bright green eyes, can reach up to a full meter, and in the water, it flickers into a sparkling emerald green. The hero snaps awake. This place is packed with treasures, and he's already hunting anything edible in sight. It snaps up the jewel cutter crab, and those jewel-bright scissor-like pincers clamp down, grab the prey, and drag it off. This beast can stretch to a whopping 1.5 meters. Next, we've got the green moss shrimp. Its shell wears actual moss. It can reach a jaw drop. As he pushes deeper, he stumbles into poisonous Harlan toads. Tiny doses of their venom can kill. And since the poisoning symptoms hit differently from person to person, tracking down the right antidote becomes a nightmare. Then he stumbles into a stealthy python that melts into the surroundings, hidden as if it was never there. And then, boom! He reels in a monster eel so long it feels unreal, roughly 5 meters stretched out, with a thickness of about 5 centimeters. After snagging a mountain of prey, he bursts into joy and laughs. Now I can finally say goodbye to an unbalanced diet! Victinus bursts out of the portal and demands to know what the hero's whispering under his breath. Then the shock hits so hard it terrifies him. She can't wrap her head around why he's still acting like this, and Masaru tells her straight up he'll never get used to it. He demands why she showed up in the middle of the pouring rain, and the goddess grins, saying the divine veil will keep her completely dry. Juso's cheeks flare red as she blurts that she just showed up. She totally wasn't nosy about what Naomi was doing out in the rain, or about what he was going to do with the crabs and the rest of that loot. The hero can't stop thinking, what if she's never even tasted human food, because she's a goddess? He's basically saying, if you don't want to see this massive haul of loot, what kind of person are you? The goddess finally gets it. This is all food. And she fires off a question. So, does it taste terrible? Masaru grabs her hand and yanks her forward, and together they sprint through the pouring rain. Narami quickly hammers together a temporary shelter to hold off the danger. The goddess lets out a sharp remark, saying the structure is surprisingly solid, especially for the way that guy hurried and strapped everything together. Curiosity got the best of Victinius, and she took a bite of the crab just to see what it tasted like. She shoots him a disgusted look and asks if they're really gonna eat it raw. Then Masaru shrugs and says they just need to boil the crab first. He points to a wooden table and insists they just sit tight and wait while the food cooks. The hero starts cooking the crab, and when the goddess spots his wet hair, she snatches a towel off the table and hands it to him. She gently brushes the strands from his hair, and the poor guy freezes in shock. Then she snaps, "Don't move," and he obeys. He tells her, "I get it, you want to dry my hair." But then he can't help wondering if she's always had that kind of attitude. The goddess snaps at him to stay quiet and stare at the window, and she does it all for herself. She made it clear. This was her way of paying him back for every ounce of effort he poured in, from helping the village to coming through for the coastal town and everything in between. After a while, Masaru slams the finished crab onto the table. Victinia blurted that the dish looked way better than she ever expected, and the hero immediately felt awkward because of everything the goddess had done. The goddess grabs a crab leg, bites at it like she's going for the kill, then snaps that the hard shell is blocking her, and the guy grins, telling her there's a special way to do it. He yanks a chunk of the shell free, tears out the meat, and hands it to her like it's the most precious thing in the world. The girl takes a cautious bite, bracing herself for whatever comes next. She grins and gushes that the food is insanely tasty. The goddess gasps at how this is even possible. She swears the recipe nails a razor-thin balance of bright umami and sweet flavor, then praises Masaru to the heavens. He cracks a joke about them scarfing food fast before Victinius gobbles it all. Then the goddess snaps, shushes him, and orders him to bring her even more meat. After they finish eating, the girl beams and tells him, "Thanks, this is the first time I've ever tried something like this." He grins and says, "Good news, there's still some left." The goddess leans in and asks, "Can I take it for my little sister, Ear?" Narumi blurts out that he remembers her sister, the one who actually sent that message, and claims she's way more sensible than some of his so-called friends, but the girl snaps back, cursing that telling him any of this was totally unnecessary. He doesn't mind her grabbing the food, but he demands one thing. How is she getting it to her sister? Because once it's cold, it won't taste right, and if he slips it into the inventory, everything's fine. The goddess clocks it instantly. This guy isn't just good at one thing, he's a full-blown master of every trick. She brags that she can cook up meals, invent handy tools, forge deadly swords, and the best part is, watching him never slows down or gets boring. Masaru can't wrap his head around what she's saying, because the gods handed him these skills. Then she snaps back like, "No, that's not what I mean at all." Victinia tells him, "These aren't real magic tricks. Without the owner's knowledge and imagination, nothing works. Skills like these are just the foundation." He finally clicks with what she's saying, and he smirks like, "Of course I know how to use them. I worked at a home center." He handled everything flawlessly because the heart of it all sat beyond the city limits. A rural home center sprawls into one massive building set on acres of land, and it's open from early morning till late at night, where you can stroll into a giant retail store packed with all kinds of flowers and plants. During planting season, the hero teamed up with local farmers, then opened his store way earlier than usual so they could shop with zero hassle. He threw himself into learning how to nurture every kind of flower, tree, veggie seed, and young seedling, then tended them on their exact schedule all through the year. Masaru busted his way through every kind of task, building and tearing down chicken coops and barns, laying bricks and paving sidewalks, working with wood and electronics, feeding animals, and even handling first aid. All of it. The hero blurts that all this weight piled up because he's survived so much, which means he's got a ton of knowledge, but it's worthless unless he finally passes it on and shows others how to use it. He erupts into screams, yelling that he memorized everything so fast there's no way he needs anyone's help, and that his manager didn't even bother to fix it, then claims the other guy should be capable of even more. Narami snaps out of that awkward mess fast, and the goddess tells him, "All of this helped you," then adds with a confident smile that people will live better because of what he's done. She says she heard they even made a bronze statue in her honor, and as a goddess, she's soaking in that pride. Masaru just can't help feeling awkward. He says they've got to take on a demon bear, because if they don't, the beast men who just rolled into the new city won't get a friendly welcome at all. When he finally sees Victinius's living face, he instantly realizes, Oh, he came into the forest to hunt, but he's dodging the real topic by running from the bear. The god sears him with her words, snarling that she won't accept him trying to run away. She insists the hero was summoned into this world with power to pull off miracles, and she refuses to believe anyone as great as him could ever be weak. The hero flashes a smile, calls it unfair for her to bring it up, and tells her what the goddess will do if he even tries to run. Victoria snaps that she'll never forgive him, at least not like this. Masaru bursts into laughter and tells her she's acting like a kid. Then the goddess snaps, furious. He adds that if Octinia says the word, he can't just sit there and do nothing. The residents hammer away non-stop, and someone yells to make the wall thicker. Then another voice asks if they should blend lime with seawater and mud, while someone else demands they haul in more stakes. Masaru drags a stack of boards. Then a villager yanks his attention away. He shouts that the wall by the entrance is almost done, then demands the hero come check it out. The guy squints at the wall and goes, "Man, that looks awesome!" He spots the villagers have thrown up their own lookout post too, and the beastman grins, saying they don't have to fear an attack anymore. Even the residents are pushing to finish that platform at the post where the shooters can fire. And Masari jumps in, backing them up while grilling, "So how's the work going on the other areas?" The beastman growls that the traps are still going up beyond the city walls and orders Narami to hand over more stone materials. The hero nods and says, "Once I'm done clearing this land, I've still got plenty left. I've got to build it all for this city." As the rainy season finally gives them a breather, the demon snaps into action, and his countermeasures run like clockwork. Masaru wants to grind and level up, but if he won't toughen up the village's defenses, that's all the progress he gets. Tonight, the hero stuffs his food, checks his status, and bam! He's unlocked a brand new skill, and it's still not even tied to fighting. He claims he needs real firepower, then quietly wonders if that's what he means. Fire magic. He blasts praise her way for her amazing work, then admits he's tired of the same old fire magic and wants something totally different. He can't stop thinking, could one of those rabbits really be able to cast fire magic? The rabbit admits it seems unlikely, but whispers that foxes might have got something similar up their sleeves. The hero promises he'll interrogate Lance again and again until those foxes are sent there. Adelina can't shake the thought that no other magical beasts are nearby, but she's heard the beast people hit like a truck, solid strength, barely any magic. Masaru had never once seen rabbits cast magic, and since landing in this world, he hadn't glimpsed a single magical thing either. He whips around to Adelina and demands to know how many mages were packed inside the city they just arrived in. She shoots back that there are only 2 people who can summon water. The hero's fury explodes because the goddess tricked him, selling Alestia as a glorious realm of swords and magic while leaving him to realize the truth too late. May asks what's wrong, and he snaps back that he's just been replaying in his head what he'll do the moment he meets the goddess again. Suddenly, the comrades perk up. Something eerie just snapped into their ear. Miserik gasped when a brand new message from the goddess Ares of Fira popped up, promising she'd finally teach him how to use magic. The rabbit leans in, eyes wide, saying she's never seen anything like it, and Adelina cuts in, "Yeah, there are words right there." Narami's stunned, and he blurts that he already told the girls about the goddess. Then, right as a message from her hits, she shows up. Right now, the story dives straight into where science and magic stand in this world, because everything here is still being built from the ground up, shaping its first real rules and core principles. Sure, there are magical animals, but magic isn't just their trick, it's what they do best. Even the smartest races, humans, elves, animal folk, and demons alike, hit a wall at the observation stage and never went digging deeper into magic. So the gods want Masaru to blaze the trail for everyone to use magic, and they're fully banking on his rise to push civilization forward in this world. Adelina leans in and demands to know if he can actually use magic, because of the message. He shoots back that he might be able to pull off some healing magic. The hero declares that this message isn't about tech at all. It's knowledge meant to be the foundation of magic. Then he stares like he knows the gods want him to drag the whole world into learning it. May asks Masar if he knows the rules of magic, and Masar shoots back that he doesn't know a single one. But if it's teaching magic he wants, he'll build a few institutions so everyone can learn. So yeah, he's about to build a whole school from the ground up. Revit stares and asks if this place is from his world, and the hero tells him, "No, this is where we grind for knowledge." Because starting at 6 years old, almost everyone spends 9 straight years learning all kinds of things. Adelina looks at it and immediately gets it. This is exactly how technology spreads in his world. Then the guy grins and tells her their world has its own tech too. The girl presses him on how different his world is from theirs, and he freezes. Words won't come, until he suddenly remembers he's got the perfect thing for this. Masaru pulls out a smartphone and slaps it onto the table. Mei squints and assumes it's just a little box, but Masaru insists it's the gadget that embodies his world's tech, and Adelina can't help but roll her eyes and call it a joke. He slams the button to turn it on, then freezes, realizing he never charged it, and the girls stare in shock as it still kicks to life. The hero figures it might be because he shoved it in the things box. He knows food and living beings won't rot in there, but he still can't believe time itself truly stops. Mei blurts out, "What can a smartphone even do?" And Nara explains, "It lets you talk to someone who's miles away." He says the smartphone can snap photos, record videos, blast through thousands of songs, jump onto the internet, and even play games. And with all that information, it's honestly hard for girls to picture it. The hero figures the girls probably didn't get it at all, so he decides to step in and show them exactly what makes them so happy. He snaps photos of the girls, blasts music, flips through games, and even puts a calculator and all sorts of cool stuff right in their hands. Late at night, Masaru snaps out of his ease and realizes he's been relaxing way too much. He's just been letting himself have way too much fun. He's got to wrap his head around magic like Mei said, because the real problem isn't the lessons, and he can't teach anyone if they don't even have the basics. He has zero clue what Erosophora was thinking, but then he spots the goddess and turns to Vectinius like, "So, what am I even supposed to do if all I've got is healing magic?" The goddess shows up on the spot and declares it's all easy, because Masaru knows exactly how to wield his magic. She realizes Narami trapped her into showing up and answering his questions. Then he smirks and says he asked because he figured she'd been watching him all along. He blurts out, "I already knew that!" But the goddess shuts him down fast, because all he can do is healing magic, and that's just not the whole truth. She tells him straight up, Lancelot's fight already ended with him throwing magic around. Masaru probably did it without even realizing. Back then, he poured magic into his sword, and now the guy starts pressing for details. Was it just one time? And what about that mountain fight with the bandits? Victinia snaps back and says he just used his own skills. The realm of the gods hands out its powers like they're wrapped in a box, and for Nirami, that box turned into a home center where he could work, play, and live it up. He asks the goddess what healing magic even is here, and she tells him straight, "You'll need real medical know-how to heal, because even after you activate it, the recovery won't be instant. It takes time." Masaru admits he always felt his skills were strange because they were so simple and somehow only ever useful to him. He finally got what the goddess was hinting at, then blurted out how he could bring his magic back, just like he did in that duel. She leans in and asks, "Do you know what it feels like when magical energy surges through your body the moment you trigger a skill?" The hero nods with a grin, and then he blurts that even back then he once drained his magic completely. Victinia tells you to picture magic like fuel, like energy you can actually feel moving inside you, because once you understand that flow, you've got the true foundation of magic. Misaru tells them he'll give it his all, and that he can pull it off if he really tries. He asks her straight up if it's fine that she spilled everything to him, and wonders if it even counts as meddling. The goddess clenches her worry, forces a smile, and insists everything's fine, because it's not fear of Hera's wrath at all. The hero bursts into laughter and taunts, asking if Victinius truly cares about him, or if he just wants out, and it instantly sends the goddess into a rage. She snaps at him not to get cocky, and you can tell, she's got her own hard-earned reasons. The goddess begs him to let her step in, because it's all her fault. Her younger sister, Erasophira, the goddess of magic, and the most she can do as an older sister is own up and take responsibility. Masaru tells her he has zero complaints about magic, then praises her to the skies for how fiercely she cares for her little sister. Once Nurami uncovered this secret side of Vectinius, he threw himself into his daily magic research like it was life or death. And just like that, the residents fought off the demon bears and held the line. The village finally breathed easy again, and they dove back into peaceful days like nothing had ever happened. Masaru's furious because that bear didn't even show up. Adelina says it's a blessing the beast never showed up, but the guy snaps back, "Don't let your guard down, because it could return next year." May asks if the village isn't safe right now, and the village chief actually stops to take her seriously, then says even the arrows the hero prepared can be used to hunt. Adelina can't believe he even managed to make arrows, and Masaru grins. He added a reverse point, so once they hit their target, they're brutally hard to yank back out. He tells them, "Slip poison into the arrowheads, and these shots will turn insanely deadly, and once it's out, you can't yank the poison away until it spreads completely." The girl swears the hero forged a merciless weapon, and the guy snaps back that when it's fight to the death, you don't get to be gentle. The elders pushed him to wait for now, and his hunting crew couldn't thank him enough for that bow and those arrows. Masaru spots the archer drilling shots at targets, then blurts that he's whipped up a weapon from treats and hands him a worm bow, bragging that it's a step above the treat bow. One of the shooters snaps, saying the bowstring is way too heavy to draw. Even the toughest guy can barely grip a weapon, and he can't stand admitting it. None of them have used one yet. The hero realizes his rank isn't exactly impressive, so another shooter corners him and demands he show him, step by step, how to shoot again. Narami snatches the bow and arrow from him, says the move is exactly like the one he's been explaining, and then points straight at the target. That arrow screams through the target and keeps going, smashing right into the tree behind it, leaving the residents staring in total shock. The hero suddenly realizes that all that practice boosted the arrow's magic without him even noticing, but he's still convinced a tree or something out there will slam the brakes on it. A thunderous roar suddenly erupts from the forest, and the whole village freezes in fear. Right by the northern cliff, the lookout screams that demon bears are closing in on them fast. He roars for everyone to evacuate right now, and the rest of the residents spiral into pure panic, stunned and clueless about what they're supposed to do. The shooters stare at Masaru like he's guilty, and he fires back, saying it's just a coincidence. None of this is on him. But then he realizes that this roar doesn't sound like a normal attack. It sounds like the creature is hurting. The headman tells them, "We've been planning for this all along. If that bear's hanging around the northern cliff, he's only a matter of time before he charges into our village, so the sooner we deal with him, the better." He leans in and asks Narami if he can do it, and Narami fires back with a clear yes. The hero orders the chief to reach May and Adelina, then kick off the evacuation, telling everyone who knows how to fight to rush to the defensive wall. He rallies a crew of hunters to follow him, takes the lead like they planned, and shoves them to hurry, because the bear is right there, waiting. "Adelina and May, call him back right now!" Masaru grins, pats their heads, tells them he's handing the village over to them, then he turns and leaves. Adelina leans in and tells May, "Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. Masaru will handle it all, and he'll do it right." The hunter squad is already closing in on the angry demon bear. Narami's hunch nailed it. His arrow wedged straight into the beast's eye and didn't let go. He spots the hunters perched at the very edge of the cliff. They've got to bait that demon bear straight into a trap. To fire arrows from a cliff, the hunting team has to set everything up in advance, and Masaru will be the one they throw in as bait. One failed move, and boom, the hero dies, and the whole village gets wiped out. The guy throws out the cue, and the first shot fires. A storm of arrows is leveled straight at the bear. The hero swings his sword too, but it only scratches the beast. Then he draws its fury straight onto himself, and it charges after him. Suddenly, the bear barrels in and tears into the guy with lightning-fast paw strikes, its long claws flashing. The beast lunges for a hit and clamps onto its own head, and Narami snaps to attention. This is how the poison works, since a bunch of the hunting team's arrows were coated in frog poison. Poison grand points. Toad hits everyone in a totally different way, and the hero can't help thinking they said that just to comfort him. Still, he's relieved the poison really does its job. He slams the signal for a second shot, and then he bolts off again. A hailstorm of arrows slams into the bear, and the beast collapses hard onto the ground. The villagers beam like they just pulled off something amazing, but Masaru's gut twitches. He checks the status screen again, hunting for proof the experience points really went up. He watches the score climb and finally confirms it. Somehow, they actually pulled it off and crushed the demon bear. From the cliff, the archers scream, "We'll be with you soon!" and promise that once Masaru returns to the village, A victory banquet will be waiting, so Masaru finally thinks, now I can rest. The hero stared at the bear's face, then froze when he spotted a strange pattern on its head, nothing like the beast Narami ran into earlier, and he immediately started barking orders, shouting for it to retreat as arrows flew back. He scrambles to warn them, this isn't the bear he saw. Then that same beast snaps up behind him. Masaru lunges to protect himself the second the monster strikes out of nowhere. He misses the mark, rockets back, smashes through one tree, then slams into the next, and the guy can't even process it. 2 demonic bears, and now he's got pain biting into his side. He spots his armor ripped to shreds, and then realizes he's bleeding, badly. The beast keeps unleashing hit after hit, and the shooters snap their sights on the bear, yelling at Masaru to get the hell out of the way. The bear yanks the arrow out of the air with its paw, and the hunters immediately freeze in pure terror. The beast rips into a low, brutal growl at the shooters and charges straight for them. Then one shooter spots it and barks at the others to form up again. Right then, Masaru's arrow slammed straight into the bear's paw. The resident roars in panic at the hero, yelling what he's doing with those brutal wounds, then begs him to bolt fast, because one more strike could kill him. The beast closes in on Narami, and he grits his teeth. He's ready to unleash the remaining traps. Even with his injuries screaming at him, he's still praying he can push through and reach that place. The bear barrels in, catches up, and smacks him hard on the back. Masaru slumps against the tree, exhausted, counting down. He thinks he's got just 100 meters left. He pushed his healing ability too far, but each burst only gave a tiny recovery, so he desperately prayed he could focus for even 1 full minute. The hero spots a bear dead ahead, and panic slams into him like this is the end of the road. With all that struggle, he finally sees the people he wants to save, people he's been terrified for, and he starts pouring out apologies to them. Suddenly, the guy hears a voice and watches that stranger charge in and take on the bear. Adelina lunges in with brutal attacks, her weapons flying, and then she sneers that whoever took down that man just doesn't cut it. And if this is just interference with how the information gets collected, then don't be shy. Go ahead and speak up. Masaru stared at his partner's wild new look, blurted out, "How did this happen?" And she shot back, "First, thank me." The girl snaps that sure, she came to save him, but now she's taking the victory for herself too, and she'll make the hero thank May. Because without May, Adelina never would have gotten there in time. After Masaru barrels after the demonic bear, the girl spots the rabbit spiraling into pure panic. Adelina whips around to her friend and promises, "I'll listen to you." She admits that even though Narami gets zero respect and blurts out whatever pops into his head, she's sure he's not one of those who'd be hiding in the back, calling from behind. Maybe it's just the rabbit's own imagination. And if that's true, then hey, everything's fine. Adelina leans in and tells May that Masaru himself said it's totally fine to mess up. The rabbit finally admits she heard not one, but 2 voices. Inside that one voice, another voice slipped through anyway, despite knowing it couldn't happen, and she couldn't stop herself from fearing what would finally crush the hero. May breaks down crying and begs Adelina for help. Narami tells her, "When I get back, a quick head pat won't cut it, you just saved my life." The girl in front of him says she wants to get back safe and sound, but you can tell she doesn't believe it, so she drops into a fighting stance. She swears her punch landed perfectly, but the bear isn't done. It's gearing up to throw down again. Masaru bursts out at his friend. "Stop running that route, because shielding you could get her killed." She's like, "Listen, he truly believed that as a little girl, you'd charge off on a dangerous mission all by yourself." Adelina throws up the signal, and the villagers rush in with spears to tear into the beast. Narami shoots her a shocked look, and the girl blurts out that everyone trusted May and rushed in to help. The residents bait the bear straight into a trap hidden under a rock. The beast rips through everyone's spears like they're nothing, and Adelina can't hide it. She says she never saw this coming. Masaru rockets in front of the bear, swings his sword, and slams the attack to a halt. He figures everyone's stuck, then declares he'll handle the rest all by himself. With the time he'd clawed back, he finally got his strength under control, and he's beyond grateful he's not fighting alone, because in this new world, he's met everyone. Narami kicks off her terrifying showdown with a demon bear. The beast is about to devour the hero, but he swings a Saunov tree trunk and cracks the monster right in the jaw. Right after that, Masara snaps into motion and swings his weapon straight at the enemy. The beast moves like lightning, slams the guy from behind, and drops him straight off the cliff. The hero never loses his way in midair. He hurls the weapon into a giant crossbow and snaps it to life. The arrow slams through the rock, dropping the bear straight into the trap with Masaru, and he winces, feeling bad for the poor creature, even as he insists they're not just passing through. They're trying to live here too. Frightened out of her mind, Adelina rushes downward, screams Masaru's name, and stares into the trap's dark depths. Nirami sprawls by the trap, tells her he can hear every word, and cracks a joke like she truly panicked, like he actually died. The girl skips toward him with a bright smile, then slams right into him out of nowhere. He demands to know why she did it, and Adelina snaps back that everyone's terrified for him. Right next to them, a resident gushes that it all worked out for the best. Then Masaru snaps him off and yells for him to look somewhere else. He jabs at a tree trunk and tells them, "When I went down, I yanked myself up by the cliff's edge with this thing." Adelina finally understands it. The forest crushed the bear's attack before it could reach the village, and it saved Masaru's life. The hero tells them the only thing that can truly save their lives is this. Nothing else holds up. The hunters double-check the demonic bear and find it isn't breathing anymore. Then they erupt in cheers, celebrating their win. Narami's grinning too, until she just shuts down out of nowhere, and the others instantly panic. And just like that, they realize the guy has dropped off to sleep. The residents are cheering his name and buzzing to finally head home. Right at the village gates, Mei runs into Masaru, spread out across a beast man's shoulders like he just got wiped out. While everyone's on God's break, Hera leans in, stares at Narami, and tells Victinius, "This is beautiful." The goddess nods and praises his effort, then shrugs it off as just how it goes, and asks the hero, "Have you finally caught on? You were chosen by me?" Hera tells Victinius she's got free reign, then points out that when the demonic bear tried to end Masaru, it didn't look like some god was stepping in to break her chains and rescue her. It also reminds us that before the final battle, the goddess slipped into the lower world to hype him up and push him forward. The goddess snaps back that she didn't do it herself. Masaru is her apostle, and she has to watch over him. Hera admits this falls under the gods' rules, but warns the real reason is different, and she demands to know if Victinius even realizes that, then pushes him to explain what's going on. Hera tells him everything's running just like always. Once they calmed the bear down, the chaos finally died, and now the streets are going full speed with urban development. She lifts her cup and invites the boy to share in his victory, and the boy, triumphant, agrees. They throw a huge celebration as the new world comes to life. A few days later, Masaru bursts in, saying they finally tore the demonic bear down, and then he slams the brakes off, urging them to start city planning right away. But then he spots uninspired residents, and it immediately kills the vibe. One of them blurts out that the place is insanely huge, admits he's shocked, and then asks what the fence and that white line are supposed to mean. Narami nods and says, "All right, now we've got to start talking about this." He starts by saying the living space is already decided. A bright white line marks this spot, and the fence sitting inside points straight to the house's foundation. A resident blurts out, "Can't I build a house anywhere I want?" And he demands to know the real reason. The hero shoots back, "Where I'm from, we call it land planning. And when you build houses, workshops, or shops, you've got to account for every detail, like how people move through the space, and even how you block out noise. It also hits you like a reminder of natural disasters, because when you place things in the right spot, the guards can do their job faster, and that cuts the chance of trouble way down." With the slime safe at last, the hero snaps into action. Dig underground passages, kick off the sewage system, and make sure it reaches every single house. Adelina points it out. This is from Masaru's hygiene lecture in that coastal town, the exact path where rainwater and sewage get funneled and flow out. He breaks into praise for how well she remembers everything, then tells her the sewage system is even factored in, because the city's safety and cleanliness depend on it. The resident asks if he can walk around that tiny house, and the hero snaps back, "No way! Not under any circumstances!" Narumi points out that the city is choking on human waste, warning that an outbreak of deadly infectious diseases could wipe out countless lives. He wants to stop that disaster before it ever hits the city they're about to build. Staresti points out this chat is anything but pleasant, and the hero nods right along, agreeing with every word. Then the third step hands out a single plot for one house on the ground level. Only the area marked with that white line is included. But two residents slam into his path. One demands if the boundaries can be stretched, and the other tells him their family of 6 needs more space, asking for a bigger plot. Masaru steadies them and promises the whole city will be packed with 2-story homes, saying it'll feel more comfortable than anyone's ever dreamed. Every single resident shoots a shocked look because they're about to move into 2-story stone buildings. People are begging the builders to start right now, while others insist this can't be a dream, and the loudest ones are yelling that they'll be living in luxurious houses any day. Narami leans in and grills Adelina. What's the big deal with those 2-story buildings, since they already spotted the same kind in the coastal and port cities? She shoots back that it's a hotel or a tall building in the shopping district, because not everybody can afford to live in some 2-story stone place. In the royal capital, building a house depends on your rank. She says plain wood and canvas shacks are for ordinary folks. Big brick mansions belong to merchants and the rich, and only stone houses are reserved for aristocrats. The hero finally gets why the residents are grinning from ear to ear. He says morale is sky high, and everyone's fired up to build brand new homes. Masaru urges them to jump into architecture, then tells them to go check out the column he and the other guys built first. One of the residents finally realizes the fence isn't just there, it's the house's foundation. The hero says he'll break down the tech later, then grabs your hand and insists you help him finish building it today. Naromi hears the resident say he's seen this kind of structure before and quickly asks, "Is it stable?" Naromi nods and answers, "Yeah, it's solid. It's a wood frame, built from wooden beams." He's got to listen, first to him, then to the one who helped him, and lock in the exact order of what happened, because the men are already smug, thinking they can take it from here. The village chief realizes Masaru's stone isn't magic at all. It's the stone sitting between the columns, and Masaru nods like, "Yep, that's it." Then they start gathering the already formed blocks. He tells them they have to place that one thing on top, and suddenly it hits Adelina, and they did it together. He nods along and explains that when they heat slaked lime with seaweed, then blend it with hemp, they end up with a sticky mass called the lime solution. So if you slap this onto a stone wall, it'll harden it up, stronger than ever, and you'll see exactly how it'll look. Clay was pulled in to make the raw stuff for road construction, because slaked lime is the real secret weapon. Adelina clocks how much Masaru knows, then leans in and fires off the big question. What does he do for work? He says he was busy picking materials for the production, but once he's back in the village, it feels like home, delivering those supplies to the craftsmen while learning the ropes as he helps. That's why he can't pull it off on a pro level, but don't count him out, because his hard-earned experience and skills let him pull off plenty anyway. But the truth is, some of the projects he got pulled into felt downright illegal. So Mei looks at Masaru and straight up decides he's a bad guy. He admits he might have gone too far, but right now, the only thing that matters is this. If it helps others, it's worth it. Mei blurts an apology for what she said, and Narami steps in like, "Don't worry, our residents have someone great to learn from." Then he pushes them forward fast. "Let's start work now. I'll drop off everything you need at each site." Residents jump into action and start their work. Mei fires him up, swearing they'll build an awesome city together. Every person in the village is hauling huge stones and stacking mighty columns, and they've already thrown up several houses like it's going to change everything. A month later, Masaru stands there, soaking in the city skyline, and Mei leans in to say she's told everyone the installation is about to start. Then Masaru grins and says they've already wrapped up the trial work too. She asks how he uses the toilet, and he just plops onto it, dead serious, saying he doesn't need to explain a single thing else. The rabbit squirms with awkward unease, darts away from him, and that sudden rejection leaves the hero stunned. He says, "If anything goes wrong, we'll knock it out. After mass production and installation, the job's 100% done." Mei happily grins and says the city has blown up into something absolutely huge. Masaru fires back that a good house alone won't cut it. He wants fields. And the crazy part is, Even the industry here needs a serious upgrade too. The rabbit screams at him, demanding, "Did you hear me clearly?" He gently strokes her head and promises they'll handle everything, then urges her not to panic. Out of nowhere, a villager yells at Masaru, telling him they've got problems, big ones. The hero can't figure out why everyone's panicking, and the man says, "Something dropped right at the city entrance." So Nirami pushes back, asking if it happened while they were hauling materials, but the resident shuts that down with a totally different reason. He declares the human race has collapsed, then points out the streets where people lie motionless on the ground. The villagers whisper that humanity's been wiped out and met the same fate as Masaru, but one of them snaps back and refuses to believe it. He says he knows their armor like the back of his hand because he helped drive them out of that port city. No question, these are the Knights of the Great Kingdom. The leader knight strides up, thanks the headman, and introduces himself as the Royal Shield Knight, while the guy standing behind him is Dista, and there, right on the bed, lies Cordo. Adelina and Masaru can't believe it. Those royal knights, the ones way above the coastal knights, just showed up at their door. Fried practically beams with gratitude toward the hero, shocked that he can wield restoration magic, and quickly asks his name. Masaru steps up, flashes a grin, and tells everyone, "Name's Masaru. I'm just passing through as a traveler." Adelina jolts him with the fact that a huge rank called Divine Message exists, and now Rami's fear spikes. What if that secret spreads? Freyd starts to ask her name, but she cuts in with a quick apology, then introduces herself as Lancelot's niece from the coastal city, and that claim hits the knight like a shockwave. He tells everyone it's a true honor, and the entire kingdom already knows how legendary Lancelot's heroism is. The girl says she's in this city right now as an ambassador for the Allies, and Fried shoots back that it only means one thing: the leader has serious connections. With a sinister glare, the headman nods and snarls that the knights are striking the built city again, using these connections as their disguise, just like they did to Ikamoti. Fried and the others freeze at his words, and the chief scrambles to explain himself, until the chief bulldozes the conversation and declares that Kimono Hito will save them. And Masaru taught him that people really are different. But then he leans in and asks, "If this ever happens, what happens next?" The chief knight snaps that it's tied straight to the king's life, and then they're hauling ass to chase a demonic beast. Masaru and Adelina lock eyes, both instantly thinking, this is because of that bear. Fried leans in and calls it a demonic beast, the one-horned devil, its 6 legs and dark body crawling right into the shadows. And then the hero finally clocks exactly who he's talking about. The hero admits it's hard to even say this. Another beast swooped in and ate his horse. That night, the question lands, is it a bear? And Masaru snaps into realization. Fried already knows. The man then spills the truth. During their research, they were mauled by a demonic bear, and that's why the other troops bailed. He snaps a warning. Hanging back in the city is just as deadly, and then steps forward, promising to go with them all the way to the kingdom. Narami cuts him off and declares they've driven the bear away, claiming the area is safe, leaving the knight utterly shocked. Fried blurts out how this could possibly happen, and he just can't swallow it. The hero tells everyone to check the animal and the horse's corpses, because they're the ones that got shoved into the refrigerator. The man is totally stunned, because the horse is dead. He blurts out an apology for interrupting, and in Masaru's mind he's baffled. Why does this man care so much about it, when the king's job is basically hunting down demonic beasts? Judging by how they're reacting right now, tell me, does that horse's dead body really mean nothing to them? Fried leans in and asks, could you hand us this horse? Narami claims, at least in theory, that he should turn him down. He claims a bear mauled it, but somehow everything stayed intact, except the neck. And he kept the thing anyway, convinced it'd be perfect raw material. With all 6 legs sitting in prime condition, the code runs smooth as silk, and it looks straight up amazing. He claims it's tiny, but it still has a horn on its head, and Fried lights up instantly, making Masaru smile like he just won. The hero declares that if you're a royal knight, you'll have enough money to buy a horse. The young knight lunges into a quarrel, but the man snaps him back, telling his partner to chill because the hero is, easy to understand. He brings up Nirami's warning. Those raw materials will hit the market and skyrocket in price, and he makes it clear he's not about to grab them for free, Because hey, even killing the horse comes with a reward. Fried throws out an offer. If Masaru doesn't like the price he names, Fried will match it as best he can, even tossing in a reward. The hero spots it. On the horse, the real prize is the horn, and the king is desperate for it, while the knight keeps chasing his mission, totally ignoring the gold. So yeah, honor and status don't matter on their own, because some things money can't ever buy. He decides on the spot, because once the talks unfold, he plans to squeeze every last coin from them. But he can't shake the worry that the horse's reward might be trouble. No matter how hard he bargains, the knights are still going to get paid, so that's the outcome. Masaru's eyes light up. He blurts out that he's going with them to the kingdom. He says the men are out there hunting with the rest, and then he'll step in to handle the negotiations. They urge them to trade those cotton scraps like they were gold, because if they shared it wisely, there'd be something even rarer waiting for them somewhere in the kingdom. The young knight scoffed at that and told Fried, "I even interviewed the big merchants. I talked to the ones who trade with them." The chief knight says it's okay for them, but Masaru can't promise the talks will actually end in success. But the hero grins and says both of them can pull it off. Fried jumps on board and fully agrees with his proposal. Narami broke it all down for May and promised that once they're freed and everyone else fully recovers, they'll snatch the city back and own it again. The rabbit's rage starts to flare up, and the hero quickly pushes for a peaceful talk, swearing it won't be dangerous on the Eastern Street this time. Adelina tells him to push even harder, and then asks, "So what exactly are you doing?" He shot back that he was still fixing up the front of his house, had a few last chores left, and then decided to take a look around and see what he could pull off before he left town. He asks if they're done delivering the beds and all that stuff, and she nods, "Yeah, we finished," but then adds they haven't done the houses that are being built right now. She tells him there's a spot in the city clinging to the side of a mountain, then asks if they're really going to erase it now. Masaru snaps back that once a sewer system is in place, you'll never have to wash with that nasty, stale water again. She explains that in those two-story houses, big baths showed up only in a few homes upstream, and if they burned firewood like that every single day, the forest around the city would be wiped out for good. The hero grins and says, "That's exactly why we've got hot springs." Adelina can't make heads or tails of what he's saying. He points out that the volcano cooks the water with geothermal power, and when the earth shifts back, the hot spring water bursts through, carving out a route, then it gets used for baths. May shoots the question, "What does this even mean? And do we really have to rattle the ground to get it out?" Adelina realizes that if she can get it specially unearthed, it'll be right there like a full house on the very street. Masaru is convinced. Water is exactly what unleashes the trouble. They can check the springs later. He used his map skill to map out the whole area, and then he struck gold, an underground vein of water. He never expected this could happen yet, but he figured if they leaned on their other skills too, they could still pull it off. She tells him the real deal. The most important thing is that she'll whip up something for him, and she's convinced she's got enough space in her life to handle one problem and solve it. Masaru has no clue what she means, because they were in the middle of something serious, and Adelina hits him with the whole point and makes him remember. About a goddess lurking in her ancient temple. His partner quizzed him, asking if he'd forgotten, then clocked the hero's face and realized he wasn't okay. Naorami shrugs and says they should pay tribute to the statue, while Adelina smirks that they can use the temple to snag blessings the moment the goddess arrives. She tells her friend, "We've got to get that house ready for the goddess." The hero reassures her everything's going to be okay, because the goddess won't side with them. He tells Adelina, "If you're doing this solo, save it for the very end because the right wood matters." If she manages it, she'll absolutely get a blessing, and then he'll rush to the goddess asking what she wants. Agatus bursts out of the portal and demands, "Mine's starting right now?" She swings in and greets Masaru, then jumps at the chance to help him with his work. The hero awkwardly blurts out that she's right on time, just like always, and then thanks her. Adelina stares at the real goddess standing right in front of her, and shock rips through her as she blurts, "This can't be real." Victinius leans in and tells her everything's okay. He'll put up with Nirama's attitude, even if it grates on him, because she really did come to help. Girls can't get enough of her. Her kindness dazzles them, and her looks leave everyone staring. Masaru leans in and asks the goddess what's bothering her this time, and she lights up, saying her schedule finally cleared, and that she figured it'd be a perfect moment to introduce herself and have a little chat. Just then, a new goddess bursts out of the portal and introduces herself as the sorceress Ayla Saphira, so excited to finally meet the hero. And it hits him. This is Victor's sister. She tells him she's grateful for everything he's done, and her sisters can't wait to sit down and watch his work together. Masaru can't believe it. This stunning goddess finally lets her guard down, and when she does, he sees not just her beauty, but the clean, pure mind beneath it. And what blows his mind the most is that she's not a myth at all. She's the real goddess, standing right there. He tells you he's really happy to meet you, and then he leans in, ready to ask a question. The hero can't stop thinking about that magic he talked about with her, and now he's got a plan. Victinius tells them to start with something easy and shove the tough stuff to later. I plop down the table and its teapot and cups through teleportation. Then I wave at your friends like, "Come on, grab a seat." Narami gapes at their insane storage skills, and the goddess smiles, saying there's space for everyone, then reveals she lined up this service just for them this morning. So that storage skill doesn't do everything. It's only useful in that specific way, for the right person. She says there's zero taken for granted in this world. Skills aren't just for show, they're what diversifies life and pushes you forward. The hero nods, then leans in and asks if they really have to hunt for some special purpose for every single skill. After all, if they fall for it, they'll never rewrite their purpose. And Ayla cuts him off, saying he's not even thinking about that. She tells him, "You'll master these skills." And that's exactly why she pushed him to train his magic. Victinia snaps that it's a tough question, and then tells you to start by talking about the picture. Masaru tells her he wants one for himself, and asks straight up if she has one. The goddesses snap in surprise at his request, then hand it over on the spot if he truly needs it. Victinius orders him to get back before the rainy season hits, and Ayla breaks into a grin, saying she's honestly thrilled. When Ayla finally gets home, she's stepping in to help him with everything, but until then, she's choosing to split things on good terms. Victini tells Nurami, "I've only got one picture. If you like it, I'll send it straight to you." But the picture only reveals what's on the outside. Masaru spots Victinius rocking a scandalous bunny costume and immediately siphons the image data straight back to himself. The goddess shrieks at him to get rid of them, but the hero bolts, grinning as he insists he can't possibly miss an image like that. He says, "If you can give me real numbers, then I won't need that picture at all." Victinius tosses out 3 wild surprises, but the hero just wants one thing, a life-size statue. So the goddess shrugs and says she doesn't care. He claims that the people who help him build the statue can't see the real emotions he's hiding inside. Victinia rips into Ilsa for using such a cowardly stunt to expose a girl's secret. And Ilsa snaps back that she'll never forgive her, and that it's plain wrong. Then Victinia spits that she thought the goddesses were supposed to be decent. They've had it. Now they refuse to talk to each other at all. Ilisun unleashes an enormous surge of magic that floods the whole scene. Masaru can't help but stare. Her strength is unreal. A massive surge of magic rolls through the city, and it instantly terrifies everyone living there. After everything she just witnessed, Adelina grabs Ayla's attention and begs her to take her on as an apprentice. And you can bet Adelina's about to get slammed with surprises from every direction. A huge crater tears open in the ground, and Isla grins. She says she pulled it off. Then her partners snap at Narame. "Don't touch the goddess like that!" And it's his fault. He can't even figure out what he's supposed to be guilty of, while the goddess is the one who flips out for no reason. Everyone in town rushes straight to the magic's source, staring in disbelief, trying to figure out what on earth just happened. Adelina bursts in and swears the goddesses Victinias and Ayla Saphira are here to pay them a visit. And he tells them Masaru disrespected the goddesses, and the whole crowd snaps with rage. Everyone in town drops to their knees, bows low, and greets the goddesses like they're the living sky itself. Victini admitted she's terrible at dealing with it, and Ayla's never had a clue what to do with it in the first place. Narami demands to know if the goddesses still have magic to hash out, and Victinius snaps back that he came because something just went down. She couldn't wait to dive into a full-on conversation about crabs. The hero's stunned by her words, then she blurted out that Ira already snacked on them, and yeah, they were delicious. And when Masaru finally brings up the statue, the goddesses snap into action, using it like the perfect excuse to show up. He swallows the truth, gives up his fight, and turns straight to the residents. He claims Victinius supposedly told them, "Since we've got nothing to sell to other cities, why not whip up a dish nobody's ever dared to try?" Victinius demands to speak with Masaru in private, then steadies her with one promise: he won't hurt a soul. He tells the villagers the very first move: expand those crops, and that's how they'll turn their land into a real farming town. They'll keep it all locked down inside the city, and that's how they'll grab food without getting hurt. First, they have to tear down half the buildings. Then they scour the local plants, hunting the ones they can actually eat and the ones they can use. When something doesn't make sense, they come straight to him. Every single resident, Adelina included, plus May, scattered in a panic to finish the job. Victinius leans in and asks Masaru if he's really sure. Then Masaru grins and says, "She wanted something tasty, didn't she? And besides, it's a huge leap toward self-sufficiency, so he's convinced they'll be able to build their own farm." The goddess leans in and asks, "Isn't this a little too hard for you?" Even then, the hero fires back with another perk. If you carve out a field between the houses, you'll barely hear the neighbors, and you'll wake up to a gorgeous view out your window. But the city still needs a spot for fun, and he's convinced gazebos would be perfect. He says he's gardened before, and now he's going to double down, studying like crazy so he can finally understand it all. Masaru gushes that the statue and temple are breathtaking, and then pushes this city to look just as amazing, because the goddess might just show up and play. Victinius keeps asking, "Is it cool if we chow down on crabs every time I visit?" And Isla just nods along every single time. The hero finally gets it, what it feels like to lose your power, because he tried to move cautiously and still ended up paying the price. The goddesses pleaded with him, tears spilling down their faces as they begged. He finally cracks and promises, "I'll treat you every time we meet." And the goddesses light up with pure delight. But he's got a specific request for each and every one of them. Victinius tells him to knock it off and let them breathe, and Isla immediately backs her up. He says they were flirting with magic talk, and it wasn't time to spill answers yet. "I'll tell them to talk after the meal," and Victinius leans in, asking her what she's supposed to do next. Masaru asks if she'll reach out when the moment arrives, and the goddess snaps back that nothing is guaranteed, because in the end, they can't interfere too much. He insists it's all fine, and the only thing that matters is showing up when the time is called. He tells them, once he's free, he'll head for King's Landing, and when the others finally snap back to their senses, he pushes the idea that those negotiations might be exactly what they need. All he needs is the goddess's blessing, and then victory is basically in his hands. A few days later, inside Gratus's royal capital, a knight in the castle practically bursts in, announcing that the king's messenger is here and he's ready to spill the whole story. Telling them the rest of the detachment will roll in tomorrow, the king demands a full report on what's going on. All he has to do is seize the horn of that demonic beast. 2 weeks later, Masaru's shocked when a carriage rolls up and stops right at the capital's entrance. Then the driver practically grins and asks if he enjoyed the ride. The hero roars that they've been on the road for 7 straight days and he's wrecked, dead tired. That night, she shot back that the boy was right there in the cart, and honestly, it wasn't even that tough to spot him. Narmi grumbles that his hips are killing him, and Freed snaps back, "Relax, we're already here." They're in the Kingdom of Grades, and the knight proudly declares it's the biggest country on the whole continent. After chatting with the goddesses, Masaru hauled his recovered Freed into the royal capital and hit the streets to sell them off to the demonic beast. In the nights of that port city, they lived under the shadow of the man who drove it all. But tonight, he was locked in his thoughts, replaying every impression, every hit of Sam in his mind. The elder leaned in and dared the hero to try, because once he did, he could do literally anything he wanted. Naromi shot back that if Long said so, fine. But the real bombshell was Hibiki, who caught everyone off guard and claimed him as his subordinate, and even grandfather looked stunned that he knew all of it. He said he told them free that the shop owner was just like Masaru, like some part of him had wanted it too, but rage from his successor and the people dragged him out. He admits that time and envy rot everyone from the inside, and he refuses to pin those feelings on the city's kids. No, he doesn't even want to care a little. The boss just wants everyone smiling, So when a deal gets ordered, he completes the idea on the spot. But Masaru clocks the real twist. He's trying to help the rabbit family too. Preet tells everyone you can hunt for anything from the whole continent there. But right now they're here first for the king's audience, and Preet has to run to Dista and tell the hero to wait for him. Narami strides up to one of the stalls and freezes. These fruits are totally new to him, and he can't believe what he's seeing. He demands to be taken to the king, and the knight shuts him down, saying he has to know everything first. Fry drags the hero straight to the Adventurers Guild and tells him to hang tight right there. Masaru shoots back that before he even steps into the king's presence, there's something he has to find out. The hero burst into the kingdom's guild and immediately spotted a sea of people crowding the place. He steps up to the girl behind the counter, and she greets him with a warm smile, asking whether he wants to place an order or make a special request. Masaru says he's ready to take up the life of an adventurer, and he asks her something he really needs answered. He leans in and asks her if they sell monsters, because he heard you can trade them for coins, and he wants the exact price before he goes hunting. The girl points him to the next window, and the counter guy shoots back, "Does the hero already have the material, or is he just out here asking around?" He flips open the animal cards for Masaru and tells him straight up, "The normal ones cost 100 copper and 1 silver. The magic ones will run you 100 silver and 1 gold. And the dragon card? That's 100 gold coins." Because prices swing wildly from merchant to merchant, adventurers have to sell smarter and harder for bigger profit. And the hero knows that this is the only kind of money the world truly runs on. The guy behind the counter grins and says, "Even run-of-the-mill monsters can be worth a fortune. It all comes down to how big they are. And yeah, you might walk out with a couple of gold." And then he leans in and says, "The demonic beast costs a fortune." He swears the demonic beast's power isn't like regular demons. It's a savage mix of beast and demon, and even 200 knights can barely stand against it. The price is so outrageous, it could spark a full-blown war. Most of this stuff shows up at fancy commercial auctions. Just one tooth from the beast can fetch a whopping 200 gold. So Masaru starts tallying the coins, flipping them in his mind against yen. He pulls out a mind-blowing 100 million yen, and the moment he sees the bill, he's stunned, because this material costs a fortune. On the road to the castle, Fried leans in and blurts out, "What was Masaru doing at the guild?" The hero shoots back that he's just collecting intel, and he can't wait to meet the king. At the king's entrance, the knights slammed their order down. Everyone had to step forward and shout their name. Fried steps forward, introduces himself, and declares that they're finally back with the king. The guards snap, "We'll let you through, go on!" Masaru can't believe it. There's really a king sitting there. The boy forces himself to stay calm, right as the king orders him to drop to his knees. But he just stands there, introduces himself, and the king immediately calls out his name, Axion. He declares that for the very first time, he'll forgive Masaru, because today, his mood is finally good. He shoots you a warning. One bad turn can sour everything fast, and those grudges don't fade anytime soon. Fried tells Masaru that the beastmen are carving out a city in the mountains, and then he drags him along and watches him crush the beast. The hero yanks a horse's head straight out of the portal like it's been waiting for him. The king is thrilled by what he's hearing, and now he's ready to hand those two a reward. Masaru refuses to surrender his head. He claims he's here for negotiations. The king snaps into a roar, demanding to know what that guy is up to. Masaru shakes with fear, but this time he weaponizes his position and turns it into raw power against the king. The hero swallowed his pride, apologized for his words, and then heaped praise on the king. The man declares the king was chosen by the gods, and Masaru fires back, "I've heard that rumor too." He glares at the king with pure disdain, rage surging through him, then marches up fast to shut the whole thing down. When the king finally closed in, the hero fired off conversation to throw him off, then the portal started to rip open. Victinius bursts out of it! Everyone in the room is stunned. Then she speaks up, proud and trembling, saying she kept her promise, even if she secretly hoped you all could manage without her. The king's jaw dropped in disbelief. What on earth was happening here? And when he turned 30, he'd seen the goddess with his own eyes. Mrs. Hera praised him right then, saying his world was growing at lightning speed. Vectinia insisted it might have been her doing, but she reminded him she was the one who tossed him into this world, so this surge shouldn't be a shock. Victini told the main character, "Don't be naughty," and for once, she was in a great mood, because she wanted him to be happy for her. The goddess told him, "Hera sent me to let you know she's already handling your request." Then she handed over the exact items. The protagonist devoured every detail, then smirked, saying he didn't even need to remind her, because she's the real deal, a goddess worth the title, not some useless fraud like his other friend. Victinia asked what he meant, and he shut it down fast. He wasn't talking about her. The goddess demanded to know why he was messing with the lower world. Mizaru snapped back that he'd begged for something, so she'd come down to make it happen. Victoria shot back, "So you're saying I'd be interfering with mortal lives?" And he reassured her, "Don't stress, we already planned for everything." The goddess demanded how it happened, then pushed him to spill every detail. But he just shrugged and didn't bother telling her she was the goddess, like she should figure it out herself. And meanwhile, the king's rage was already boiling. He yelled at them to hold on for a minute, then demanded they talk slower, because he was so pressed for time he couldn't wait. Victoria threw an apology at him and admitted she hadn't fallen from heaven in ages, so she'd been hanging out with Masaru instead. Then she turned to the king, told him it had been too long, and called him by his full title, Axion Finley, King of Gratis. At their last meeting, the girl said he was barely grown, and wow, time flew by before the king nodded, then stopped her mid-sentence and snapped, "That's not the real problem." He's finally back face-to-face with Victinia, and then he hits her with a burning question. What's her connection to the protagonist? Victini straight up said you can call her his boss, him her subordinate. And yeah, she also said you can call him her apostle. After that, the goddess snapped that he'd been spoiling himself lately, so Masaru shot back that he didn't want to hear a word from that useless goddess, and she fired right back that she'd come down here for his sake. The protagonist said he figured she wanted to eat crabs, so she showed up here. Then Victinia snapped back that he should have kept his mouth shut for decency's sake. Then the king barged into the conversation and zeroed in on Masaru, asking if his messenger was a god too. He shot that idea down right away. No, he wasn't special. Just an ordinary guy like you, the most regular person imaginable. Then he leaned in and demanded how he even came to that conclusion. Masaru stared at his own hands, stunned that the outcome crushed his expectations, because he couldn't bring himself to tell the truth. He wasn't from this world at all. And right then, the king cut in, saying he didn't understand a thing. The protagonist figured it'd be a nightmare to give this guy a straight, normal explanation, especially since he wasn't exactly the goddess's apostle. And then he blurted out the woman's name. He demanded she explain it to him somehow. No extra questions, no way it could be twisted into her poking her nose into mortals' business. And Victoria shot back instantly. Why should I do that? The goddess flushed and sweetly declared, "We're friends!" The king blinked in shock. Immortal and Agatus were friends? And the protagonist leaned toward her, grinning like, honestly, it's not a bad thing at all. Victinia snapped that it wasn't like that at all. Masaru was her friend, not some mindless follower, and he'd been out there building her a statue. But Masaru's anger erupted, and he couldn't stop himself from wondering why she'd even think that. The goddess suddenly snapped back to something about the statue. She burst out to the king and said she had to talk to him, demanding he arrange Masaru Mithro, and the whole room went dead silent in shock. Victinia insisted they needed the absolute best materials, then she practically dropped into place like she planned it. The king nodded without a fight, and the protagonist immediately demanded, "So what are you really doing here?" He figured nobody would dare say no to the goddess, until the girl snapped that it was all for her gorgeous statue. Masaru insisted, "Then I'll talk to the king." But the girl didn't even catch him and swore she was relying on him. Suddenly, the goddess Hera burst into the hall through a shimmering portal, and with a sharp warning she said she'd gone beyond her own authority. Then Victoria's fear hit like a punch as she stammered, "Where did you come from?" Hera yanked her by the shoulder and barked that she had to preach for 24 straight hours, right then. The poor girl froze, stammering, "How much am I really supposed to do? Where did this kind of strength even come from?" And it hurt her. Victinia called him over and said, "I've done my part. Now get ready and prep the crabs for my next visit. And don't you dare forget, okay?" Right before she vanished, she shot him one last warning. "Don't forget the crabs!" And when that happened, the king and Masaru froze in total shock, completely clueless on what to say. Rage fizzed in the man's chest as he pinched the bridge of his nose, nerves getting the best of him. The protagonist spun toward him and said he was asking forgiveness for all of this, and the king stared in disbelief, insisting he couldn't imagine a goddess having a mortal friend. The man barked for everyone in the room to get out, and his assistant snapped, "Why, what's going on?" He said he just needed privacy so he could be alone with Masaru, and the poor guy couldn't hide how nervous he looked. Then the king sank onto his throne and announced, "Today's pact, tell me, are there any more surprises left?" Before calling him a friend of the goddess. The heroine told him she'd rather use him, and like the goddess said before, he even builds her a statue and cooks her crabs every single time he drops down to earth. The king leaned in, demanded a conversation about the statue, then asked if he could build one back in his own kingdom too, because the goddess trusted this man's skills completely, and the king knew they were nothing short of incredible. The protagonist's jaw dropped, so he demanded, "Are you really serious about making this deal?" The man nodded and confirmed it, straight-faced. The king smirked just a little and said, "To honor the goddess, I'll handle the negotiations myself." The man said he had conditions and begged the guy not to turn him down. And then he demanded to know why Masaru would go so far just for the horn of a one-horned beast. Then the king whipped out a scepter and announced it was carved, by his own hands, from the horn of a one-horned beast, the legendary founder himself, and he handed that very scepter straight to the main character. He spelled it out. This beast is tied straight to his kingdom, and every single king has to forge a brand new scepter for the next one, like it's sacred tradition. The king's clock is ticking, so he's scrambling to get ready, yet the man has no clue when this beast is about to show up. His expression darkened as he said, "Generations of kings before me kept faith with their duty, so I can't be the one to break the chain." The protagonist flashed a smile, said he finally understood everything, then leaned in and asked, "So are we continuing the negotiations?" Still, nerves flickered in his chest. It turns out that White Scepter was cursed. Something was seriously off about it. Masaru asked the man to hand it over for a second, but the guy fought back hard, claiming the scepter belonged to the king and the founder. Yet he still agreed. The protagonist hit the appraisal skill, and the scepter lit up with the truth. It was forged from a unicorn's horn, slain by the founding king, and it could ward off poison. Then he shot back, "This isn't from some one-horned beast." The king snapped, "What is this nonsense? How would you even know?" And Masaru fired back, "I can use appraisal skill. I'm 100% sure that scepter isn't made from a beast's horn." The moment the man realized there'd be no deal, nervousness snapped into him. He demanded answers, then cursed through his teeth. The king stared him down, asking straight up if he was lying to his face. And the moment that question landed, the protagonist went stone still, stunned that the king even suspected him. He demanded to know why anyone would lie, and the king shot back that he understood how valuable the beast's horns were. He was trying to hoodwink him, maybe because he didn't want to sell them anymore. The protagonist shut that down fast. He said there's nothing like trust, and in negotiations, both sides have to win, because he'll never, ever trade away his partner's trust. Masaru stared the man down and swore, by Vectinia, the goddess everyone worships. Then the man shut his eyes. The king straight up said he finally understood what kind of person the main character is, because in negotiations, tricking the other side is just business. But he never got to finish. He crossed his arms, stared him down, and declared he still believed Masaru would buy the horn. He was left speechless by what the protagonist said. Then the king flat out told him he'd still pay the full price no matter what, and the guy agreed, but admitted it was an insanely huge amount. Masaru asked if the king was really sure about it, since it was a fortune. Then the king snapped back that the one-horned beast's materials were obviously priceless, and owning even a single piece of that stuff was pure prestige. The king grinned and told him that if he grabbed it from the goddess's friend, his power would roar even stronger. The protagonist said, "If that's true, then he'll absolutely pull a profit." And the other guy pressed again, "So, you'll sell, right?" Masaru grinned wide and nodded, then said they'd reached an agreement, right as he clasped the king's hand. Then the latter spun around and marched straight for his throne, and he demanded to know what the main character planned to do next. Masaru said he wants to negotiate again because the capital must be sitting on tons of supplies, and he's going in to buy whatever he can get. The king told them they could talk about it, but not yet, He had bigger matters to handle first, so the negotiations would roll on tomorrow. And then he leaned in and asked if they wanted to stay in the capital a little longer. The main character shrugged and said, "No problem. I just want to wander the capital. I'll be here for a couple days anyway." The king said, "Perfect. Then I'll assign someone to escort the boy around the capital and make it way easier to reach him." Masaru nodded, already saying he'd be eternally grateful. The man grinned and said he'd found the perfect candidate, a knight who wasn't like the rest at all. Later in the library, a voice snapped, "Zag!" and he spun around instantly, caught mid-breath. The boy blurts out what's going on, saying he's got a ton to handle. The assistant snaps back that he'll keep it brief. Meanwhile, Masaru's spiraling, wondering if this knight is truly the real deal, if he's actually as sharp with numbers as everyone thinks. The men told Zag to calm down, then leaned in because they wanted a favor from him. They asked if he was a real craftsman. Zag nodded and said he didn't have fancy titles. He just knew how to work with his hands, the way he was raised. He leaned in and told me his father used to serve as an engineer in the army, but now he's working in a workshop, making building materials and cranking out bricks day after day. The protagonist shot straight to him and demanded, again, about the workshop. Zag's nerves flared at the sudden push, but he nodded and told Mr. Freed about this mysterious new guy. Masaru shoved a scroll into his hands on the spot and declared, "It's done. You're perfect to play the main character." Masaru flashed him a letter from the king and told him his name, then demanded Zag keep an eye on him while they were in the capital. Since he'd be sleeping in the workshop, Zag knew he was on the hook. The main character flashed him a sweet smile, and Zag froze because the things he said didn't make sense. He couldn't grasp what was happening at all, so he blurted out the question, demanding to know what he was even talking about. Zag leaned in and said he got the whole situation. Then the main character snapped back, telling him to just use his first name and drop all the extra politeness. He told him he didn't mind playing guide for him, but then he snapped, "So why is Masaru spending the night at your parents' place?" The protagonist snapped back that he was only eyeing the local brick because he hoped it would score him a great price, and Zag raged that he couldn't even pretend he wasn't trying to use it. Masaru tossed out, "Is the customer really always right?" And Zag shot back, "Good thing I came to save you," then pointed right where the store sat. After a while, they finally closed in on the house, and the protagonist froze, staring at it in shock, blurting, "What is this?" His companion just shrugged and said the truth. The place wasn't even maintained anymore. It looked less like a home and more like a deserted shell. Masaru stared at the things in front of him, weighing whether this was his chance to grab them, and Zag shot back that his father forged every single one with sweat and blood. He stared at the bricks and smirked, saying they weren't bad at all. They were perfectly fired, just like they were supposed to be in the right brick-making process. Masaru also chose to use skill Emma Purcell. These bricks were top tier. They were made by pressing clay and slate into a mold, then firing them in a kiln, and when they came out, he couldn't believe how flawless the quality was. The protagonist checked everything and realized nothing was off. Every brick matched, perfectly straight, and you could tell the guy's father had golden hands. Masaru's anger flared because it looked like they didn't know a thing about running a business, and he decided that just by reading the atmosphere around it. The main character demanded, "Take me to your dad!" because they both knew this had to be a serious business-style talk, no games. Zag didn't argue. He nodded, agreed, and told the man to be there burning bricks, then snapped, "Come with me," and motioned him to follow. They strolled into the backyard together, and Zag immediately blared, telling his father he'd brought a client, only to snap back and hear Dad shouting after them, demanding why he was yelling so much, warning that if he didn't answer, it meant he was still inside the house. The boys heard him and bolted for the door. Then they yanked it open and froze, because a man sat by the table, his face screaming pure despair. Masaru figured he'd finally crossed paths with a real craftsman since landing in this world. Then Zag blurts out to his dad, "So what happened? You weren't skipping today to bake bricks. Are you sick?" His father roared with raw emotion. There was not a single coin to spare. He couldn't buy bricks, and he couldn't even get food. The protagonist clocked it instantly. This guy was a classic awful father, caring about nothing but his business. And when Zag realized the truth, he was left completely stunned. The guy started peppering his father with questions. Where were all the workers? Where were the students? and he even made it clear he'd sent money. The father snapped back that everyone vanished a month ago, and honestly it wasn't shocking since he hadn't paid their salaries in 3 months. Zag suddenly snapped, asking where his sister was and why she'd never told him. Then father's face crumpled with sadness. The man said he kicked her out because she had to figure out a way to make money, and Zags went straight, asking if he really had her out there doing obscenities. Her father snapped that she worked in a rival's workshop and begged her not to turn him into a monster. So the guy just grinned and said, "Hey, everything's fine." Right after that, the guy lunged in and swung, yelling that he'd ruined everything and calling him a bad father, and the other guy didn't see it coming at all. The main character begs Zag to spare his father, then hurriedly asks what price the bricks they've already got on hand will cost. The father snapped back that he had no clue what these items cost because Dino handled the money, and then admitted it hurt him to say it. Masaru pressed him again. "Who's Dina?" And Zag finally snapped back that she was his sister, then whirled around to his father and demanded, straight up, how he expected to run business without even knowing the price. The main character listened to them, glanced around, and declared it all made sense to him, because even if workers were here, he didn't think they could boost sales. Father said people are totally blind. Can't they see he's got the best bricks in the whole capital? Masaru fired back that the workshop's first impression was flat out terrible. That first impression hits hard. And it's what earns customer trust, because a quality product alone won't save you if the store doesn't match that level, especially in a building material shop. Masaru said, "Start by putting the product where everyone can see it. If you set everything up right, the first impression hits way harder." The father snapped to his son and demanded, "Are you sure that guy's really a client?" The boy hesitated, then shrugged, saying he figured he probably was. Masaru told them to take their time, promised he'd sleep at the hotel that night, and ordered them to double-check their goods and haul everything to Dina. Zag nodded and agreed. And the main character promised, "Let's meet at the castle tomorrow at noon." And Zag nodded again, only to spell out exactly why it had to be the castle. Masaru told me, "Tomorrow morning, first thing, I've got to find out everything about the magical beast sale, and I've also got to squeeze in a couple small business deals." A brand new day hit, and the protagonist and the rest of them gathered inside the castle. Right away, someone shoved a paper into his hands, listing the prices for selling magical beasts and the exact reward for taking them down. Masaru grinned and said it hadn't been for nothing. The payment was huge. Then he leaned in and asked for his reward. The king's assistant snapped that Masaru had done so much for the people of their country that he deserved everything, no hesitation. The protagonist flashed a confident smile and told them everything was fine, then pushed for the next step of the negotiations, and someone immediately asked what he wanted to buy from the surplus stock. Masaru smiled and said he wanted to buy wheat and barley. Then the seller asked if he could do around 20% less than last year, and Masaru shot back, "Yeah, that's totally fine with me." The king promised that once the final number was locked in, they'd settle on it with him right away. His assistant told him they could even hook him up with soybeans, and the man nodded right away. Then the protagonist leaned in and demanded the full details. Masaru shrugged and said soybeans don't matter to him like wheat and barley do, but if they've got some, he'd be thrilled to have. The protagonist blurted, "How much can I offer?" Because he was ready to snap up everything. Then they told him most of it wasn't processed yet. They were hoarding it in barns. He didn't back down for a second and agreed to buy it all. When he asked the price, they told him, and he nodded like, "All good." And just like that, they sealed the agreement and closed the deal. The king's assistant warned that the one who shows up for the final deal usually doesn't, so this rare moment made them, the regular crew, move that much closer to His Majesty, ready to help him with even more force. The protagonist told the king he needed to know all of this, then pressed for their opinion, only to get a shrug back. Maybe it mattered, but they still couldn't decide. The king's servant promised he'd take their advice once they had the goods, then they'd reach out. But as soon as he finished, Masaru blurted, "Where did you pull all this extra stuff from?" The king admitted that part of it was disaster supplies, but the rest was loaded up for military campaigns and full-blown army expeditions. The second he spoke, the protagonist snapped tense, his face turning serious, and a little aggressive too. He flashed back to the invasions, especially the ones with those rabbits. Then, as if to seal it, he decided he was right. Masaru snapped out loud that wasting resources like this was outrageous. These expeditions were totally pointless. and the king froze, shocked by what he'd just said. The man snaps that only fools who don't understand ruling would think that way. Because without daring expeditions, there's no way those people can even help the state thrive. Masaru said he got what that man was after, more territory, but warned that the state had to stay steady, or else at this rate, a brand new rebellion could erupt any day. The king demanded, "Why should I even touch these tiny details?" Then snapped that he shouldn't waste his time on them at all, and blasted them for being too wildly out of sync on the whole matter. The protagonist snapped that he was right. They were just too different, but he still wanted to help, and the man immediately demanded to know what kind of advice. Masaru told everyone, "As a king, I'll stake my rule on one goal, prosperity for my own land, and our cities will grow strong without needing raids, invasions, or foreign wars." He offered to show off the Beastman city he's building right now, and said that'll prove he's telling the truth. Then he even invited the king to come visit, and promised he could hit the coastal city too, so the king would finally understand him. The protagonist grinned and said there's always a way for people to live side by side, then urged that man to really think it through, because the gods love everyone the same, so stop clashing with pointless contradictions and start cooperating. The king leaned in and admitted those were interesting thoughts, but their views clashed hard. Masaru said he'd still step in to warn him, because if he ever underestimated them or treated the beastmen like they were inferior, they'd pay the price, and so would he. The king and his servants trembled at every word he said, yet the main character didn't flinch at all, just shut his eyes. Masaru shot a wave with his hand and called it a day, then promised he'd swing by to say goodbye when he was finally ready to leave. He also made sure they didn't forget, pay him in gold coins. After that, he tipped his farewell one last time and vanished out the door. The king went rigid with shock, even slumping back in his chair from sheer exhaustion. Then he snapped toward his servant and demanded, "Tell me, do you think I'm wrong too?" He shot back that every call he made was for the kingdom and its people, and that it's thriving because of him, no doubt. Still, he admitted Masaru might be right about something. The king mused that his arrival might be God's doing, but if he was right, then his advice better come in hot. The man peppered him with questions about what he'd said about the coastal city, betting it was Lancelot, and then demanded everything be ready for his departure to the Beastman city. The servant promised to follow every order, then shot a question. Should he even bother warning the guards? And the king just smirked, like the answer was painfully obvious. The man declared, "This time, no shields, no swords, just us, coming in peace." A brand new day dawned inside the castle, and the protagonist hurried up to thank Zag for showing up, only for Zag to shoot back that he looked totally baffled, like he'd stumbled in by luck alone since he just happened to be nearby. The guy leaned in and asked Masaru if the negotiations went well, and since he looked so happy, it felt like good news. Masaru nodded, said it was a success, grabbed exactly what he needed, and finally said the words he'd been holding in for ages. Zag's words freaked him out, so he blurted that he was too fearless. Then Masaru shot back, "Maybe," and immediately demanded, "So did you bring your sister?" And Zag snapped that she was back to handling the money again. Zag whipped around to the main character and told him, loud and clear, to stop acting reckless in front of his sister. Masaru snaps, "Why does everyone keep saying I'm such a problem if I'm the most logical one here?" And they tell him straight up, it's just his non-stop talk that's worrying everyone. Then the protagonist shrugs, "Hey, you're my guest. You've got nothing to stress about." After a moment, Zag swung the room door open and told his sister, "We're here!" The girl immediately shouted back, "Come in!" The girl flashed a sweet smile at the main character and told him she was thrilled to finally meet him. Then she introduced herself and said her name was Dinana. The protagonist threw out an apology for barging in, and the girl instantly waved it off. She said not to worry, because she was honestly happy he showed up. Masaru asked if she was counting because there was so much stuff, and she snapped back that it wasn't just random. She was counting everything in the barn her father had bought, and it was taking way longer than she thought. Dina shot back that she'd be done in a jiffy, then gestured for him to sit, until the main character asked to inspect the barn, and she confidently told him, "Go ahead, no problem at all." Masaru swept through the room, unable to sit still. Everything here was screaming at him with possibilities, from raw materials to handmade supplies, because he could use every single thing. He snatched up the plate and demanded, "Is this steel?" then immediately backtracked. No! Is it ceramic? After that, he grilled the girl about what kind it was, and she just smiled and said it was special. Her father cooked up this invention while he was still a soldier, but even though it's light and insanely strong, they shut it down because it would cost a fortune to produce, and the materials are rare, a pain to make in bulk, so he pushed back hard and asked, "Are you sure about this?" The protagonist jabbed to the side and demanded how they were supposed to explain those plates, and Dina snapped back, "I already kicked you out yesterday because you tried to mortgage the house." Masaru admitted they were struggling, and the girl snapped back that struggling wasn't the word. His debts needed action, not sympathy. And Seg chimed in that if they just landed one massive client, they could wipe those debts clean. The protagonist instantly replayed his own words about how they wanted that giant client to foot the bill and wipe out their debts, then figured, at least for now, he could cover anything he needed. Dina grilled him for his take on the purchase, and Masaru replayed everything that just happened, then snapped into a decision and blurted out that he had something to tell them. The protagonist jabbed a finger at the pile of goods behind him and demanded to know if he'd get a discount if he bought every last one. Zag shot back that it was no big deal and pressed his sister again. She nodded and confirmed it. And then the guy promised, "Sell everything, and we'll wipe out the debts. Masaru will be our savior." Then the main character leaned in, said he had some big ideas, and asked, "Will you hear my proposal?" Zag wasted no time and pressed him for the proposal. Then Dinus hesitated, cheeks hot with embarrassment, and admitted she just couldn't shake a bad feeling. Then the main character grinned and asked, "Why didn't you two and your father move to my city?" Zag snapped that he could already tell this plan was straight up ridiculous. Was he really about to uproot them and move away from the capital, their home? He didn't know about himself and his father, but with his sister in the mix, it felt like it just wouldn't happen. But Dina cut him off mid-sentence and demanded, "You mean the Beastmen city you're building?" Masaru nodded, and then said he'd love for them to jump in and help him construct it. The hero also demanded 3 hot meals every single day, and promised there'd be no cap on the work, while their father would finally get his own workshop, with helpers to churn out bricks. Zag shot back, asking if he was serious about thinking these conditions were too good for them, and Dina snapped, "This is a city of beastmen, don't you forget that." The girl insisted, "I don't discriminate," but admitted she's in a strange place, one of those sleepy cities with barely anyone around, so Masaru shot back, "Sure, right now the only person here is a girl named Adelina, but that's going to change, and soon." He even leaned in and asked if anyone knew craftsmen drowning in money trouble, and when he did, the king himself gave him the green light to hire them. Masaru grinned and said the more manpower they had, the faster the city would grow. Then he leaned in and asked if they didn't feel pumped just thinking about it. Yet their faces said, "No way." Pure skepticism written all over them. He told them straight up, if they didn't bring the right skills and knowledge, learning new techniques and theories in that city would be brutal. Then he pushed his idea hard and urged them to consider his proposal. And Dina agreed. Masaru said they'd cut straight back to the supplies and promised a deal, if they gave him a 10% discount. The guys nodded and agreed. The protagonist asked, "Could I cover everything with gold coins?" "Pay your debts first, then hand you the rest, so he wouldn't have to lug a mountain of gold back with him." Dina said, "If you say yes, we can do it right now." And Zag immediately agreed with her too, while Masaru shrugged, not saying no, but asking, "Are we really in a rush?" The girl snapped that before Dad starts more trouble, they've got to crush the debt ASAP. Zag said they're scared he'll pull another stunt like buying a warehouse again, and Masaru just couldn't shake the nasty feeling that something was about to go very wrong. After a while, they finally hit the shop and started pounding on the door, until the stranger snapped, asking how long they expected to keep knocking, since they were already closed. He spotted Dina, pointed her out, and asked if she was the girl from the brick store, then clocked that she looked like she was rushing, so did she really need money again? He cut right in and told her they couldn't lend them a cent anymore. The protagonist cut him off right away and snapped that they were only here to settle the debt. Zag then warned the man that if he laid a single finger on his sister, Zag would make sure he didn't walk out alive. Masaru slammed a pile of gold coins onto the counter right in front of the man, and the shock hit him instantly. He never thought a boring brick-and-mortar shop could pull in this kind of money. Dina demanded to know if the money would finally wipe out their debts and the interest on top of it. Zag promised they'd break free of that debt spiral for good, and the man praised their work, then said it still wasn't enough. Dina snapped, asking if her father had borrowed even more money, and everyone demanded to know what they still owed. Then the man shot back right away, insisting it wasn't really about the debt, even though it was still tied to their father. He fired the question at them. Did they remember the warehouse they rented? The girl pointed to the one where they kept the plates, and Zag shrugged, saying there'd be no trouble at all since they already paid for it. The man shot back that the father had rebuilt the warehouse behind everyone's back, dragging in a ladder, mounting a shelf on the wall, even hacking a hole in the floor, and carving out a bed for himself, but this amount wouldn't even begin to cover it. So yeah, everyone was furious. After a while, they finally stomped out of the shop, grim silence hanging in the air. The main character snapped that he was morally wrecked from cleaning up the old man's mess all day. Dina shot him a heartbreaking apology, and she made it clear their father wasn't a bad person at all. Masaru snapped out of it, grinned, and told them everything was fine because he'd just come up with a way to blow off stress. The guys stared at him, stunned. Zag snapped at him right away, telling him to stop stirring trouble in the capital. Did he really mean to drag the King's Guard into this? The guy grinned and said, "Sounds like a brilliant plan," then revealed the truly horrifying idea waiting right behind it. The main character grinned and said, "Yeah, I meant shopping," then vowed he'd grab everything he wanted in this city. Masaru asked if they didn't feel rested when they went shopping, and Dina immediately shot back, "Is this for the Beastman city?" And he grinned, saying, "Halves for me, halves for the city." Zag shot back right away, asking if this was about the day they talked of recruiting artisans, and the guy nodded, saying yeah, he'd been waiting for it. He said this city is still under construction, no name yet, but if people want to move in and settle, it'll turbocharge everything and let it grow into a massive megalopolis that could even blow past the capital. Masaru even pushed the idea forward. What if there's more to it? He's already itching to keep building the city, but Dina snaps back that this job is no walk in the park. Compared to their father's business, the whole scale is absolutely massive. The main character said building it was pure fun, and Dina instantly shot back to her father's warning. He needed to rest, and he was happy just to keep pounding out bricks. The girl suddenly froze mid-step, and Zag leaned in to ask what was wrong, only for her to whip around with a bright smile and tell him everything was fine. Dina leaned in and asked if he was hitting the stores tomorrow, and he said, "Yeah," then promised he'd go in the morning, before firing back, "So why are you asking?" The girl told them, "Stop by on your way," and then she and Zag would take him straight through the local shops, grinning sweetly while she said it. She even promised she'd introduce him to her artisan friends, absolute masters of their craft. And Masaru practically burst with excitement because he got to meet them face to face. Zag told his sister to really think it over, because the main character is even wilder than their father, and then he stepped up, saying he'd take full responsibility for it. Dina insisted everything's fine, she just wants to stop stressing over bills and finally breathe, and she's sure it'll be a blast to wander the market with Masaru. Zag shot back that his sister was totally right, then figured tomorrow would slam him with yet another chaotic day. A fresh new day finally rolled in, and just like they promised, they hit the streets together, bouncing shop to shop across the city. Zag snagged a bunch of animals from the Adventurers Guild, swore they were all mutated, and then asked what he'd do with them, only for him to grin and say he'd breed them. Quail windcutters can drop 5 eggs every 3 days, and a horned rabbit can crank out 14 babies a year. Plus, their meat tastes insanely good, and widow's goats are out there giving milk too. Later, inside the castle, Zag grabbed him and warned him to stop doing anything that could blow up in his face. And yeah, Dina will probably end up in his city after all, but he's still sick with worry because he can't go with them. Masaru pushed back and asked, "So what are you really talking about?" The main character shot them a shocked look and blurted, "You think I'll go with you?" And that answer stunned the other guy just as hard. Zag snapped, "Why do I have to do this?" And Masaru fired back, "Because I got the king's permission to bring in some craftsmen, and as part of the deal, a detachment from Gratis has to stay in the Beastman city." He also said the detachment's captain would serve as ambassador, and that Zag had been picked for the job. He hesitated, then admitted it all felt wrong, because he'd just snagged a girlfriend. The main character admitted he couldn't figure out the right words to say, but he had no doubt he'd find a new girlfriend in no time. Then Dina shouted his name. Masaru shot her a curious question about her name, and Zag nearly choked with surprise. She said they almost never saw this woman in the castle, then pushed for what sparked the sudden rush. Dina said this was all about the main character's proposal to move to the Beastman city, she agreed. And the moment Zag heard it, he couldn't help but ask if she'd really come all this way for that. She made it clear, this wasn't just about that. It was the only way to sell the store and the land so they could move. Then she marched straight into the merchant guild inside the castle, and Masaru snapped the moment he saw her. What's the problem? She shoved a scroll into his hands and ordered him to read it, and the guild immediately praised them for their shared effort in shaping everything, then handed them the exact info they needed about their home and their land. With that awful location and the house falling apart, they didn't just shrug, they moved to charge the boys for demolition, and the boys were hit with a total shock. Dina leaned in and asked her brother, "Do you think Masaru will be okay? Will filing a complaint against that tyranny cause any trouble?" He just smirked and said he'd been dealing with this mess for ages, but it'll be fine, because he'd already talked it out with the king himself. After a while, the main character trudged back to them looking absolutely wrecked, and Zag snapped, "You look terrible! What happened?" He managed to bump up the land and house price a bit, but they had thought it through, so there was no way he could win that argument. And Dinas insisted it'd help them move, only for it to hit them with even more expenses. After that, they sprinted back to the house. Zag caught Masaru staring at a dangerous object and snapped, "What are you thinking?" Masaru shot back that he hadn't been this furious in ages. Zag told his sister that once the main character pulled Morgenstern down, worry hit him hard. He feared he'd smash the trade guild next. And yeah, she totally understood why he did it. Neither of them expected Masaru to bail on paying for the demolition and then take the whole job on himself as he tore into the house. He stared at his weapon and blurted that after crafting it in that coastal city, the time had finally come. So he turned to Zag and Dina and demanded why everything sounded so loud, and they just laughed back. "Because you're smashing every single thing!" Zag snapped that it was way too much since he was tearing down a house with a dangerous weapon. But Masaru just grinned and said everything was fine, like he'd already accounted for everything. At first, it sounds totally ridiculous, but he uses that thing like a hammer to smash the walls, and then the rubble gets turned into gravel later. Demolition's gonna roar, shake up the whole neighborhood, so they'd better detour and go knock on doors to warn everyone. Plus, he even busted out his construction know-how to build a barrier that blocks the debris from blasting upward while he works. If they just stick to the plan, the demolition will run like clockwork, and he'll use his skills to turn every scrap into something useful. He's even sure he can slam it shut by morning, so they should just hand it to him. But then Zag is hit with pure shock. He's set to team up with Masaru as an ambassador, so pulling him in to help with stuff like that is a no-brainer, and he's clearly into it too. Then right on cue, his name gets called. Their father insisted he'd chop the tree exactly to the size he requested, so Zag should come take a look. And when Zag and Dina saw him already there, shock hit them like a punch. The protagonist basically said, "Let's crush this demolition fast," then hired their father to help so he could move on to what came next. Masaru praised it as flawless. Of course, only a seasoned craftsman could pull that off. Then the guy grinned and said, "Great, then I'll start mass production right away." Zag stared in shock at what he just blurted out, saying he was working on something, and then immediately pressed him for what he was cooking. The protagonist snapped that even the building's demolition was an insult, like the merchant guild was toying with them, and vowed he'd build a brand new forge here, then hit them with a ridiculous price. Zag said, "Don't praise my business hustle. I'm just like any kid who can't stand losing." And Dina shot back, "I don't think my dad will sign off on this job." He said the guild would pay him big, and he'd rake in even more on top of that, so he nodded and agreed. Zag blurted out that he was thrilled his dad hadn't changed at all, and Masaru shot the kid a question. Need help with him? Because once that was settled, there'd be no more business to take care of. After he wrapped up the housework, the main character declared it was time to head back to Beastman City. Zag nodded along, admitting he'd gotten used to how wildly unreasonable he could get sometimes, thrilling in one breath, terrifying the next. Nassar swore that once he grabbed every last material, he'd unleash his skill and raise a whole building, and he'd be gone from the city in a week, so they'd better get ready, especially that guy. The protagonist asked to break up with his girlfriend, while Dina insisted she had to say goodbye to the neighbors and friends who truly cared about her. Then her father just shrugged and said he'd chat a bit with his drinking buddies. Dina leaned in and asked, "So you're not bringing the other artisans, huh? And tell me, are you just hunting for an excuse to drink?" In the capital of Gratis, the protagonist bargained straight with the king, then hunted through the city to stock up on everything he could, because the real prize wasn't goods, it was people. 6 blacksmiths, 2 tanners, 8 carpenters, 4 tailors, and 4 cooks. And he needed companions he could actually trust. Zag said he was already getting into it. Then his father pushed him toward woodworking and asked if he remembered how to use the tools, and Zag shot back that he did. The main character marched up to the king and blurted that he was heading out way sooner than he'd expected. This trip was all about negotiations and grabbing every needed supply, and if anything else turned up, he'd swing back to the capital to take care of it. The king admitted he'd genuinely missed the Merchant Guild's endless complaints, only to reveal he'd bought so much stuff that he went way overboard. The man said he was relieved he hadn't suddenly invited the castle goddess again, because last time, during his last visit, that went horribly wrong. Masaru figured the whole ordeal had left him seriously traumatized. The king leaned in and demanded, "So you're still on that big plan? Really building a forge and a weapon shop just to sell to the Merchant Guild?" The main character said he'd supposedly heard it all. Then the man fired back that this would be the best store in the capital, packed with endless shelves and rare display cases no one had ever seen. The king asked if the boy could do him a favor, and the kid shot right back that he could see straight through him. Then he pointed out how the man had helped them all so much and handed him a parting gift. Nobody in this world has ever seen a place like this, an all-stone 3-story building with top-tier goods lined up along the wall behind the counter. And the big thing? A whole system is set up to stop thieves cold. Just pull down the lever, and that iron cage drops right in front of the door, with the counter ready to catch it. Masaru explained that once the store finally opens, everyone in the trade will spot the innovations right away. And as the business grows, civilization itself levels up too, taking a huge leap forward. The king shrugged it off as, "Just my opinion," but it was obvious he'd cashed in his royal power and skills to handle a ton of problems solo, so if he had manpower, he'd better use every last bit of it. Masaru was sure he'd nailed it. Then reality punched back, because building a city was a whole different monster, and without him there, everything ground to a halt, like you could actually run the entire city by yourself. The protagonist bowed to King Axion, swore he'd carry every word with him and keep fighting for the cause, and the king just shrugged back like, "I'm only talking to myself." Masaru told him he could dispatch people to the city to trade magic for technology, but he made it clear he was praying the folks he sent wouldn't be prejudiced against the Beastmen. And he demanded the king pick only energetic, unbreakable people, ones that wouldn't crack at the first hit. The king nodded like he got it all, then wouldn't stop talking the moment requests started. The man shot his hand out and swore this would be their final handshake. Then he couldn't wait to see the amazing city his own hands had built. Masaru told him, "Next time we'll just drink, and I'll invite Vectinia and the others too." The king begged for mercy, saying the gods aren't the kind of guests you can invite that easily. Zag snapped at him for being late, and he shot back that it was his fault, because he'd been stuck talking to the king. Then he hurried over to the protagonist to report that they were almost finished loading, while a group hung around nearby, chatting for a bit. They were adventurers, and they couldn't stop gushing about how they'd never seen groups that cheerful. Then they told him they'd gotten permission to head out, so he didn't need to worry at all. Right before they left the capital, Masaru remembered. Just days ago, they still had 8 more companions, a mix of adventurers and an elf, all of them dreaming of hanging up their swords and settling down in the city. They're friendly, cheerful, and a bit carefree, and you'll soon see why they're crucial for training the city guard. Right as that thought lands, the main character gets called out. The adventurer leaned in and asked if he'd deliver a proud speech, and the others rallied behind him. Yet Masaru couldn't shake the feeling he'd just changed his mind, because this whole crew felt way too carefree. The main character leapt into the carriage and told everyone, "Thank you for the welcome. Thanks for choosing to move, to settle in a brand new land and a brand new city. With what they've learned here, they'll build the city with their own hands and set up the connections and opportunities that'll welcome all of them, plus their friends, to their new home. The protagonists swore that even if the days here crush them with stress and hardship, they'll still be packed with fun and joy, so they'd better dig in and make something truly grand actually happen. Masaru spun toward the city, thanked Grotis, then waved him off and told him, "We're headed for our new home now." A few days after they ditched the kingdom, the whole caravan buzzed non-stop, people trading talk about swords, others getting lost in stories about the forest. The guys kept bragging that yesterday's boar was straight-up gourmet, like they'd stumbled into a feast fit for kings. And the protagonist couldn't help it, soaking up the good vibes and riding that wave of happiness. Masaru snapped his head toward Zag and asked whether he'd talked to his elf sister and her friends, and Zag shrugged it off. He claimed he wasn't meddling, he was just curious about her life as an elf. Either way, Masaru could tell he'd have figured out fast if she had a new traveling companion. The elf yanked the cart curtain aside and demanded to know if she wasn't good enough for him. Zag's nerves shot through the roof as he blurted that she had it wrong, and then one of the men cut in, saying he could even spot the river they'd been talking about over lunch. They decided to pull over near it, and the adventurer fired off a question to Masaru. When would they reach it? Masaru said he had to check the map first. He told them they were at the junction where the river met the roads, and that they were already halfway to Bespin City. Good news! They were right on schedule, and it would only take a few more days. The adventurer and the elf stared at his skills, stunned, especially when he pulled out a storage skill and a map skill like it was nothing. The girl had never seen anything like it, and even seasoned adventurers used simpler stuff. That man swore only one type of person could build a whole city of beastmen, so it'd be crazy to expect him to be so loved, given how beastmen and humans are always butting heads. And Masaru just grinned and said, "They're great guys, showed up at exactly the right time." The adventurer grinned and admitted he got it all, then practically bounced in place, itching to hit the city. The elf just smirked and said it was obvious from the look on his face. The protagonist marched up to the other crew members and demanded, "Do the chefs have enough ingredients?" They told him lunch left them with a little to spare, but they urgently needed to refill their supplies. Then one of the cooks shoved wild birds at him. Masaru's curiosity kicked in, and he decided to pit them against other meats. If he turned it down, they'd have to scrape by on wild herbs, but he went along, saying their battle-tested hunter could handle the hunt. After a while, the elf, Masaru, and Zag hit the hunt together, and every time he watches her technique, Masaru just can't find the words. Zag, meanwhile, shrugs and says he still can't tell what makes a human bow different from hers. Zag also said, "If you mean a bird's habits and where it flies, then I'll nail them, no sweat." But then he leaned in and asked, "Still, do you even know the birds you're hunting?" The elf started talking about birds, those pesky little thieves that swoop in, grab the belongings of travelers and adventurers, and then vanish into the sky like it's a game. One of them even snatched her water bottle. And yeah, they do it all just for the fun of it. The protagonist asked her what they tasted like, and she winked and said they were ridiculously tasty. Then he shot his hand up, grinning, and promised they'd go hunt those annoying birds again. Zag sighed and admitted he was stuck hurting. Sure, it helped him hunt boars, but those birds felt way heavier. Then the elf told him, "You've got the right instincts. Don't quit yet." She shoved her bow into his hands and dared him to give it a shot. Maybe it'd nail the bird before it even took off. Masaru warned him to tread carefully, because that thing can be downright dangerous. The elf practically pounced on him and asked if he knew a thing about the bow, and he blurted out that he'd missed a shot, then fired back that he'd even built one from the same material and offered to show her. She nodded and agreed. The girl snatched his bow into her hands and stared at it in disbelief, then demanded to know if it was truly made from the same stuff because she couldn't even string it. Masaru leaned in and told her he'd been reinforced with mithril to keep up with his own strength. And when the elf demanded to know how he was lying, Masaru just smiled and asked her to watch him prove it. He hesitated, then she burst out triumphantly, swearing she knew it. He was bluffing, plain and simple. He just strung the bow too tight. Masaru had to admit it. He'd learned his lesson. But he definitely couldn't let her know that. He swore he'd fire one shot, just to tag that nearby tree, and the elf snapped, "You really think you can fool me?" He grinned and said it wasn't about tricks. It was because that place burned him with awful memories. Then he joked that he could smash someone like a bear, and the other guy snapped back that this was all just talk, because you're supposed to be using a bow in the first place. Masaru yanked the bowstring and let the arrow fly, and the girl gasped in disbelief, because he actually pulled it off. Zag nodded hard, saying the shot had real power, as the arrow tore clean through the trees. Right then, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, and the main character broke down in tears, blurting out that he'd hit someone again. And the elves said the scream was coming from beyond the forest, so she grabbed his hand and yelled, "Come with me!" Then they rounded the corner and saw a huge group of people getting torn apart by wolves, and everyone froze like, "Wait, why are wolves swarming the plain like this?" Suddenly, one of the wolves loomed over the stranger and went for her. Zag snapped that it wasn't the right moment, while the elf warned she wouldn't even get a shot off. At that exact moment, the main character snapped into action. He bolted into the clearing, drove the wolves off the stranger, and only then did she shove her to run for it. The stranger tried to figure out who he was, but he just told his friends to take her away from here. The protagonist fumed to himself, wondering what kind of resistance this was. Then he swung at the Volkovs again, and his strike finally shattered the stone for real. The elf snapped at him to move aside, because a golem was coming. Then she lit up with her fire support skills and tore into the wolves. Several arrows rocketed into the monsters, but nothing could stop them, not even swords. Right then, the stranger stepped in beside them and demanded they let her help, if they could. And then she snapped, "Retreat immediately." Masaru snapped at her, asking why she couldn't see the swords were useless here. Then she fired back, saying she was a knight and refused to turn her back on the enemy. Then the stranger swung a sword at the wolves, and she realized, too late, her strength couldn't even break through them. So she stared at him and thought, just how strong is this man? Right then, a pack of wolves burst up behind him, lining up to tear into their target, while everyone nearby went wide-eyed and stunned at what was happening. The monsters lunged in and started biting Masaru's body. He gasped that it hurt like hell, begged them to get off him and not chew his neck. And the shocked stranger blurted, "Masaru, are you okay?" Right then, the main character crushed one of the wolves and it tore into him, badly. He also told that wolf that it was just one of the many precious things he owned after being reborn. And Sag? He admitted he wasn't shocked by anything anymore. Masaru said, "Look, if I handle the wolves myself, you can go back to your friends." And the girl nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Rage boiled in his veins, and he roared at the monsters for daring to mess with a synthetic fiber that doesn't even exist in this world. Then he made them pay, and blasted them aside with his power. He yanked out his weapon and started swinging like a madman, yelling that this was their punishment for ruining his clothes. After a while, they stormed back to camp, and Masaru let out a breath of relief. No one got killed. Zag nodded like he'd seen a miracle, saying the guy who was supposed to be crippled by injuries was standing there, still buzzing with energy, and that he better keep sharpening his skills too. He couldn't help feeling a little shocked, because in that fight, he poured every last drop of magic into strengthening spells, and nothing ever went wrong. But when the wolves finally sank their teeth into him, he'd already clawed back a third of his magic power, so he didn't get hurt, and the whole blast strengthened his body from head to toe. Then Masaru got called in and was told that the group's leader and his servant were waiting, right there for him. He turned to the elf and demanded why she was just standing around, and she answered, calm as ever, that she'd come to visit the members of her race. When the main character shoved into the tent, he froze. 2 elf girls were inside, and one was sprawled on the floor, grinning sweet as can be right at him. The elf on the floor declared, "We're dark elves," and their gratitude hit hard, while the teammate elf nodded and promised that everything she said was true. They belonged to the same race. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief and said he was just glad they were safe. Then he demanded, "So why do the golems keep attacking us?" If they didn't want to talk, he wouldn't push it. The elves straight up ignored his question and snapped back that they weren't going to say anything. Sure, it might sound shameless, but right now they were getting slammed by one brutal problem: finding a place to settle. The girl asked to jump into their group, and Masaru didn't even hesitate. He waved them right in. Then the girl nodded and admitted their request would trap them in a tough spot, but honestly, they had nowhere else to turn. Then it hit her. She remembered. They'd already agreed. The girl asked, "Are you sure you don't mind?" And the main character snapped back, "I already said yes." The elf on his team said she'd better figure out fast whether they were lucky or doomed. Zag snapped that they'd better start getting used to Massarazantics, and Massarazantics shot back that they were one brutal crew. After a long stretch, the whole crew finally barreled into the Beastman city. May shot onto the protagonist's neck, greeted him with a grin, and he immediately asked how she was holding up. Adelina greeted him too, and he lit up, saying he was just relieved to hear she was doing well. Then he asked where the chief was, only for her to tell him he was stuck in the middle of work in a residential area. After a while, they finally caught up to him, and the man bragged that he'd brought even more people with him again. Masaru shot back that they were all artisans, their brand new comrades who would raise the city right alongside them. He also said that on the road, when they run into a group of dark elves, they're going to stay put here for a while. Dark elves rose and stared up at the jagged mountains, and the girl blurted, "This is incredible!" The leader then declared that the city was carved into existence with help from other people, leaving her brimming with pure, awestruck admiration. The tall girl kicked off a theory about a black-haired man hiding a secret, and right then the leader snapped at her. "Stop guessing and look at the people smiling at him so warmly." Lemian bolted to the elves and blurted, "We're friends!" And the leader instantly snapped that he wanted to throw a huge welcoming party. And then he added that it applies to the leader and her people too. But the girl snapped back, saying they never bothered to introduce themselves. The Dark Elves' leader is Emeralda, and her right-hand woman is Arena. Then the protagonist stepped in, introduced himself, and told everyone to kick back because they were home. Night rolled in, and tons of people packed near the fountain, tables stacked with food, non-stop chatter filling the air. There, the main character finally saw Goddess Illisafira, and before they could even breathe, she greeted them with an apology for keeping them waiting, while the children immediately tore that piece away and wouldn't let them have a second of rest. Masaru leaned in and asked if she was used to being a teacher, and she basically lit up, telling him that, yeah, she taught magic the way she promised, because the gods always keep their word. The girl admitted she hardly ever gets to reach into the lower world and touch people's lives firsthand, and she had zero idea it'd be this much fun. That's why her eyes are so full of hurt when she has to leave. Then the guy leans in and asks what she really means. The goddess said she had nothing left to teach, and then, because he'd finally returned, she closed the book on her time as his teacher. The protagonist demanded she couldn't be the goddess of magic, and if she was, why would she still have anything else to teach? Isla shot back, "Do you remember the crab case? Because of the god's rules, he didn't try to meddle too much. He had her teach magic to the city's people for him, meaning she can only teach spells he's able to use. The goddess told everyone she had nothing left to teach them. Her work here was done." Then he saw the crushing sadness in her face, and an idea snapped into his head. Tomorrow, she turned to the protagonist, and he demanded exclusive, one-on-one magic lessons. And since he still had to brief the masters, he promised to oversee them himself every day for about an hour. Then the goddess demanded what he meant, claiming it would break the rules, and he snapped back that it was totally okay to teach him magic because he had the knack for it. He just needed her to teach him the spell he didn't know yet. Since he lives in the same city, he's got everything he needs to take in her teachings, and if he can master new magic, she can keep guiding others too. She told him he was right. Then she snapped, "Why didn't you start building this city with hired craftsmen? Are you wasting your time on me?" Masara fired back that since she was having a blast, he'd help her keep the fun going for even longer. So when Isla heard that, she finally got why her sister kept slipping into the lower world. A brand new day dawned, and the protagonist jolted awake, never expecting they'd start studying the second the first rays of sun hit the room. Isla shot him a warning not to get distracted. He'd asked for this schedule himself, so now he had zero room to complain. The goddess leaned in and asked if he'd gotten a solid grasp of magic from his sister. He nodded, and then she cut straight through it, refusing to bore him with details and instead pushing him to learn how to unleash the magic trapped inside his own body. He snatched the branch with both hands, and it erupted into a blinding glow. Isla snapped that he'd skipped a beat, and since she was his teacher, he obeyed without question. Then she told him to let her go and send her flying into the air. The goddess said blasting magic into the air was easier since it met less resistance. Then he smirked and promised he'd dump every last bit of magic straight out of his body in one shot. Fleabass, Bored, and Miserbriot showed up out of nowhere, and Isla blurted, "This is amazing!" Then she froze when she realized his magical power was floating straight up, vertically. After that, they decided to test other kinds of magic. So he jumped in with wind magic, even though the goddess tried to yank him back, warning him it was deadly to cast with that much magical power. But the guy wouldn't listen. Then a massive whirlwind tore through the air, and the whole city flinched in fear. So they grinded through a few more days, and then, one day, he waited for her like clockwork. But she never showed up, and he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that a goddess this serious could be late. They were supposed to do compression training today, and he and she were pumped for it. Then a voice snapped from behind him saying Ela had asked her to come today. It turned out his old friend Victinia, she was right there, and he finally blurted out that it had been forever since they last saw each other, stammering the whole time. The girl told her that Isla had called her over and begged for help studying magic, and because it was her younger sister asking, she pulled out every ounce of effort she had and wouldn't hold back for a second. The goddess beamed and said she was thrilled they were finally getting along, then snapped, "Now get to work!" and ordered him to start compressing his magic. The protagonist muttered a curse under his breath, fuming that she was here instead of her sister today. And yeah, she was clearly in one awful mood. Masaru snapped at Victoria, telling her to calm down or he'd start counting the extra wrinkles coming her way. And she shot back that she was perfectly calm, which was exactly why she told him to pull himself together. She told him they were kicking off training and warned that if he couldn't master her, the fallout would be nastier than a tornado. While he was working at a home center, a canister of compressed gas slipped off a car, the cap cracked, and he watched air blast out as the cylinder shot straight into the wall like a rocket. Masari spilled everything about what he'd done, and the goddess urged him to pull his magic together and unleash it once more. He snapped that even if she insisted, it was pointless, and he couldn't wrap his head around how that compression thing was even supposed to work, let alone how anyone could keep gathering magic for ages. Then she pushed him to picture the vessel fully formed, because once it was ready, he only had to pour in the magic he'd gathered. The more he collected, the bigger the load, the tighter he'd have to compress it down. If she could pull it off once, she was certain he'd never trip up on it. Then he got hit with a shock when she admitted she already knew the trick, and that's when he realized she could actually shape it into real things. A colossal magic orb slammed into existence right in front of him, and he instantly decided to picture a container that could actually hold that kind of power. Then, like it was summoned from the air, a massive sword snapped into his hands. He grinned because he'd finally done it, realizing magic could be wielded like this. With a sincere apology, he admitted his earlier words were wrong and told her advice really saved him. Vectinia froze for a second, then blurted that she needed to talk to him about something, so he shot back asking what it was. Then she went, "Wait! Is it really you?" and started denying it right away, even voicing why she'd ever be thinking about something like that in the first place. He asked if today's gloom was why she looked so down, and she snapped back that he needed to stay locked in when he controlled his magic. Then he grinned and said the wind wasn't hitting as hard this time. Then the twist hit, he snapped, saying he was taking his words back, and Victinia asked if he should look away at a moment like that. Next thing, he crumpled to the ground, and afterward he finally started thinking about what she wanted to talk to him about. He figured it had to do with the city, then it hit him. He'd once taught that craftsman how to forge knives. The men insisted they'd already perfected everything they'd made, turning every blade into a multi-purpose tool. And when he pressed them, they told him straight up they were crafting these knives to sell. They had no idea what was wrong. So Masaru stepped in and said, loud and clear, when he told them to be the same, he meant it literally. He lifted the knife and said, "Yeah, the blades might look the same size and length, but you can't ignore how the surface feels or how the details are done." He wouldn't even let hammer marks mar the blade, because these knives were supposed to be sold, and they weren't up to snuff. They tried to talk him out of it, and then he demanded they compare them. He yanked out a ruler from his storage and claimed it was the measuring tool they used back in his hometown. Then he pointed and ordered, "Carry knives." Musser told them to grab the knife they just forged, set it beside the finished sample, then slap a ruler on top, because if the thickness matched, there'd be zero gap. He even spilled how school worked. When they built parts to exact sizes, they still got penalized by a tiny error of 1/120th of a millimeter, and the guys said it felt downright cruel. After he graduated from vocational school, he became an assistant master so sharp that, while working at a country home center, he could spot flaws down to 1/150th of a millimeter. either by staring with his bare eye or by sensing it with a fingertip. The protagonist shoved one of the knives into the man's hands and bragged, "I forged this with my own hands, no skills, no shortcuts." Then he demanded, "Now measure it." The master told Masaru to check the thickness. One look and you could see there weren't even the tiniest gaps. Masaru admitted he wasn't totally precise because he didn't have the proper gear, but still, he could tell. He told them, "Since we're the same kind, you can learn these techniques, and everything else I can teach you." The man laughed and said, "I love it. This is the first time I've been this locked in on my work in ages." And the other shot back, "Then teach us. Show us how to reach that level." Turns out the main character was laying it all out for Victinia. Maybe in just 3 years he'll have nothing left to teach her. So when he watched her reaction, he realized his guesses about what they'd be talking about were completely wrong. He told her he'd started raising livestock too, and tossed in a few fresh bits of city life, but the girl shut down the whole conversation. He even brought up the sanctuary, and when he said it was high time to start, the girl asked if this really was her city, by name and everything, and he answered her with an eager yes. Then it hit her sister's letter, and she immediately asked, "Shouldn't you tell me something first? Because once you're back in the city, if you want to call yourself one of its people, you've got to do the one thing that comes first." She chewed on every word, wondering if it was really true. Then he snapped back that he was back, and said her name like it meant everything. Victinia beamed at him and greeted him warmly. Then he leaned in and asked if something like that had really upset her. Then he caught her embarrassed expression, and a rush of hope hit him. He couldn't wait to see her accept him and greet him with that warm, smiling welcome. Right away, the goddess grilled him about what was running through his head, so he shot back that if he said it out loud, she might go too far, and he'd better keep the thought locked inside. She tried prying into his real thoughts, but he snapped and bolted, swearing he'd never do it, and then said it was time to go to the artisans. Right then, Isla kept watching them like she was locked in. She figured her sister had to tell him something huge. And honestly, she's just ridiculously adorable standing right beside the main character. She stewed over the big picture. Those dark elves Masaru had rescued were fresh on her mind, and if she checked the trail of what just happened, she could confirm the details fast. But there wasn't a single mistake anywhere. The goddess figured she'd have to dig deeper, but she never expected the world to hide something beyond the god's reach. Hila couldn't shake the feeling something was seriously wrong. So why were the dark elves getting attacked? You could practically see her nerves shaking in real time. After a while, Arena finally crashed back into the city, right when Emeralda was already waiting for her return. The girl wasted no time and fired straight at the chief, asking how the rest of the dark elves were holding up. She shot back that everyone was doing great, that everyone treated them with kindness, and Arana said taking their offer felt like the right move. The leader nodded in agreement, but made one thing crystal clear. No matter what, they had to take action. The two of them rolled up on the main character and demanded a favor, and when the dust settled, they finally agreed to talk after dinner. The protagonist hurriedly apologized for the delay, then revealed he'd brought one more person with him. The leader snapped that they'd skip the small talk, but first, she wanted to introduce herself all over again. Emeralda bursts out that she's the queen of the Dark Elves, and she's not just talking, she's thanking them and forgiving her clan's shelter after all they went through, leaving the boys stunned at who she really is. The girl blurted out that they were from the kingdom of Stenzen, a kingdom wedged along a mountain range, 10 days' drive west of the city. And then one day, golems showed up again, the exact ones they'd seen before, so they fought back hard. When the protagonist group finally caught up to them on the plains, were they really just fleeing from the golems? Emeralda muttered that there might have been survivors, but she could barely believe it. Masaru said it meant an entire country had been erased from the map, just gone. So the golems were really that strong? Zag shot back, confused, asking why they'd suddenly decided to tell them about it. The leaders said that months had slipped by since they'd left the city, and they needed that time just to steady their minds. Emerald blurted that she'd uncover what happened to her homeland, no matter the cost. Then she demanded help getting to Stenson. The protagonist said he finally got what she meant, then shot back, "So why did you two attack us in the first place?" She replied, "We didn't see it coming. Everything happened way too suddenly." And he pressed, "Was this some kind of grudge?" Zack said it was basically impossible, because dark elves are a kind of gentle elf. the ones who live in harmony with nature. And he'd never even heard a real rumor about them, let alone anything bad. The guy couldn't believe his ears when he heard their kingdom got attacked. Then the main character leaned in and demanded they tell him every single detail of what happened. Irina said she'd been guarding the city gate when she got back. Then horror hit. The enemy had already shoved past the moat and slipped into the castle through the back. It looked like they'd struck from the inside, but a handful of citizens still managed to break free. Masaru leaned in and begged her for anything she remembered about the golems, and she swore her eyes had zeroed in on their types: wolves, bears, monkeys, and a whole menagerie of other animals. And yeah, there were spiders in the mix. Then the main character snapped upright, tension blasting across his face, and Zag demanded to know if he truly understood what was going on. Masaru's words choked into a stutter. Then he blurted that the rest was up to the guy, and admitted he just didn't want to talk about spiders before practically slipping off to his room. Zag finally admitted the truth. He was scared to death of them, and swallowing that weakness hurt, so he started babbling about his allergies instead. That's when it clicked, and Vectinia's warning rang clear. Don't go to this city. Sad wore a grin and admitted he'd been using goddess as a cover, and then he snapped, asking if he was really so terrified of spiders. He shot back with a firm yes, claiming he's just an ordinary guy, plus, yeah, there are things that totally gross him out. Normally, he has no problem heading into the forest, but the moment he thinks those creatures might pop into his sight, chills crawl up his skin. Masaru mulled it over, dread clawing at him. This felt too one-sided, and they still didn't have the full picture. Meanwhile, the city's development was hitting a critical turning point, and bailing on it right now would feel downright awkward. Then boom, they heard it. A message from the goddesses. He tore it open, and his heart leapt because he thought it was from Vectinia. It was Ela who dropped the bomb. These monsters they'd been talking about were so wild, even gods couldn't confirm them. Then she told him to investigate, and if he said yes, she'd hand him a skill coupon. The protagonist stepped up and promised he'd take full responsibility, throwing all his support behind them to handle this incident. Right now, he's already smashed through his fear of those damned spiders, because he's going to escort Emeralda safely to Stenzen, no matter what comes crashing down, protecting her and helping her through it all. The girls lit up the second he spoke, and Zag felt something was off. Then he pushed them all to help him take the car out for a test drive. He leaned in and told us he'd invented a whole new way to travel, a special human-powered Masaru carriage, a blazing fast tricycle that wasn't driven by horses at all, but by humans themselves. Finally, he managed to craft leaf springs to tame the shaking and swallow the impact. Then once he gets the data he needs, he'll reinforce the outer sections too. Zag asked if he could show the diagram, and he nodded, then immediately had to scramble to collect the data. Then he hauled the boy up into the carriage, heart pounding. He was terrified. The main character leaned in and told Emeralda, "I'm climbing to the top of the hill, then I'm coming right back." Masaru and Zag didn't even waste a second. They kicked off their journey in this very carriage, with Masaru gripping the wheel while the boy rode inside. On the road, they ran into a swarm of goblins, and Zag screamed that everything was about to crash. Then the main character simply barreled through and smashed those monsters to the ground. After some time, they returned, right when Saga's whole body froze in disbelief at the ground beneath him. The main character smiled and admitted it was pretty good, but he still saw plenty of ways to make it even better. Zag spilled his thoughts and straight up said Masaru's magical support makes all the difference. Nobody'd guess it, but when it comes to security, he's the best around. And then Zag asked him for a few days. Just as the main character was getting his invention to click, Vectinia swept in. He blurted for her to hold on because he was one heartbeat away from being done. It was crystal clear the girl was crushed, and he demanded to know what happened. She snapped back that she couldn't share the details, but she did have one request for him. She demanded that he wipe out every last creature and Stankin remaining, then watched his face go completely blank from shock. The day finally arrived when they'd head into the city. Zag said it was his test, and he couldn't wait to see how the changes hit the crew. But Masaru was crushed with sadness. The guy asked if something was eating at him, and he snapped back that it all started after that talk with the goddess. Then Zag jumped in, saying he figured it was really because his confidence in his invention was nowhere to be found. Irina asked if they'd be okay with all that stuff, since their trip would take about 10 days. Then Masaru snapped back that he'd already stocked up for the meal, with even more packed inside his spatial storage. She said she understood everything. Then the main character spun to Zag and begged him to help stow the girl's stuff away. Right then, Emeralda watched them, and heartbreak hit her face like a silent scream. The protagonist flashed the same crushed expression, and she begged the Arena to watch over her. Then Arena shot back, asking if she truly didn't want to go with them, and the leader cut in, saying she'd already made every single decision. Emeralda pushes the girl to look at everything herself, because they've got to face reality as it is and pass the beauty of their country's memories on to the next generation. Arena nodded and told her it was a huge honor to serve her. She swore she'd keep her promise and finish the mission no matter what. Emeralda blurted out that she wanted to join them, and when Harina asked Adelina if she was coming too, Adelina nodded. She was all in. But the main character leaned in and asked her for a favor. While he wasn't in the city, Emeralda would stick by her and teach her every single thing she'd need to run the city's affairs. The protagonist nodded and said, "Start studying right now." She absolutely doesn't want to end up with some buff Lancelot type. And if even more people flood into this city, just she and the city's head can't possibly control that tidal wave. So yeah, this is the perfect opening for Adelina. She nodded along and shot back, "Fine, then you take me with you next time." And Zag immediately demanded what she was really trying to learn about the Kingdom of Elves. He said he was interested too, then leaned in and asked when she'd be back. Adelina shot back that he didn't exactly look like the knight type after all. Masaru demanded when they'd gotten so close, and Zag shrugged it off, saying it was just normal chit-chat between people from the city. The boy swore he'd already penned a letter about the attack on Stenson and sent it by messenger straight to Gratis, so he'd hit the capital just as they were closing in. Zag admitted he might have been overthinking it, then Masaru snapped back. "If the kingdom really is gone, we've got to warn everyone right away." The main character blurted that he wanted to wrap this up right now and head home, because the three of them was more than enough. They climbed onto his invention, and then blasted off at full speed for their target, the Kingdom of Stenson. Isla rushed to Victoria's side and asked if she was okay. Victoria just smiled and said she was totally fine. The girl said her heart was breaking, that she couldn't forgive herself for what happened, especially if it came down to that. Then tears finally poured down her face. Right then, Irina told them, "We're almost there!" And Masaru fired back, "That's a magnificent city, but don't forget what your leader told you." They raced in to check what was really going on. Turns out the kingdom's capital was getting hammered by golems, and Zag had to finally face it. He'd never seen a capital with living people gone. The girl jumped out and bolted to the residence, and Masaru snapped that it was too dangerous to head into the city now, only for her to fire back. "So what? I'll stand right here and watch, now that I've seen this tragedy with my own eyes." The protagonist snapped that she didn't need to worry. He swore the capital had 0 survivors. Arena snapped at him, furious that he wanted her to buy the lie that there were no survivors without even checking. So Zag shot back that he'd never lied in his life, and they should actually listen. The protagonist spilled everything about his chat with the goddess. Then Arena hit him with the question. Was it really true she told him to wipe out his last living beings? She figured out why he kept insisting there were no survivors, because he already knew what the city was like before any of this. Then she snapped at him, asking if he honestly thought she'd buy that ridiculous lie. Masaru couldn't shake the thought that when he told the Beastmen and Adelina about the gods, they didn't react this hard, and Arena shot back that she was going to hunt for survivors. Zag told Arena, "Now I get why the protagonist's been crushed lately, because I knew all about it already." And then he demanded, "Tell me, do you really buy that?" He said the king himself had recognized him as an apostle of the gods, and then the king ordered him to obey. The protagonist snapped that the apostle was way too much, and the king had to step in, explaining that his bond with the goddess was strictly friends, nothing more. Zag said he'd never heard of anything like that before, yet if it was true, his personality was even bigger than an apostle's. The apostle just shrugged and said it was totally normal to be honest with the gods. The protagonist snapped his head toward them and demanded they watch the final moments of the capital from here, while he took care of the golems still left behind. Rina leaned in and asked if they should roll with him. Zag snapped back with what those capital's last moments really meant, and Masara grinned and said he was about to do something a little cruel today. Sadness crashed over the main character's face as he grinned and vowed, "Today, I'm going to blow up the golems and the capital." Arena gaped at him, yelling that he couldn't possibly mean to wipe out the kingdom. He just shrugged and said that was the best shot they had to set everything right. The girl snapped, asking why they had to go so drastic, why they couldn't just wipe out the golems. Then Zag nodded hard, saying it was way too much. Arena insisted Emeralda would never let that happen. Then the protagonist smirked and said, I already talked to her. I've got the okay. Right after he got this assignment, he wasted no time. He went straight to the queen and the goddess to fill them in. Emeralda seethed after that conversation. Pure outrage surged through her when they dared ask permission to destroy Earth. Victinia snapped that every soul in their kingdom was gone. Only the golems remained, so they didn't move an inch, staying there and refusing to go anywhere. With tears spilling down her face, Emeralda blurted that monsters had attacked. Their relatives vanished in the castle, and now they were being forced to claim their last home. Then she demanded, Do you really think we have the right to do that? Victinia blurted out that she was so sorry, but everyone stared her down and snapped that it still wasn't enough. Then she panicked, asked what they were supposed to do, and collapsed to the floor. The queen snapped, asking if God really wouldn't lift a finger for them at a moment like this, and the protagonist nearly fell apart in shock. He strode up to the girl on the floor and told her God had sent him there to save them. Sten's and fate are set in stone, so he'll pour every last drop of his power into helping her recover, no matter what. And until that day comes, they can stay right here, as long as they ask. Then he'll make every single thing they want appear before their eyes. The protagonist told her, I know this all hits you like a storm, but don't forget, Victinia is a goddess. He pushed the truth harder. She can't possibly not love the world she made with her own hands. She loves it more than any of us ever could. Masaru told the queen she didn't have to forgive her yet. But once all of this was finally over, once they rebuilt their capital, he prayed she'd find it in her heart to forgive Victoria. The protagonist told his friend not to pull that face, and the goddess shot red in the cheeks as tears poured down her face. Emerald even admitted she didn't know if she'd ever be able to forgive her. But maybe someday soon, they should try to survive and make it there. Fitinia's eyes went wide at what she heard, and the leader immediately asked them for a small favor. The protagonist wrapped up the tale and declared that Arena, as the queen's rep, needed to witness the kingdom's final moments with her own eyes. Those exact words came straight from the queen. Zag said it meant Masaru would carry out every plan, and the girl would stand watch. Then Arena's eyes widened because it hit her. They just handed her the job of remembering Stenzan's past. The girl demanded, Are you sure there's truly no one left alive? And the main character shot back, Yeah, trust me, I can call the goddess right now. Arena swore she understood it all, and she's handing him the kingdom's final moment, because until the Dark Elves crawl back into the forest, they'll stay loyal to his side. The main character was forced to team up with beastmen, then slug it out against knights and kings. Honestly, it was exhausting beyond belief. But he never imagined he'd end up doing something like this. When he arrived, he spotted the very same golems that had attacked the city. Something sinister lingers in the magic these monsters wield, and their twisted remnants drift across the whole region. That's why he has to blow everything up, because he refuses to watch Victini's face look that broken again. He's done playing around. He'll end it. Back on Earth, the main character snapped and decided this place had to be erased. Then he dug up one method from a novel, and now he's about to try it. He bet his success on his magic and raw skill, then took a spell from special training that let him wrap the entire capital in an atmospheric bubble and crank up the oxygen levels inside it. First, the protagonist activated air control. Then he slammed on storage, and right after that, he hit air control again. He'll toss that flower in, snagged from the grodies like it's raining down from the sky, then use air control to scatter it across the whole capital, until the world finally turns pure white. At last, he unleashes the arson skill, pours his magic straight into the flames, and with the oxygen and the flower feeding it, everything around him bursts into burning chaos, even the leftover magic lingering in the air. The protagonist left the city behind, apologized for not arriving in kinder, calmer times, and promised, loud and clear, that a brighter future would come. And he'd make damn sure of it. He swore it. Once he finished every last prep, he unleashed his dust explosion skill, and a towering fire column blasted into the sky. Fashionable man and elf girl stood on the hill's edge, staring at the ruins below, while the young man snapped his gaze away from the shocking view, thinking, Masaru's showing off again, and he's got an incredible side. Because down there, what he saw left him reeling. The elves stayed frozen in place as the young man crept closer to her, and nerves started crawling up his spine. Why had the girl stopped dead like that? Zack finally asked if she was all right, because the way she looked was downright alarming. She turned to him with a little sting of sadness, fretting over whether they could really rebuild the capital and save their home after all they'd been through. So he met her eyes, shot back reassurance fast, and promised her they absolutely would. The one responsible for all that destruction stepped right up beside them, and everyone went stiff with shock. Zack Hasten tried to calm things down, but the hero shot back with a sharp, knowing look. You can't fix this with empty worry. Stronghold worries never lead anywhere good. The awkward silence kept swelling as Masaru exhaled, but his two comrades stayed locked in stubborn silence. Zack was the first to shatter the silence, so why didn't his friend look relieved now? But the young man totally missed the hint. The guy bragged that, thanks to Zack's intel, he'd almost fried himself because the blast hit harder than anyone guessed. He poured every last bit of magic into boosting his heat resistance, and still the hero kept grumbling until he smashed into a rock and cracked the protection on his shoulder. Zack wheeled on the elf and started cracking jokes about his friend, and everyone felt the weight of it because this was the worst danger Masaru had ever faced. Yet he didn't expect any less from him. He was certain that guy could handle anything, and the elf looked stunned too, since he'd leapt off that cliff like it was nothing, while the hero kept swearing at his suit, yanking at the damaged parts to get them off. Suddenly a window popped up with a message, and everyone snapped their eyes to it. Zack demanded, "Is this from the gods?" The answer came fast. It was from Isla, and the hero couldn't shake the feeling she wasn't begging at all. She just wanted him back, quick, because she's brutally strict. The moment he read the message, his eyes went wide and he blurted out in shock, while his two comrades stared at him, puzzled and asking what was going on. With worry etched on his face, the boy sprinted full speed. Then it hit him. The same incident he couldn't forget. And that's when they changed the plan. Saphira's message thanked him for his help, but her worry spilled over. How was the golem investigation really going? Masaru swallowed hard and reminded himself again. He still had work to finish. He finally reached the right spot, dropped everything, and dove straight into the job. He had to use his magic to inspect the fragment. Seeing those pieces, disgust twisted across his face. This wasn't just debris, it was a monster's transformed corpse. These things never moved from the spot until they drained every last bit of life, and they fed on souls and magic, grinding the living into stone. But there was one more clue chilling in the air. Parts of the name and description were missing. Right on cue, the message window popped up again, yanking the young man out of his head. Another new message from Isla. She scribbled that the research had finally landed in her hands, then swore she'd rope in other gods, but she still needed more fragments. Later, she'd pay back every debt and spill every secret she knew. The young man didn't see her doing it herself. The confidence in her voice felt wrong, like someone was hiding the truth from him. He couldn't stop thinking about that weird magic. Once it hit the golems and the earth, everything got trashed, so they had to scrub the whole place clean. Doubt started gnawing at him. Did they really have no other option? Then he clenched his resolve and declared the job done. He read the message with his full attention, and then noticed the slider down, like it wasn't finished yet. In the message, the goddess called on our hero for help, and had him ready that crab for dinner. She even invited her sister. But she made it clear she couldn't hand over a ticket for the skill, since this was a personal favor. Masaru couldn't shake the girl's tear-streaked face, because deep down, he knew Vectinia still hadn't moved past what happened. He couldn't just abandon her like that. But then something else snapped his focus. It turns out the message wasn't finished. It kept going. And he froze with an even bigger jolt when he realized Isla was ready to pull off anything her skills allowed. Then his mind started sprinting wild. Bunny-costumed girls, one of them tripping and sending a tray of liquid crashing to the floor. The young man felt sick with shame. His cheeks flared red, so he started scrambling to explain it away, insisting it was all imagination and nothing indecent at all. And even after he finally cooled off, one ugly problem still wouldn't disappear. Standing amid the ruins, the young man stared around like, "No way. This place should not be any kind of light source. His throat tightened with nerves, but he decided to climb the hill anyway. He just wanted to look around and finally have some peace of mind. Zack called out from behind by name and asked Masaru if he was finally done with his business. He told his buddy, "Yeah, I'm done, but something still won't let me go." And his friend leaned in like, "So what is it exactly?" Suddenly he blurted it out like, "Yeah, I've got it, and I'm here for this exact reason." And Masaru's eyes went wide. Could that really be true? Or was he just thinking about it way too loudly? But Zack abruptly shifted gears, saying knights from Gratis would come to verify what went down, asking whether the hero had already figured out how he'd explain it all, then revealing that the young man had filed a report before leaving the city, confident nothing would go wrong. An awkward silence snapped between them. Zack stared at his friend in pure disbelief, and his friend blushed at his own earlier thoughts, until they both stood there, totally stunned and confused. Masaru snapped his gaze away and hurried to reassure his companion that everything was fine, because this guy had basically read his thoughts. And then Masaru finally let out a huge sigh of relief. The talk kept going. Then the hero leaned in and asked, "Is it really true knights are coming for us?" And he nodded hard, swearing he believed they could help if they were asked. He snapped back with sharp displeasure like, "I don't need help right now." The young man snapped out of it the moment Zack brought it up. Maybe they really did need to help clean up all this mess, and maybe his friend was already itching to head back even though they'd barely just arrived. Nerves started to claw at the hero's chest. He couldn't stand the thought of the knights grilling them about why they were here. But Zack gave him zero backup since he hadn't warned him beforehand, so the hero had to piece it all together on his own. Masaru figured that if they stayed put and cleaned up, the beastmen wouldn't be coming back to the city anytime soon, and his comrade insisted the whole mess needed to be explained. The guy scowled, and the thought of being stuck there for a while made his stomach twist. He'd already promised everyone waiting for him that it wouldn't take long. A sudden thought detonated in his mind, and heat rushed up his face because it meant May would flip on him again. He pictured May in that dress with bunny ears, glaring at him because he swore he'd come back fast, and she'd been waiting. Lately, all he could think about was how fun it'd be to make her mad. Even now, the friends stood amid the ruins, and the hero snapped that they weren't done yet. They couldn't keep lingering here, but they couldn't walk away either. Zack grilled his companion, and when the knights showed up, the hero didn't hesitate. He fully confirmed Zack's suspicion. His comrade was itching to bail, but they couldn't slip back to the Beastmen city yet. Sure, that much was real. But then why was it so hard? And what was the catch? Just when our hero thought he'd see something coming, his friend casually stunned him with how effortless it all was. So why couldn't they just grab it and go? Masaru had zero clue this was coming. He opened his mouth and got completely blindsided. So that advice hit like a perfect bullseye. Arena was the next stop, and they set out to meet her. 2 days later, the knights finally crashed in, and their commander's voice snapped the whole crowd into attention as everyone stood up on command. He couldn't believe what was happening around him, but he had to hunt down Zack and Masaru because they had to be here somewhere. Another night crept in, and Captain Frida suddenly noticed a strange sign. Something had been written on it, like it was calling her closer. On the sign, an inscription blared out, "This is a treat for the Knights of Gratis." Masaru smashed his way through every monster in the city. So now he wanted to spill what happened, and he pushed for a meetup in the coastal city, just a short distance away. The map in front of them marked Beast City, the capital of Stenzan, and pinpointed where our hero and his friends stood right now. But the young man's head was already buzzing with doubt about whether they should go back to the Beastmen. At least, good news, there was another city they could wait in for the knights. The young man burst out that they'd finally made it to the port of Arem, then shot an idea. Ask for help and get Stenson restored while they're there. Zack, Masar, and Arena rode along in a carriage, and Zack blurted out how in the world his friend planned to convince the villagers to help, until Masar smirked and reminded him to flex those brain muscles. Zack repeated the plan and instantly realized he'd just spoken nonsense, while Arena watched them both, eyes sharp, and the hero shut it down by telling them to trust him. So here they were, rolling toward whatever came next. Two guys were strolling down the street when, wham! An old cart with a horse tore past them in a blur. One man yelped in pure panic, stunned, and couldn't wrap his head around how a horse-drawn cart could speed by like that. Right at the city gates, a broad road buzzed with residents strolling and carts rumbling by. But then Masaru and his crew rolled up, riding the one cart that practically screamed for attention. Two women stared wide-eyed at a brand new carriage rolling past them, the first one they'd ever seen, and it had no horses at all. The elf clocked all the eyes on them, and Zack blurted that maybe they should have headed straight into the city. But the hero grinned like it was a win. Turning heads, he realized, wasn't all bad, and he clearly loved the spotlight. The men marched down the road, lugging boards, when a cart screeched past them at full speed. One guy spotted the travelers, and the other jerked his companion back to his senses before he could drop the board. Masaru was already riding high in good spirits, and the moment old acquaintances recognized him, his happiness shot even higher. Here, the second man suddenly clocked exactly who his comrade had been staring at. The first man cupped his hand to his mouth and shouted our hero's name like it was thunder. And right beside him, the second guy just grinned at him in good humor. Those two were Captain Cook and Erdem. The carriage screeched to a halt, and the travelers spilled out, trading loud, happy greetings with old faces they hadn't seen in ages. Then, Captain Cook and Erdem promptly stepped in to make sure everyone was warned about their arrival ahead of time. Zack nodded with a quick gesture and snapped an apology to the men for what went down, because as Masaru's rep, he'd make up for that rudeness no matter what. The first guy just looked Zack over, then waved it off like he didn't care. "It's all free tonight," he said, so Zack didn't owe him a thing. He was only doing exactly what he'd been told to do. Arena stepped out of the carriage, and the moment she appeared, everyone locked onto her. Cook and Erdem absolutely didn't plan on running into anyone else, and they nearly fell over when they realized the newcomer was a dark elf with skin that looked seriously wrong. Suddenly, the cook snapped his head toward Masaru, laced with sarcasm and panic, and blurted out what was haunting him most. This guy was back again, and he swore it wasn't like last time when everything went sideways. Masaru tried to steady him with a joke, like maybe, just maybe, it would only be a tiny mess this time. Something snapped his focus, and the young man whipped his head to the side, instantly locked on. He scanned the street and spotted workers everywhere, instantly wondering what massive construction was tearing across the whole city, and even the people he knew were out there joining the job. Cook flashed a confident smile and said they were only trying to build something. Then his friend chimed in that so much had happened there, all because of Masaru. He pressed him again, watching those boys hustle, and asked if it was really because of him that everything fell into place. Then they nodded, reminding him that long ago he'd fashioned them a shovel and a pump. The men kept insisting their friends' brand new toys had sparked life back into the locals, that everyone was now scrambling to do anything they could, and even Erdem was loving every second of it. He kept talking, and the memory of that one night still burned in his mind. Then Zack cut in, grilling him about where Masaru had gone, and the cook pointed him straight in the right direction. The young man leaned in and waved them over as he talked, loving their plan to lay a brick garden path. Then he snapped into advice mode, warning them they couldn't just drop bricks down and hope for the best. They had to figure out what happens when it rains and build a proper drain for the water. And the boys hung on every word. Suddenly, Masaru snapped back to his senses and blurted out an explanation. He'd just gotten swept up in those talks, and the moment he spotted someone doing construction, his body moved like it had a mind of its own, curse included. Then one of the boys started to panic at the word curse. Masaru spun around like he couldn't wait to get out, but the same guys yanked his attention back, shouting for him to spill everything else he knew and help them out. The young man skidded to a stop beside his friends, and every single one of them stared in shock when they heard the request. Then the blonde one, eyes narrowed, one eye closed, spotted something, and the moment hit. Those two grabbed their boards and headed back to their work. And for once, our hero got the chance to handle his so-called curse, making him over the moon. He thanked them for the attention and promised he'd be back soon. He stepped out of the cart, and his companion stayed put, smiling warmly at him, except for the elf. Zack snapped his focus to Aaron, and there she stood again, wearing that crushing, sad look like it never left. He demanded to know what happened, but she shot down the idea, still staring straight at our hero. Masaru rushed back to the boys who'd asked for his help and spilled a bit more of what he knew. The elf already knew Mr. Hero had once saved the Beastmen city by whipping up all kinds of things, but she'd never seen him this fired up about an idea. And Zack instantly got it, grinning because Masaru had helped her too. With a satisfied grin, the hero helped, and right then, Irina's heart told her that no matter what, she'd always picture him as a rock-solid warrior, standing ready whenever trouble hits. She pictured his face light up with inspiration and a sweet smile, and the moment she looked at him, a crushing thought hit her. She didn't deserve someone like him. The young man got called from every direction. Everyone had a problem and needed a hand, whether it was fixing a table or something else entirely, and he threw himself into it because everyone was desperate to help too. The moment he wrapped up one job, he sprinted to the next person. Hammer clenched in his fist. He studied the steps like they might betray him. And then another young guy waved him over, saying he needed help too. Then another guy stepped up. He spotted the hero instantly, the same guy who once built him a pump, and now he begged for help too, the very same way. Masaru did exactly what he was told, fixed the hanger, and the woman lit up with pure joy, knowing she could finally hang her clothes there. A whole crowd had already swarmed around him, shouting for him to come over, yet he loved every second of it. And then he finally wrapped up his last task. Walls shot up around him out of nowhere, and he whipped his head left and right, searching for a way out. He ended up dead center in the arena, staring around like, where did she even come from? A sword-bearing man closed in from the side, and the hostility in his eyes screamed trouble. Then he flashed an evil grin and told Masaru he'd come back again to bargain. An anxious chill crept over the young man, and the sword-wielding man's mood soured, because the hero had to understand that in a moment like this, you can't afford to be disrespectful. Those were his exact words. This guy turned out to be a full-on knight in battered armor, swinging a long broadsword, light hair framing a cold, unkind stare. Then he stepped up and offered to fight our hero. It was Commander Lancelot. He stared at the young man, reading his readiness like a fuse waiting to spark. But the kid decided to prank him and snapped that Lancelot had forgotten to polish his brain muscles all this time. Both of them stood dead center in the arena, and the hero kept talking, throwing the commander completely off because he probably never expected the guy to say something like that. The second the man laid eyes on him, all he could think about was fighting. Every other job got shoved aside as he trained his fists over and over. From behind, a voice snapped back, and turns out Zack and the whole crew had shown up in the arena too. The commander's friend spoke for him, and the moment he did, the commander looked like a totally different man, because he wanted to walk into their meeting ready for anything. At least, that's what Zack figured. The young man stared at his opponent with pure dread, because this moment felt exactly the same as always. The commander tossed that massive sword over his shoulder like he owned the battlefield, then stared straight at the boy, eyes blazing, ready for a fight. His stare still screamed for an answer, so the hero lifted a hand to his chin, because Aram, the port commander, was a total berserker who lived for war. Even with everything else going on, he still kept his word no matter what, and lately the commander had been way too serious for it to be fake, so, yeah, turns out he wasn't a bad person at all. In the end, Masaru chose to fight. Then, before the first strike, he pressed pause to get answers. Could they actually talk after this? And would he have the chance to beg the commander for help? He nodded, asked for one more minute, and got ready. First, he just had to know where he stood, so he punched open the menu and stared at his level. Numbers flashed to show exactly how many points he'd stacked in every characteristic and skill. Reading it, the hero's nerves spiked. Then he stopped dead, stunned at just how much experience he racked up after detonating Stenzan. Last time, during his fight with the commander, he was only level 16, and they were practically dead even. This time, he's got to stay sharper, because one wrong move and he could end up killing his opponent. The young man shot a sideways glance at his opponent, sword hanging over his shoulder, and the boy instantly remembered Lancelot's words, that battles were his whole purpose, so he couldn't bring himself to hold back against someone like that. With a calm, satisfied look, the hero decided to go all in. He swore he wouldn't pull his punches to take the man down, and then he doubled down on his promise, making sure every word was crystal clear. Then the commander leaned in and said he wanted to take the fight to that guy with zero limits. He grinned. This fight was about to get wild, and he could already feel it would be worth the wait. They'd been craving this moment for ages, and now it was finally here, ready to be fully enjoyed. Even the other guy matched his excitement. Sure as anything, this was going to play out just like that. The hero had the system window already up to grab his weapon. Then it hit him. His opponent talked exactly like his niece, Adelina. He swatted aside talk of the girl, then only asked how she was and whether she was okay. Until it turned out things were going great, and she even saved our hero's life. Masaru plunged his hand into the portal, ready to yank out his weapon. Then he slammed the brakes at the very last second. He spun toward the podium where his friends sat, and said Adelina had been grinding for him too, helping build the whole city and everything, like maybe she'd never leave, and that he and Masaru might even marry her. Commander Lancelot just stood there, stunned, while the young man reassured himself. Lancelot didn't need him anymore. He'd pinned all his hope on the girl. A booming male voice yanked our hero out of his dreams, right when the commander demanded one more condition. Squinting with one eye, he spat out his condition. If he won, that young man would have to invent a reason to send Adelina there, because he needed to hear what she truly thought about all of this. The guy burst out laughing, and the commander couldn't figure out what in his words was so funny, until the hero smirked and insisted, "Yeah, I'm the real uncle." The fun vanished in an instant, and the young man yanked out a tiny slice of his weapon. He drew a long sword, swore his terms, and said, "If I win, I'll borrow several of your carpenters." The commander nodded and said the rules don't change. Either you back down, or you fight until one of you finally surrenders. The arena offered a perfect view of the chaos, and Zack couldn't stop fretting over his friend. Would everything be okay? But the commander didn't exactly put him at ease, so Cook stood right beside him and steadied his nerves, saying Zack should worry about the commander instead, because the moment Masaru was involved, that guy always got fired up. The opponents locked eyes, both buzzing with battle-ready anticipation, while the crowd in the stands kept roaring louder and louder. Arena tried to call the fight off, but the people nearby shot back that they weren't brave enough to challenge the commander. For him, battles weren't just fights, they were how he talked to the world. The moment it started, both opponents tore into the ground with boots dug deep, and their faces screamed with raw tension. With every brutal strike, the shockwave in the air blasted outward, whipping dust into roaring clouds. The elf stared in shock as the sword power blasted all the way to where they were sitting, and Zack let out a nervous scream, insisting this wasn't some ordinary brawl. It was pure, deadly intent, like they wanted to tear each other apart. Masaru slammed in with relentless attacks, while Lancelot held the line, defending the young man. Then the young man let out a chuckle, knowing deep down Masaru couldn't win. The guy kept needling his opponent, pushing every button to crank up his fury, because last time he didn't get the win, so this time it was going to be different. The commander yanked his chance at peace away, then slammed his sword down hard, blasting his opponent back like a storm. He sent the sword flying out of the hero's hands, and this time he had a real plan. Yet the young man never saw it coming. His shock hit him like a punch. The man swung a kick for his opponent's stomach, but the other guy snapped his dodge in time, and the blow caught him completely off guard. But the opponent snapped back into formation in an instant and swung another side kick, so close it nearly caught the kid. Yet he dodged again, only this time it was razor thin and tough as hell. His nerves were screaming that this was risky, but the hero decided the knight's back was wide open, and he went in for the attack. He didn't even get a second to think before the next hit crashed in, so brutal that it launched him into the air, and the only thing he could manage was to gasp in stunned shock as he flew. The commander didn't waste a second. He slammed his swing again, because he still had one debt to pay to that fighter. As Masaru watched the opponent shift their stance, real dread started to claw at him. This was getting bad fast. The commander leaned one leg forward and twisted his hip to whip the sword in perfect form. Then the hero jolted, grimaced at what he saw, and dropped to one knee. With a thunderous swing, he smashed his blade into the enemy's sword, splitting it clean in two, while the crowd in the stands gasped, and the hero himself just stood there, totally baffled. A heavy stone block smashed down from above, likely ripped free by the raw force of Lancelot's strike. He swung the weapon back toward the boy, itching to keep the fight going and daring him to bring out his next trophy, because he was dying to prove how strong he'd become. The young hero couldn't even process it, especially when his sword was enchanted with magic. The knight slammed in several more sword swings, but the boy could only claw his way through, blocking with the ragged stump of his broken blade. The elf turned into her friend, and the competition scared the life out of her. Zack agreed, because even he couldn't shake the uneasiness, and he never imagined it would spiral into this. Cook cut in right then, saying Masaru was handling the commander like a pro, so smooth they couldn't even track where his sword was flashing. Irnam nodded hard too, like, "That's our guy." The young man's legs started to buckle again after another sword lunge, and the commander shot him a quick joke, like, "Careful, you're already losing your balance." But the opponent wasn't laughing at all, not even for a second, and he couldn't figure out how this mess had started. A portal tore open behind his hand, and he yanked a long weapon out of it, nerves rattling as he blurted that he needed more strength and more speed, like right now. He thrust that long weapon out, and a storm of matching beams burst around it, locking in a protective shield. The commander winced as he saw it. Turns out the guy had picked the whole move up from the Beastman, and somehow it worked. Masaru couldn't wrap his head around it. His stats were higher, so none of it made sense. But the commander held even more techniques, more fire, more grit, more years of battle, and the hero just couldn't keep up, getting swallowed by that skill, those razor-smooth sword swings and his raging temperament, while Lancelot himself snapped into a fresh stance, ready to strike again. The young man gripped his ancient weapon in front of him, locked in, and couldn't stop thinking about the commander's wild, one-of-a-kind style, because he had to know his status. Did he wield a sword technique, or something just as deadly? The commander said the rules of the fight meant he was already halfway to victory, but if the guy didn't stay smart and refused to quit, he'd lose his head soon. Lancelot gripped his sword at his side, poised to strike any second, but the enemy stood there totally defenseless, and his crazy battle stats, built for monsters, suddenly meant nothing against people, because their commander had been grinding for months just to fight exactly this. The man demanded Masaru face what was happening, but Masaru just shut his eyes, smiled, and acted like none of it mattered. The boy drew his weapon again, just a stick-looking thing, and the knight clearly believed strengthening magic would make him tougher in battle. But the young man hadn't expected it to get this far, so he snapped into action and made his move. The young warrior shot his hand up, yanked a teleporter into existence, and pulled out every weapon he'd stashed there, because he was done holding back, and his opponent just watched with a smug, satisfied smile. The commander lifted his sword, and a flash of thought hit him. Masaru's skill storage was real. With it, he could forge objects, pin the enemy in place, and drive Masaru to fight on his terms. He vanished from where he stood, but the commander didn't get it right away. At first he assumed the hero would blow them away with his production skill, and then it finally clicked, piece by piece. In the chaos, the man clocked that his opponent had slipped out of reach, but he didn't even flinch, because he could close the distance again in seconds. In the world he came from, the young man perched in a frog pose on the observation deck wall, staring down like he owned the place, surrounded by anime, manga, and games where every character somehow had a killer technique, while his comrades watched him like they were waiting for the moment it all explodes. He kept going, talking about that character who made a weapon right in midair and fired it like it was a bow, straight from far away, while the opponent suddenly felt the danger closing in. Visibly rattled, he couldn't help but wonder what the boy was cooking up. Masaru shot his clenched fist up into the air. He could pick the exact spot and size of one item, yank it straight out of storage. Then, once that guy opened his hand, the skill was locked away, and he couldn't use it for anything else anymore except storing. Masara's thoughts snapped to Ila's face, and he desperately tried to claw the exact words back from his memory, because they held the key to making this work. Then his face tightened, and he swore his storage was packed with everything he needed to craft whatever he wanted, right down to supplies from a home center. In the arena, portals crowded the air, every single one hovering right over the commander's head, while the hero stared up and drew on everything he'd learned from those stubborn workers and from grinding away in the store, plus the skill God had handed him. So it all came together without a hitch. A young man stormed toward the vault, ready to forge everything inside and unleash it right on the battlefield. He lowered his hand because deep down, it was always something he'd wanted to do. Tension twisted Lancelot's face. Did he finally find the courage to take on his opponent? Crossbows flooded in. Then the captain understood. This kid hadn't set them up earlier. He'd built them on the spot. Masaru thrust his hand forward and signaled, ready to fire. Meanwhile, the knight only smiled, watching the whole chaos through his eyes. It looked like the hero was actually crafting those weapons. He kept at it, standing there, ringed by loaded crossbows. The four friends in the stands stared at the arena stage, fear slamming into their chests as shock spread through everyone. No one could even speak, just wide-open mouths. Then the captains thrust his hand forward, comparing their opponent's creation to God, and somehow, just like always, he managed to shock him all over again. But the hero didn't buy it for a second. Those words hit way too hard for his heart, and God, in his eyes, just didn't look that good. The arrow locked onto its target, and the young man made it crystal clear he wouldn't pull stones into gold out of thin air. He folded his arm at the elbow, apologizing, then said he was just a simple worker at the home center, only for the commander to snap with a curse at him. Grinding his teeth, Masaru started to worry, because no matter what they'd done, the enemy still looked ready to fight. Then, out of nowhere, he decided to spill the whole story of what went down before he ever became commander of the port of Arem. During his campaign, he got cornered by 100 archers and the same number of spearmen. Just look at his proud stance and you'd know exactly what became of the rest. Yet somehow he slipped away alive. The hero got it instantly. Standing right there in front of him, the commander wasn't a mystery anymore. Agani snapped his palm forward, but the bowstring was already gone, and the first volley of arrows tore into the air. Arrows tore through the air, gobbling up the distance as they streamed in, until the night itself felt completely surrounded. Cook and Erdem started to panic about the commander's safety and begged him to run, because if he didn't, he could die right there. Lancelot swung his trusty weapon to snatch every arrow out of the air. Then one arrow zipped past and nearly clipped his ear, barely missing by an inch. With no time to properly fend off the assault, panic ripped through him as he realized, how could one man be worse than 100 soldiers? Because in that battlefield, it wasn't the army that struck fear first. It was him. Somehow, he shoved back every strike, and then, right on cue, Masaru barked, "Fire!" for the second shot. A fresh hole in the arrow line flung straight toward the target again, aiming to land it right at the center. Right in the heart of the arena, dust clouds erupted again, instantly swallowing the action from view. The hero stood tall with a satisfied grin, certain that victory was finally going to be his. Then the dust finally cleared. He snapped his eyes open wide, and what he saw blew his mind. While up in the stands, the spectators who'd been cooking his friend froze just as hard, not able to believe what their own eyes were seeing. The commander stayed right where he was, and again, he slammed every arrow aside. His strength was so far beyond theirs, they couldn't even wrap their minds around it. The young man's nerves took over, and he couldn't stop himself. He hurriedly called for yet another volley. The archer re-aimed his arrows straight at the opponent again. Right then, Lancelot had just enough time to realize this wasn't really a sword fight at all. A grin snapped onto his face, and he shut his eyes, like this was the first time he'd ever felt something new. He didn't even bother tracking where each strike was headed. Those arrows just whooshed past him, barely grazing him at all. If he can figure out how many ballasts are in Serena and pinpoint exactly where they are, then that's all he needs. That night, he dove down hard to dodge the arrows, muscles tense, and the bolts clamped tight. Then the arrows flew, and he already disappeared under the barrage. The arena roared, stunned by his insane agility. More arrows came screaming in from the side, aiming straight for the target. The commander straight up danced on that stage, dodging every single arrow with zero effort, because once he listened to the sounds, his body moved on its own. Zack and his comrades locked eyes on the chaos unfolding below. Masaru froze in pure shock. Then, out of nowhere, he heard the commander's laughter erupt. He was grinning like he'd hit the jackpot, jabbing his own chest as he begged the young man for more attacks. He didn't want to ever lose that rush. The man lets out a blood-curdling scream that keeps climbing higher and higher, clawing for more. But the second he stopped laughing, you could tell it was bad. So they changed tactics right then. Masaru dropped down from the wall, and his opponent immediately demanded to know what the new tactics were. Masaru had been hoping to finish with what he already had, but it looks like he's about to pull his main trump card. He slammed his hand to the ground, because to win this fight, he knew he'd have to risk everything. A roaring surge of air blasted upward like a full-on hurricane, swallowing the entire arena in one furious sweep. Zack slapped his hands over his face as the wind blasted him. Turns out it might have been Masaru's magic, like the one he pulled in Stenzen, but nobody could say for sure. The young man called up yet another teleporter, yanked out a brand new item, and the commander leaned in with bated breath, hanging on every move. The thing was nothing but a stick-shaped blur, and the hero snapped into a swing, ready to strike. Lancelot had no clue what he was even supposed to do with that thing. He swung his huge sword with a roar, but the enemy caught the hit like it was nothing. Then the blade somehow popped up on the other side of the stick, as if it had gone right through it, and the knight froze, his mind racing to figure out what kind of trick this was. The hero, looking sharp as a tack, snapped that it was a tricycle shaft prototype, made so, if disaster struck, it wouldn't break on him, and he forged the metal into strengthening magic, turning it into something that could actually take the commander's hits. The knight snapped into another strike-ready stance, sure he was about to end his enemy for good. He unloaded a savage hail of punches on Masaru and sneered at the one big trump card in his arsenal, because the kid already understood his techniques inside and out. So Masaru had no choice but to back up even farther. The commander couldn't stop wondering how that stick-shaped thing of his could possibly hurt. The man strode forward with zero doubt, like the win was already in his pocket. Masaru dropped to the ground, swung his sword back over his shoulder, and broke into a grin as the knight swallowed his triumph. It was only a countdown for him. If that young man kept playing defense, he was going to crack and lose, for real. The commander suddenly snapped to a weird thought. Why was this guy only swinging back to defend himself against the attacks? That didn't feel right. The young man was still pinned to the ground while the captain loomed over him. So had the hero already swallowed defeat, even though, with the ballista he'd built, there was still a slim shot at pulling off a win tonight? A sharp, grim look from Bill Wilderman sat on the commander's face, like he knew the kid could have pushed harder and still pulled off the fight, but he just didn't. Why was he stuck on defense? Didn't he know he could crush them any second? Lancelot can't stop wondering if it was all just a countdown, if fate was simply waiting to snap into place. Then, out of nowhere, that guy flashed a sly little grin, and rage detonated in his chest. He roared and hammered the enemy with even more relentless punches. The crowd panicked, because right when the commander was so close to winning, rage suddenly exploded in him, and nobody could figure out why. Masaru lashed out to fend off a crushing wave of attacks, and even as he stared at his opponent's raw power, he felt like he was facing a god driven purely by instinct. The moment his battle partner's words hit the air, the commander snapped his head around and realized it was already too late. The hero already had a plan brewing and figured he'd lean on school physics, though it was shaky at best, while every crossbow around him snapped back into readiness for combat, and he didn't fully count on air resistance, so he launched it way too high. Lance finally loosened his grip, letting the anger drain away. Then Masaru hit him with a shocker, because he'd honestly believed he didn't even know how to shoot a gun. The young man let out a shaky chuckle. Yeah, he knew he couldn't shoot, so he smirked and cooked up a whole new plan. A black spot tore across the sky, and our hero's friends snapped their heads up, horror sinking in as they realized it was zooming straight at them. The boy opened a portal, snatched out the ballistas, then yanked a vault into a high spot in the sky so he could rain down the chunks of rock they'd cleared from the Beastman city. And as it crashed, it glittered, flashing the world's landscape across its shining surface. Turns out Masaru had been hurling a rock right from the start, but he almost botched it, so he had to steer it with air control, and afterward his magic was basically gone. That's why he tightened his body like armor and locked in on defense. No distractions. The young man crumpled to his knees and clutched his only shield as the commander bellowed from above, staring down at the oncoming rock. Because if this was the guy's real trump card, and he could survive the impact, then victory had to be his. The rock loomed right in front of him, and the moment Knight hit, he realized that blow would shatter him. Pure fear flashed across his face. That stone was absolutely gigantic, like the whole arena was bracing for impact, until he understood the brutal truth. There was no way he could slice through it, not with that massive bulk and raw speed, because this thing wouldn't just smash the battlefield, it would wipe out the entire arena, and everything right beside it. Zack and the others were in full-blown panic, and with zero clue what to do next, they shot up out of their seats. No one saw it coming! Masaru snapped the vault into place and gulped down the rock like it was nothing. The teleporter warped wide, and the whole rock dropped right into it. Masara's friends stared in shock, and not a single word would come out. The commander finally nodded, admitting his opponent had earned the win. Right as everyone finally started to breathe easier, the young man blurted, "Relax, I'm just messing with you." Because he knew he had to pull that move, or he'd never have won. Even Lancelot went speechless, because this wasn't just his comrades who were shocked. Victory is victory, so now the captain's got to listen to that young man. Later, the hero told the story. He hurled the rock the moment he jumped onto the observation deck, then yanked out the ballistas. Masaru's commander stood by the reception desk, talking through the battle that just ended, while the knight snapped into action as arrows slammed in, rock flying by his attack, because the young man had one goal: safety, and he never once expected the enemy to dodge those ballistas. They kept bickering over who really won, and Lancelot soaked it in, grinning because his opponent had totally underestimated him, while Zax sulkily listened from the shadows behind them. The argument kept raging. Again, the captain snapped, shouting that the hero was cheating, yet he shot back, demanding the enemy take the hit first. Then and only then would he admit defeat. The brawl was already sparked, and Zack couldn't stand it 1 second longer. He stepped in and told them both to finally calm down. Right now. Now, he snapped. He couldn't take it anymore, and he went off on them for pulling the same stunt right on the way there. All the travelers were already gathered nearby, and those former opponents kept jabbing at each other with accusatory fingers. Cook finally snapped and ripped into them for it. Even with a sour face, the commander still gritted out his acknowledgement of Asaru's victory once again. The young man begged her to calm down, but even with that storm in her eyes, he still chose to help Adelina. That night didn't just threaten one little rock. It aimed to shake the entire mountain, and the scariest part is that if someone comments next time, it might actually become real. With a sharp push, the captain swung the door open, strode into the hall where a giant table loomed, promised himself he'd land a bigger win next time, and then, right on cue, handed the stage to the young man. He leaned back with a smug grin, waiting for the answer, and already bracing himself for what that kid had messed up this time. Everyone who'd survived the battle had packed themselves around the table, but Masaru just stood there. He couldn't sit, couldn't breathe, staring at the commander like, how do I even start explaining what happened? Cook was blown away when he heard that Stinson, the town next door, had already fallen. After all, this city was the Dark Elves' capital, the safest fortress in the whole territory, and out of every nearby force, only Gratos had the power to pull off something like this. Lancelot leaned back and stared, chin propped on his hand, thinking hard. After a long, tense pause, the man finally snapped his decision and called out to the hero. He burst out yelling that this wasn't the time for a duel, not when everyone was acting like fools, and the young man's outrage hit the roof. It was even the commander's idea, yet he was still seething. Everyone gawked at the man in pure disbelief. He couldn't even grasp why they were staring like that. He clasped his hands in front of him and asked straight up if the guy had already agreed to that duel, because if he had, then the decision should be made already. Masaru started explaining himself, because the goddess was already digging into this mystery, still unsolved, yet they'd already wiped out every monster that lived there. That night, he didn't think they could pull it off on their own, so he leaned in and asked how they managed it. Zack answered for his friend. Sure, the captain might not buy it, but this kid had blown the whole place sky high. The commander snapped. Why'd you do this? Maybe to cover your tracks, but the man swore he'd done nothing wrong. It was the best shot, but it was a brutal one, so Masaru swept every inch around Stenson first before he finally rolled into the city. The captain leaned in and grilled him. Was that really the only reason the young man wanted to report, or was there more? The boy fell silent, thinking hard. The hero whipped around to face the commander and blurted the real reason he'd come to the neighboring city. He needed help. Because if the Dark Elves started reclaiming their lands, he wanted the city's people to step in, aid them, and lend a hand to every refugee they could. Cook mulled over our plea for help, but Lancelot shut it down with one blunt truth. This is a city of knights, ready to protect us, sure, but only up to their limits. But this young man stepped forward with a wild proposal meant for all of them. He stepped up and offered to strike trade with the Beastman city so he could haul in every material and tool needed to restore Sten. The moment the idea of building a city hit, the cook and the commander Lance couldn't stop talking about it. Those two were fully hooked. The hero practically buzzed with relief the moment he heard it. But the commander couldn't stop wondering if those creatures would ever agree to trade with anyone. especially people who enslaved them and treated them like animals. They probably could see it coming. People would turn their tools on them again later. Yet that warning never once crossed the guy's mind. He was dead certain it would never happen. There was no way they'd even think about it. Masaru jabbed a finger at his old opponent and demanded, "Would the commander personally set up clashes between humans and beastmen? And if you suddenly feel like sparring, you can bet you'll find our hero right there." Lancelot chuckled. He truly didn't need anyone else for this, and if a mountain loomed nearby that he had to crush, then why go hunting for fresh trouble? That's exactly how he sized the boy up. Erdem cut right into their talk, then his mind snapped to the real question. Were they truly the right fit? Maybe he should have just handed the help to Gratis instead. But the knight backed him up because, honestly, there's a real chance the man was right. Then he shoved back in his chair and laid it out. What mattered wasn't some kingdom, it was the port of Aram, because if trade roared back to life, the city would breathe again, and the knights here would feel the difference. Cooking Erdem nodded in full agreement, every last one of them backing him up. Lancelot snapped that a nation isn't some label. It's a bond meant to help people stand together, so there was no way they could just leave others to rot and call it destiny. Misaru leaned in and demanded, "So you're really on board with this, right?" The commander would jump at this proposal, because it would light up the port and bring real joy to everyone there. Zack, Masaru, and Arena beamed with pure satisfaction, absolutely thrilled with how everything turned out. The knight leaned in and reminded the hero that before the duel even started, people were already arguing about giving the workers a break. They'd hash out the details with the civilian officials later, but if that guy had anything else to bring up with the commander, this was the moment to do it. The hero asked to borrow their room for the whole night for his own use, and his friends were stunned. The commander agreed on the spot, because he'd already promised to help before the duel even started, so everything slid into place with zero trouble. But if the kid decided to cook up something fun, the older man would gladly jump in too. And the young guy immediately blurted out, No, I just want to party with my friends." He couldn't stop thinking about where to stock up on food for a night like that. The commander snapped to the truth. These weren't just any lands, they were the exact hunting grounds they needed. The hero craved the crabs he needed and chased down a mountain of them, then got so fired up he couldn't stop thinking about it. This city hugged the coast, and they had to go catch crabs. Any kind would do, even the freshwater ones. But when they heard the plan, the three fellow countrymen reacted like something was seriously off. Erdogan grudgingly admitted there was one perfect spot for crabs, because that's where they fish. The knight crashed into his path, but he refused to lose his shot. Erdame finally got where the other folks were coming from and decided Masaru was the guy they could use for the job. The hero and his crew stiffened on the spot, but they agreed to leave it there for now, and the two men immediately swung the doors open and showed their friends the rooms. Masaru's indignant voice echoed through the building. He was freaking out about what they hadn't told him yet. But another voice shot back that there was nothing to worry about. Tomorrow they'd go catching crabs, and before that, Masaru should finally get some rest. The young man and his friends burst up to the sea, and the guy was grinning like he'd won, because this is exactly where the fisherman was heading. The other fishermen boys were hauling their nets out of the sea, and Masaru thought, maybe I should learn to tie ropes, work nets, and hunt fish, because right now it's all something I've only seen on TV. The commander marched up with an entire company of knights, all of them in full armor, and the young man's mind kept screaming, "Why are they dressed for war like this?" The man snapped back, feigned total amnesia, and jabbed his finger to the side like, "I never said a thing." Not far from them, a tiny island jutted out in the water, and the currents between it and the shore were wild, crawling with crabs while all kinds of fish swam through. People had been talking about it since yesterday, but nobody could explain why the water looked black. The commander shot back that every year around this time, killers come swooping in from the island, and because of it, catching fish gets painfully tough. Massive insects barreled toward them. Masara's horror shot through her. They weren't monsters at all. They were bees. And not tiny ones, but bees the size of a grown man. In these hunting grounds, the hunters weren't safe either. They were the catch. With one brutal swing, the man smashed 2 insects out of the air for daring to get too close. Horror and disgust stared back from the young man's face, like the truth was blazing there. He strode up to the corpse and started to examine it, because, just like Lancelot said, And right now on this island, the omnivorous, meat-hungry queen bee was being born. She'd slip out with her children to hunt, which was why the knights had even shown up in the first place. Still, before anything else, they had to identify it. An info window flashed beside the bee, because this wasn't some harmless bug. It was a spotted army meat-eating monster, and after just a year, its offspring could already tear into meat too. Now it makes total sense why the knights showed up in full armor. Rage burned in the young man like wildfire. Lancelot had definitely crossed the line, hauling him out just so the bees could swarm him and sting him. But the commander promised they'd fight too. Yet if that guy suddenly changed his mind about the crabs, he could just walk away. Bees thundered toward the shore in a wild rush, and at Knight's command, everyone snapped into defensive positions against the enemies of people. Orders kept coming, and the commander marched into the chaos, coordinating the search and crushing enemies on mission. So Masaru and his friends were told to fall in behind. The hero launched through the data, trying to decode what nectar hunting could mean for these creatures. Then his focus shattered when he saw it. The bees were already on dry land. The knights crashed into a brutal battle against the insects, and even Irina was hacking them down left and right. The bees only kept multiplying, swarming in from every side. Another one got chopped in half, but before it could even matter, a fresh attacker had already reared back to sting the elf from behind, and she instantly knew she was in grave danger. Zack fired at the insect, nailed it in the wing, and right then the girl was saved. Then he gunned down another specimen, grinning to himself that his shot was dead on. The arena worker stared at the gentleman in shock and blurted, "What in the world is this?" He gripped a one-handed crossbow up front, the very one with the name he'd been told, and the young man had pressed it into his hands just before they stepped in, so Zack's steady, capable grip was going to make it count. That night, Commander wore a satisfied grin. Turns out the hero didn't just come with allies, he hauled in some seriously interesting people. Then he shouted straight at Masaru. He had to handle every last raider, but Masaru was nowhere to be found. When he spun around, he spotted a sign that had no business being there. Something was scrawled on it. The young man left a message saying he'd gone to the island and begged everyone not to come looking for him. Lancelot snapped his gaze at the island, and there, out on the water, someone was actually swimming. He erupted in shock with a roar. The girl wore a heartbreaking, sad face, and it screamed out pure sadness and deep, aching melancholy. A message hit her screen, and she couldn't believe who it was from. She wanted nothing more than to be alone, so she pushed everyone away. The second she spotted that the message was from Masaru, her eyes lit up, and she instantly started scrolling to devour every word. The message was a dinner invitation. Then her cheeks burst into a hot, nervous blush. He finally hauled himself onto the island, stumbled out of the water, and was sure he'd gotten a message to Isla across. Now all he had to do was get everything ready for dinner. He called up a teleporter and wrestled with it, desperate to make something come through. No matter how he tried, nothing came out. Maybe he left it all in the bag he carried into this world. After a bit of thinking, the young man realized strengthening magic could fix it, and he felt sure nothing bad would happen. The boy slid into his beekeeper costume, finished dressing up, and then pumped himself up, promising Vectinius he'd whip up something delicious. Masaru's jaw dropped at the size of the bee, but when he saw the nest, his mind practically blew, because both were totally unreal. Normally he'd have to crush the honeycombs to get the honey, but right here, he didn't have to do a thing. That smoke hit the bees just right, so he slipped into the nest without a single scare. Then he shot his head upward and clocked something looming over him. At the start, it was like a swarm of bees filled the air. Then it hit that the young man had somehow pissed every single one of them off, and now they were all snapping with pure fury. He forced his breathing to slow down. This wasn't the moment to panic. He reminded himself why he came to this place, and that spark of purpose snapped him back into action. The very next day, a guest showed up at the port of Avarium. Her message made it clear she was meant to be there that day. The girl wrinkled her brow, terrified the young man might starve to death out there somewhere. She strode up to the door, but her confidence cracked. Was this really the right room? Victinius burst inside, and the warmth hit her the second she stepped in. Table already set, dishes rolling out fast, and Masaru waiting like he'd been ready for this moment. The girl spotted it. He was still breathing, staring at his face, where the scrapes had been roughened over. A girl came up to her and blurted, "Are you with Isla?" Victinius didn't even clock the person who'd spoken to her. Turns out they'd arrived early. But right then, the goddess herself stepped in, searching for her to meet up for dinner, just like they'd promised. But after Victinius answered gratis, the girl completely blanked on it, because she was the magic teacher in Beesman, and her mind was already elsewhere. After that, the one who'd entered strode up, sat at the table with a proud grin, and made it crystal clear the debt was settled. Then she urged them to scarf down dinner and head back fast. For the first time, the hero stared at his girlfriend acting ice cold toward someone. And when his second girlfriend called out to him, confused, he only flashed a smile back like nothing was wrong. The young man plopped down the first course and teased, asking if she had the confidence to cook it right, so she wouldn't be stuck with regrets later. The goddess squeezed one eye shut, regret already choking her. Still, she dropped into the world for one single reason. The real reason hit when dinner time arrived. Masaru yanked a plate of fresh food from his storage and slammed it in front of the guest. This power turned out to save him every time. He could seal freshly cooked food and keep it exactly like it was, fresh and untouched. It was awesome, sure, but his friend didn't buy it at all. She stared in shock at how he used that skill. The young man practically handed her the food and called it a special dinner, but the girl just gave a dry look and said, "Yeah, I get it. No need to say that over and over." She popped a bite into her mouth, and the second she tasted it, her eyes shot wide with pure, jaw-dropping amazement. Then she polished off the whole plate in one go, and the cook and his assistant lit up because the outcome was perfect. The goddess grinned as she swallowed the last bite, and the second girl leaned in, asking, "So, what did it taste like?" Victinius shrugged it off, saying she was just making sure the food didn't feel off, but she made it clear she needed to know exactly what it was, and she was going straight to the cook to find out. She was practically vibrating with joy, ready to sing the moment that heavenly aroma hit her, because the salty meat and veggies teaming up made every single bite feel like a wild dance across her tongue. But that wasn't the end. Masaru kept digging into the storage, yanking out dish after dish. The table was already stacked with all kinds of delicacies, and honestly, every bite was glazed with honey. The girl blurted out, "I never thought honey would go with everything." But the young man just wouldn't back down, and somehow he cracked the code to make it work even better with everything. For example, he warmed the honey until it melted, brushed it onto the meat so it turned juicy and soft, then paired it with something sour in a salad, because that sweet honey cuts the bitterness. He kept bragging about his old job, how a delivery guy from the village fed him something similar, and that's how he learned to cook. Honey, he added, was perfect for desserts too. The girl just chewed nonstop, nodded like a metronome, and the moment she didn't fully react, he blew up, furious. The guests loved the food and kept urging her sister, who'd been standing right there the entire time, to try it too. Ela flat out refused. She was already elbow deep in helping with the cooking, and honestly, she loved seeing her sister smile even more. Victinius suddenly clocked it. Every single thing on that table had been set for her. Her sister always nitpicked everything, but this time she actually invited her to eat together. After what happened in Stenson, that girl's chest felt heavy with depression, yet she was already craving a way to lift her spirits and push through it. So what kind of older sister would she be if she didn't call her sister to check on herself? Isla's heart lit up. Those words hit her right where it mattered, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Right when the talk heated up, Masaru barged in and demanded praise. He'd busted his butt to make dinner taste amazing. His sister backed him up in full, saying it wouldn't hurt to tell the guest all that. But then she just chuckled like, "Do we really need to?" Honestly, that young man was buzzing with happiness. His girlfriend looked way better than the moment she first showed up, and that absolutely lit him up. Victinius cringed with awkward shame, then hurriedly apologized for scaring her friend. Then the hero waved his assistant to the table, and the main course was finally ready to hit. A steaming tray with crab crashed onto the table, and the girls lit up with pure delight. Right before they dug in, the young man leaned in and spilled the lore. Crabs were the Aryan port's signature dish, and their flavor was unlike any other crab. But the girls weren't having it. They just wanted to taste it fast, before he could finish his whole story. He was fuming that they'd shoved in and cut him off, because that's just how these sisters always roll. He had nowhere to run, still trapped in their debt. So he tore into his promise, feeding them until they had their fill. He started slicing the crab into neat little pieces, slow and careful, while the guests just sat there, waiting in stunned silence. He thrust the first leg toward Victinius, daring her to test it first. The girl snatched a bite straight from the young man's hands. His eyes went wide with shock, and there was no way this was something you'd ever expect from his girlfriend. She was absolutely hooked when the hero himself fed her that crab. It tasted insanely delicious, and Masaru just let out a snort of pure embarrassment. What on earth was he doing? Isla snapped him out of his spiral. She stepped up as the next voice in line. She cracked her mouth in eager anticipation for her crab, and the moment it hit, this guy snapped, full-on losing his temper, while one sister echoed after another like a chorus, because for him, it wasn't just rude, it was a crime against his conscience. She demanded a crab for herself. Then they nailed us again like the trap had sprung on cue. Then Ila did the same. She and the others tore that guy apart with their bare hands. In the end, the last bite vanished, and the entire crab was gone. They kept hammering at the doors inside him, refusing to stop until he could finally give these two goddesses exactly what they wanted. As the dinner wrapped up, both sisters thanked the cook in perfect sync, and the young man suddenly felt his cheeks burn from that sudden burst of emotion. The older sister finally dug in and ate her fill for the first time, and when the hero asked about dessert, you could feel it. Maybe it's smarter to save it for later. Ila snapped back to her plan. She had to give Masaru something, so she called up her storage. She yanked out a crumpled piece of paper, straight-up reward for the quest, and a ticket that granted the skill. Stenson's research, and that girl's own words proved it. He'd helped her more than anyone else ever could. Victinius even eyed the ticket for that skill, and because the capitalization twist was so weird, her sister decided to throw the guys a reward. For the hero, it felt totally nostalgic, like striking a gotcha ticket, meaning he'd get to hit the gear machine again. The young man practically burst with joy, then the smile snapped away the second he got refused, and a wild glow started leaking out of the ticket. They shoved the cards in a circle around Isla, and she was about to read them, deciding Masaru's fate and handing him the exact skill he'd chosen. With a thundercrack, one card of all shot up toward him, then the goddess leaned in and demanded he touch it. The hero made contact, and the second his fingers touched it, his entire body exploded in a blinding burst of light. Then it all snapped to a halt in an instant, and the younger sister said, "Now you've got to learn a whole new skill." The girls suddenly got curious about what their friend had learned, bombarding him with, "Show us!" until the young man finally had no choice but to agree. He yanked open the stats menu, and somehow the skill accuracy was off by just 6 inches. Victinius shrugged off the skill as dull, and it wasn't even her sister who pushed her to uncover what it did. Besides that, a whole pile of new skills burst in. Stick technique 2, spear technique with 2 inches, and iron technique 2. The girl shrieked as the light struck, and 3 brand new skills slammed into her. She couldn't even figure out what kind of ticket she'd handed over. Those skills on it looked totally alien. Another goddess swore this was a rare ticket, packed with a huge hit of divine power, and it looked like Isla poured her heart into crafting it. So yeah, the guy really should have said something back to her. Masaru burst into grateful smiles at his friend's kindness, because having any skill, especially one handed to him by a goddess, felt like pure magic. The girl dodged the question, cheeks blazing red. Was it kindness or love? But one thing was clear. She was thrilled that everything turned out just the way she wanted. But the older sister looked totally lost. She couldn't even figure out what love really meant, and she had no clue when those two started treating each other like that. Jealousy tore through her, and she actually lunged at the guy. Then Masaru snapped with indignation too. What kind of sisters are these? The moment one goddess acts like a schoolgirl, she still keeps prying for answers he just can't wrap his head around, like what she's so obsessed with in the first place. Victinius struck a bizarre pose and dared to toy with the goddess's heart. Pure bravery so reckless that the young man would soon face divine punishment. In just half a month, the fate of those 2 women would crash down on him, so her prophecy promised, because when she looked at him, his shadow was already staring back. He let out a laugh like, "Of course, I should have seen it," because wait, was she really pushing the punishment to later? But then his friend shot him a warning look and said he'd just have to hold on a bit longer. Everything would click for him soon enough. 2 weeks later, The prophecy finally struck home. There he was, the hero on his knees, and right in front of him stood two women, one from the beast race, and both burning with rage. The women snapped at Masaru for breaking his promise to come back early, basically calling out that he'd been too busy having fun, and then they demanded his answer right on the spot. To defend himself, he blurted out that the duel with Lancelot and the dinner with the goddesses weren't even the half of it. He also had to haggle with the knights in the port of Aram, then jump into a trade meeting after that. The man never had a single free moment. One of the girls grilled Zack about it, but he wouldn't back his friend. He just shrugged and said he was out fishing. Then another Beastman girl pressed Arena, and Arena only smirked that the young man was just having fun on some tiny island. They ruled him guilty to set the punishment in motion. But right then, keeping it all together mattered more than anything. Beastmen swarmed in, hefting sacks and boxes onto the carts, and then, moments later, the word hit the air. Every last preparation was finally done. Beastmen marched down the main street while guards shouted, "Don't rush! Your homes are coming!" Yet whispers rippled through the crowd because half of them still didn't believe they'd really be taken back. The girls snapped that there were way too many of them, and the hero should have warned her earlier. The young man snapped back that the commander was to blame, and he even personally ordered the boy to drag those former Beastman slaves to that place as soon as he learned where the hero was headed. Now they had to scramble and build enough houses for everyone. But the real worry was jobs and food. Masaru stepped in and swore it wouldn't be a problem. Aquaculture, livestock farming, and a whole lot more. He said he'd handle it himself, and just like that, he promised everything would be fine. No one's getting to stay unemployed or skip meals ever again because the hero just made it official. His girlfriend suddenly spotted the street waking up, bustling more and more by the second. Masaru and his companion got stopped in their tracks as a Beastmen crowd surged in on them. Two kids rushed up to them, all bright-eyed and buzzing, desperate to know who'd just freed them, gratitude and joy blazing in their faces as they finally saw a future with a real home, and they couldn't wait for tomorrow. The hero shot back that he was just clearing his debt, and then urged them to lend a hand too, with the construction so they could help others. The girl nodded yes, but then she leaned in and demanded to know something else. She was dying to know what the city they'd just rolled into was called. A few days later, Masaru and the crew crowded into the headman's house, and Zack laid out the next move. First they'd fix the roads, then they'd start selling fish and all kinds of food. The girl cut him off mid-sentence. 7 to 10 days of travel till they hit the sea, and she swore that by the time they reached the port, every fish would be rotten to the bone. Her worry made total sense, but Zack shook his head and reassured her. It usually went that way. Yet this time they had the young man's technique, so they could crack the whole problem fast and easy. The beast woman caught exactly what the young man meant, smoking, and then she lit up even more. They could also whip up pickles and steamed fish pâté. Zack still had to press his friend for answers. There was no way he'd let this mystery rest. At that exact moment, the guy looked so out of place that nobody could even get a word out. She blurted out, "Wait, you really liked that?" The whole time they'd been talking, but her friend shot back that the hero wasn't doing anything shady. He was just trying to figure out what to name the city. She found it weird to get stuck on something like that. She'd rather lock in on the meeting. Masaru ripped into Adelina with a furious shout, and in this moment, the name of the city mattered more than anything, period. He jumped out of his seat and kept proving it. Just one name, written right, can flip how everything looks and feels, and the fate of a whole city can hang on those letters. The young man was spiraling into full-on hysteria, and he fired off his own online gaming story like proof. He'd never been invited to any guild or group, all because his name had daggers in it. And there was no simple fix, since changing it meant shelling out money. Zack clocked that his friend was talking about his homeland, and he couldn't help thinking they should team up and come up with a name for the city. Adelina pushed their friend to be the first one to start building this city, because if he's starting it, he's also got to name it, and there's no other option. Later, Masaru yanked himself out of his spiraling thoughts and put his body to work. He helped build, hauled boards, cleared hay for the goats, loaded stone blocks, and even checked the sewer, staying busy until evening. Another week crawled by, and Zack stared at his friend like something was seriously wrong, eyes heavy, exhaustion written all over him, like he was only getting worse. In Beastman's city, they dug deep. Masaru had to steady himself, because everything began with him. He was the one who demanded these excavations, and the hero's big discovery was so shocking that even Adelina couldn't look away. The hero snapped back to life and instantly remembered what he had to do right. He pulled out his map skill and checked how the excavation was coming along. Time was running out. He had almost none left to reach his goal, so he dropped to a knee, stared into the tunnel's dark throat, and shouted Adelina's name. She clung to that wild invention that dug the earth all by itself. Beside it, the girl barely mattered. All you had to do was shove the device into the ground, and it would spring into action, digging on its own. But the second he touched the object, weakness crashed over his friend, and he blurted it out. Masaru told them the tool runs on the user's magic power, so it could smash right through the toughest boulders and rocks, carving out perfectly shaped holes, all to make the next round of construction way easier. Zack asked where that idea came from, and Masaru snapped his answer. He'd been inspired by a worm the hero hunted, one that wriggled through the mud using magic power, then vanished from anyone standing above. And together with Isla, they copied that same technique. The young man's friend shot back that the tool wouldn't even dig into the earth while it was running. The hero leaned in and said, "The real nightmare is the tool itself. It won't budge anything unless it's fueled by a rare stone packed with magical power. So honestly, it might cost less to hire 300 workers than to torch your money on something like this." He cut himself off mid-thought, yanked the experiment to a stop, and called the girl. A long pipe with a valve was lowered from above straight into it. The hero shot back that the water pressure was way too brutal. Then he warned them to do it by hand instead, because if the girl got burned, the commander would skin the boy alive. My friend broke down exactly what she had to do, so I just needed to slam that thing into the ground and drive it as deep as it would go. Then she scrambled out of the hole, and the young man blurted out an apology for making her wait. Zack and Adelina huddle over their search, wondering if they've truly nailed the location, and if they're right, the whole city's future is about to change for the better. The young man reached for the valve when he suddenly caught their voices. He was certain he'd picked the perfect spot, since the map skill let him double-check everything, and all they had to do now was keep going. The valve started to shake. The young man clamped down on it and leaned in to listen. Then he yelled, "I hear it!" as a teleporter popped in from behind. Victini bursts out of the portal on the spot, roars at the guy at the top of its lungs, and demands that if he heard anything, he better speak up right now. The young man loosened his grip. His hands were still trembling from that brutal force, so yeah, it had been a goddess all along. But what could she possibly want now? And right then, the hero snapped, seething with indignation. The girl snapped at you for giving him a choice, but the young man drew a blank. He didn't remember a single thing about any of it. They argued over the city's name, and the goddess snapped back at the hero with fierce, no-nonsense fury. Masaru should have named the city by now, because Victinia's couldn't even do her job, and days kept slipping by, while Zack and Adelina, in the background, stared in shock at how she suddenly looked. He tried to recall his name problem, and it hit him. He'd totally blanked on it. The goddess kept cursing without pause, glued to the monitors like her life depended on it. Then boom! The whole world jolted, and Zack's brain screamed, "An earthquake just hit!" Staring at the valve, Masaru yelled at everyone to stay sharp and sprint away. A monstrous burst of hot spring water blasted upward into the sky like a rocket, and Adelino lit up with pure joy. He'd found his way to a blazing hot spring. Masaru got scorched by scalding hot water, while that girl wrapped herself in divine protection. Then she finally realized why they were searching, and everything clicked. The young man pushed his special healing skill to mend himself, and the girl couldn't wait 1 second to test it out. Zack watched the guy still curse through the pain, swore he'd set the source right, and Adelina fired off a bold thought. If the goddess ever came to that place, it would turn into a real crowd magnet. Our hero's friend asked, "What do we do with this geyser?" And his girlfriend snapped, "Let it be, for now." They'd already trekked for ages to reach it, so now they'd have to spend the next few days leveling the land. The goddess praised Masaru, and for once, he actually managed to do something good too. The boy still trembled, but the burn had healed then. Like a spark lighting up his mind, the idea hit him. What if a hot spring became the perfect name for the town? His friends stared at him and thought, how is he getting even crazier? He looked worse than ever, and that wild obsession of his was turning downright strange. The young man decided he needed to rest for a bit, and his friend immediately stepped in, urging him to take care of himself. He lay on the grass, sprawled along the cliff slope, right where his very first arrival into this world happened. Just as his idol was about to shine, a goddess swooped in and ripped the moment away. He asked if she needed anything else, but she only leaned in to whisper one thing. "Are you mad at me?" The young man shrugged it off like it was nothing. Everything really was fine, and he'd already gotten used to her attitude, so he didn't even blink. But Victinius was sure her friend was fuming. Everything spiraled the other way. He should have picked that name ages ago, so the girl had to hunt him down and chew him out. And when she finally did, the goddess flashed him a warm, knowing smile. After a brief, tense silence, she blurted out that she needed Masaru, because he had the power to choose. And he sincerely couldn't wrap his head around it, since all he ever did was overthink. Even though she was the goddess who made the world, the names weren't picked by her at all. They were chosen by the people living inside it. Victinius felt a heavy ache in her chest. No matter how fiercely she loved her world, she couldn't break through and leave her mark on it. She snapped her gaze to the young man and swore her name would live forever in legends and stories. Then she stopped. The hero frowned at once, thrown by those words. He wondered if she could till the land the way her sister Isla did, but it looked downright impossible, because Victinius was the creator, and he couldn't interfere. He jerked to his feet, and the instant he remembered Ilesifier's name, the girl froze in shock at how he reacted. He shot to his feet, nerves buzzing, and in that instant it hit him. Now the hero finally knew the exact right name. The young man yelled the made-up word at the top of his lungs, and just like that, the city had a name. Vintalia. And from that day on, he swore it would be called nothing else. The goddess tried again and fumbled the word in her mouth, but the guy was convinced it fit this place perfectly. Then the girl nodded and said it sounded sweet to the ear. Masaru stitched together a brand new name by borrowing pieces from the names of multiple goddesses from that other world. So Victinius could slip out and still leave at least some trail behind. She felt relief bloom in her chest. But the good man warned her. This wasn't the end. Once the temple is finished, she'll finally be able to swing into the city with way less trouble, soaking in hot water like it's a prize, and opening the door for her to leave her mark again and again. Then he shot back that it had nothing to do with caring. Still, the girl reached for him and yanked hard on his glove. She clutched his hand, leaned in close, and whispered, "Thanks." He pretended he didn't hear her and shot, "Did you say anything?" But the goddess didn't give a single clear word, only lowered her head, smiling like she'd finally gotten what she wanted. She stuck her tongue out at him, snapped that he'd gotten wildly impudent out of nowhere, and that's what she whispered to him right then. Then she tore down the slope, and the young man fumed that he still hadn't forgiven her, while his friend made it clear she'd never apologize, calling herself a useless goddess. Somewhere between dimensions, a mysterious watcher stared through a shimmering screen, and every so often, it repeated the names of the two people shown on it. Masaru stood in the blacksmith shop, scanning the blades until he finally picked the sword for himself. Then, outside, the whole street buzzed about the city's new name, the construction nearly done, and even whispers that gnomes had been spotted nearby. Just as he was locked in on his choice, someone shouted his name and ripped his focus away from the weapon. Zack came up to him with a bag slung over his back, and the young man shot back, asking if he'd already packed their things. The hero walked right beside the carriage as it rolled out, watching it off. His friend was already inside, ready to head for the capital, because it was time to report what happened with Stenson and bring the soldiers back to the king. Masaru didn't see it coming at all. His fellow investigator had already filled him in earlier, so now that the moment blew up like this, he never even got the chance to carve a statue of the goddess as a gift for the king. The whole mess crushed our hero's spirit, and Zack stepped in, his voice trembling too, because leaving hurt, but he never imagined his friend wouldn't care. He bolted to bury his emotions, snapping up a quick excuse. He was watching his people slip away, losing the food and the roof over their heads, yet his friends saw right through it. The soldiers were loving it, so the guy leaned in and promised our hero they'd be back in about a month. Masaru fired off one idea after another, mapping out everything that could happen in just a month. Major upgrades across the city, the temple finally finished, and a whole lot more. Because the real thrill was still right there, the non-stop urge to dream up something brand new. That night, fate promised to look after Commander Lancelot, so he'd have zero reason to worry, and the young man could finally focus on his work. The hero couldn't see why anyone should even worry about him until his friend told him straight. After the duel, he'd been handed a warning from him. Zack's memories made it crystal clear. The commander didn't just want Masaru monitored, he wanted the kid forced into spying on him. During the duel, Lancelot said it outright. Compared to ordinary folks, the hero's power didn't seem to end, and his siege engine genius and sky-throwing rocks were so godlike they might as well be miracles. The commander feared that if the mood struck him, he could wipe out entire kingdoms in an instant. So, yeah, it wouldn't be shocking if he was tangled up in what happened in Stenson, too. Zack, listen in silence. Later, when he stepped up to defend his friend, he snapped that there's a huge difference between someone who can and someone who will. And the hero? He was definitely in the can category. That night, the boy's faith in his comrade actually settled his nerves, because he'd been banking on the idea that his sparring partner wouldn't wreck a thing, and if anything went sideways, he demanded to be told at once, laying out exactly what to do if his buddy started pulling trouble. His face twisted darker, and he snapped back that if that was the case, he'd carry out his duty, serving as the commander of the Aram port and as a knight of the kingdom. Masaru never let that night's shock fade. Right after her words, she shoved it straight into his mouth. The friends started to wonder if telling him was the biggest mistake of all. He tried to warn him about the Metna strange way, and by the time it all ended, Zack had become the living bridge between the hero and the king. Masaru is a dear friend to him, so he told him, "Don't mess this up while I'm gone." The young man steadied his comrade's nerves and promised, "I'll wait. I'm getting your gift from the capital." Screams ripped through the air from the forest, dragging their attention straight into the woods. The hero figured his friend did it over that handshake. Then his friend snapped back, "Nope, that wasn't me." That young brat mocked him and sprinted straight for the forest. He knew it couldn't possibly be Zack, so he told him to hold up if it wasn't some real trouble, while the cart kept rolling on. A warning sign on the wall blared that monsters were nesting nearby, and the young man bolted over there, remembering the offer. A bunch of robed people scattered as the monsters surged forward, and with nowhere decent to go, they buried their heads and ran for their lives. A tiny bird swooped in and tore into them. It turned out to be a wind-cutting quail, one of those monsters that made the man stare at Gratis like, "What the heck are you doing here?" The other two leaned in and told him, "Yeah, golems even fall from the sky here, so birds are the least of your worries." Birds swarmed the travelers from every direction, and the female traveler's frustration turned into pure fear after that brutal, endless journey. She met the bird's cold, black stare and snapped her eyes shut. Nothing happened to Masaru, and the birds even backed away, until one brave bird hopped onto his hand, and the young man praised it for how smart it was. The travelers stared in shock at how he could control them, and honestly, who was this guy anyway? The young man snapped his own question out of the air, because he'd deliberately bred monsters here, and even posted a sign to keep everyone away. This place was pure danger. The man refused to believe it, sure. Maybe those monsters could end up on a plate, but that felt shaky. Then they spotted the sign, and that's when he knew they had to go there, hunting for something actually worth the trip. He drew his own conclusions, and those people showed up out of pure curiosity. He didn't think they were robbers at all. They looked like they were trapped in something ugly. The hero was right. Those guys told him they'd come from Stenson, that golems rained down on their city. So they bolted and wandered through the area, and every last one of them turned out to be former adventurers. Except the guy didn't realize other refugees were nearby too, and they were all elves. They'd heard whispers about a brand new city, and that was why they were charging there in the first place, only to realize the refugee supplies were already running dry. The elf figured Masaru didn't buy their tale, but Masaru snapped back that it wasn't like that. He was just shocked, that's all. And then it hit him. Once the Beastmen city got its name, word spread fast, and suddenly travelers kept pouring in near its walls, hunting for fresh housing or someone willing to lend a hand. One of the travelers blurted out a trembling question about their fate. Were they about to get punished for barging in without permission? Or were they going to get away clean? The young man grinned at them like, "Don't worry, nothing's wrong." Then he waved them off and declared, "This is a free land." He added that once Esmeralda, Elena, and the others hear that so many lives were saved with them, they'll be over the moon. The elf nearly dropped his jaw when the young man demanded, Come with me. See it for yourselves and tell me if the rumors are real. They ended up on the city's main street, right by a fountain, and the hero swore he'd show them Ventalia. The travelers stared in disbelief at the city's sheer size, already a full-on capital. And it wasn't just beastmen inside. Humans lived there too, and even elves. The streets were clean and paved. A 3-story commercial district rose around them, and there wasn't a speck of trash anywhere. Then it hit them just how weird the whole water circulation system really was. The adventurer checked the rumors for himself, and yep, they were real. Even worse than anyone said, because one terrifying doubt still wouldn't let him breathe. He couldn't figure out why everybody was grinning like they'd just met a hero, because on the streets, everyone joyfully greeted Masaru the moment he showed up. He looked almost too young to be an elf, but there was one thing that screamed it. He was probably the one running the whole city. Adelina crept up behind the elf and slapped a warm hand on his shoulder. Yep, her hunch was spot on. The one who truly built this city was Masaru, and even so, he still handed the responsibility to her. The girl snapped with anger and slapped him hard because he kept hauling in migrants without even asking. The guy laughed it off, saying he wasn't that impressive, no need to blow it up. Then the girl snapped, telling him to stop messing with her nerves. Turns out those travelers tracked him down all on their own. Now they've got to wrap their heads around dozens of the same things they promised to learn, but they can only do it with his help. The traveler finally mustered the courage to ask who the young man was, but his words caught in his throat. He had no clue how to answer the question back. Then it finally hits. He blurts it out, jabbing at the house with the statue. This is my temple. I help run the city's rules. I'm the one who hauls in supplies, and I love nothing more than building all kinds of crazy creations. The elves reeled in shock, because this temple was built for a god, not for people. And even though servants and devotees were allowed to live here, it was suddenly treated like something else entirely, and that twist hit them like a lightning strike. He kept it to himself. He'd been living in the temple, so telling them would have ruined his easy way of reaching Fictinius. Instead, he shot back that it was totally normal for people to call him by his first name if it ever came to that. Then he revealed that Esmeralda, the Queen of Stenson, was staying in their city, at least for now. The travelers couldn't help it. They needed to live as long as they wanted, and the best part was, they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore, which made the elves burst with joy. They leaned in with happy smiles, chattering away, while Masaru and his girlfriend watched from the sidelines. Then evening rolled in and the travelers sat down for dinner to finally get acquainted. But Adelina couldn't shake her worry. She panicked that everyone looked filthy and torn up, so she pushed to fix the whole mess before dinner even started. She grilled them for the last time they washed their clothes or took a bath, and when they answered, turns out it had been about 10 whole days. The girl figured it all out. She'd take them home, fix up their clothes, then lead the way to a hot bath. Then Adelina leaned in and asked the hero if he could open the hot spring early. He was about to head over to run a control check, so when the sun dipped, he called everyone to the spring, leaving the girl staring like, why do we even need this? No check at all. This young man just wanted to be first in line and rip into the source. Masaru sprawled in the steaming hot spring, soaking it all in, proud as he thought about how perfectly he'd used every skill to forge that spring. Its vibe felt just like Japan, and it was so soothing it almost stole his breath. Then he realized that once rumors start spreading through the city, everything could erupt all over again. So he knew he had to expand the living space fast. He could even ask the newcomers to team up, and together they'd breathe life back into the city. Maybe then the city won't just belong to him anymore. It'll become the whole nation the hero was dying to build. And then a voice cut through from the background. She'd finally won, but the moment she tried to unwind, she realized he'd already taken the space. Just a bit farther, the girl was already in the water. She beat him there. And he fumed because he'd missed the chance to be the first to dive in.